Somebody has to be. Good morning, everybody. It is I, StreamTom. I return to you with something magic. It's called electricity. There's like a power outage in my area, so it's like winter storm sort of thing. It's no big deal. It's just annoying and cold. That's pretty much it. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing good. I'm here. I'm back. I'm excited. We got some DDO to do and talk about. I was kind of hoping that there would be like some type of Lemania news that was coming out this week. But as far as I can tell, there hasn't been any announcements or anything by SSG. So, because we had Lemania 2 weeks ago, so I was hoping that there'd be something to talk about this week. Because what I don't want to see is the conversations we were having last week where people are complaining about the problems that they were perceived in having with Charming Enchantment. The perceived problems they were having with some of the design choices in terms of like the Epic Destiny stuff. And I'm like, I find that conversation tiring. So I'm like, I was just hoping we would get new news. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. But if we don't get any news about the Epic Destiny stuff today, I'm just going to avoid talking about it and shut people down when they do try to bring it up, because I just don't want to. Do you want some help, Romeo, or are you good? Because it looks like you're struggling here. But it's okay. It'll come back. All right, sounds good. I will just leave you. I don't know if there's going to be any blasting goggles on here. I was kind of hoping for a better pair of blasting goggles, something that would work. But, yeah. I mean, it's blasting of conjuration. I don't really want these. I mean, well, blasting 4 is fine. I'll just buy these. Yo, what's up, Axlet? Bobby? Hello, everybody. How's it going? It's me, StreamTom. I come to you again today with a return to something... what? I have something else in here. Oh. Auction expired. No one bought my boots? Well, I guess those are going out of the game. No, I'm just back. It was, like I said, we had a bit of a power issue, and my power issue has been resolved. So now we're all up to speed. You might be wondering, like, oh my god, power problem in the wintertime. Isn't that going to be devastating? Not really. It's not that cold. The problem is the temperature is like right around 0. And so that's where you get a lot of like ice storms and things, where there's actually liquid water that then freezes and destroys a lot of infrastructure. It's like warmer than usual. I'm pretty sure this January has been like way warmer than average. Actually, that's a great question. January average temperature. So the average temperature is... Yeah, so it has been... yeah, the lowest... So the average temperature is -10. And this year, the average temperature has been -4. So we're 6 degrees higher in terms of average temperature. Which is not good. So yeah, so it's been a lot warmer. So it's been a lot more rain. And then, of course, it's not like hot outside or like warm. So it's like freezing rain. So it's been pretty destructive to the infrastructure. So that's been happening. So yeah, it's been not too bad. But anyways, I have returned and I am back here. So we're going to be continuing with some good old classic Dungeons and Dragons online, and hopefully having a fantastic time. I hope you all have been doing very well. Yeah, it's just been a good time. I don't know. I wish I had more stuff, but
that's a long time.
Oh, that is a long time. Yo, welcome back. Ipsum, appreciate the support. With the tier 3 sub at 36 months. That's 3 years at tier 3, and if I did the math on that, that's a lot. So thanks, dude. I really appreciate it. Welcome back to the stream team. That is a huge showing of support, and I hope you're doing very, 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 very well. But anyways, enough about doing well. Time to talk about Macrotech and also Artificer. I'm really excited to come back to this character because the melee Artificer has been way better than I expected. It definitely went like above and beyond in terms of what I was generally expecting for a character like this to perform like and to be able to do. It was way more powerful than I thought, and it kind of just smashed its way through hardcore. I'm not sure how it's going to feel when I actually get towards the end game, but I only have a week to figure that out before hardcore is over, so I'm probably going to have to transfer this character off to another server and investigate that. But I am going to be making a video about this character beforehand because I just feel like the leveling is kind of the main focus of this build, whereas the end game can be like kind of like a separate thing to look at and investigate. Is like 9 years of tier 1s. It's something like that. I don't really know the answer, but yeah, it's something like that. Oh, look. Is that a Feywild R4 run? It's almost full, too. Look at those 32s. I'd join that, except that would definitely kill me. So instead, I'm just going to be running through some Giant Hold. Do a Giant Hold on Epic Elite, Giant Hold. And then there's people running around in the background here. There's not a lot of people in Giant Hold because it's hardcore. Close to the end of the season, it's like the last week. So it's a much smaller list of people. Not that there's nobody playing, but it is definitely a smaller list of people. Like if I go 20 to 28, which is my level range, there is like a fair amount of people, but they're already existingly doing stuff. So, it's kind of interesting. Here's how many 32s are on right now. I mean, there's still a fair amount of 32s. Still a lot of people playing. For those of you that missed it, last week, we did some raids on hardcore, which is pretty cool. So ran a bunch of raids, and it was exciting because it was some stuff that I personally hadn't done on hardcore, specifically Too Hot to Handle, which was very fast and smooth and easy. We did Killing Time on hard, we did Dryad and the Demigod on elite, all of which was like pretty cool. The Dryad and the Demigod, we skipped all of the optionals, which I'm gonna be honest, I actually didn't even know you could do. Like, I didn't know that was a thing that you could do, was skip the optionals. So when we did it, it made the raid dramatically easier. But again, I had no idea that that was even an option. I kind of just, like, always assumed you had to do the optionals, which makes no sense because you can obviously do it. It's just, I'd never skipped it before because I've never tried to do, like, the super high-end raid push. And so I'm not on the right goal. I never handed in the quest. Oh, my God. I'm so bad at this video game. Oh, God. Oh, God. Is it completed? No. Feast or Famine? Oh, jeez. I didn't hand in any of these quests while leveling, so I have to get rid of all of them. A Cry for Help. I gotta abandon that one. The Crucible. I gotta abandon this one. Yeah, I think I'm good. There we go. Yeah, so that was... it was fun to be able to do some of those raids. And it was way easier than I thought it was, which is not a bad thing in any capacity. Not that the raids are easy. It was more so that we just had a really strong group of people. Good tank, good healers, good amount of DPS. And it's actually kind of funny. In the raids that we did, a lot of our DPS was carried by just a few individuals. Not, touting myself here. Like, we had... in a couple of the raids, we had to have, like, a single Inquisitive who would be doing most of the damage to the raid boss. Because realistically... all you need is a really well-geared DPS to be able to do pretty much anything you want in DDO. You just have to have everybody else and then a single DPS. Obviously, if you're doing like some of the higher tier raids and some of the higher end content, you want to have a whole bunch of people filling out those roles. But man, even just having one single person having, the damage to be able to kind of knock everything down, it was pretty substantial and it was very noticeable. Did people die? We had one death due to lag. It was a lag death, unfortunately, and it was after the raid was over. So Too Hot to Handle, we had someone die. After the raid ended due to raid lag. So like that, like, that end quest lag where the quest is over and then the game freezes up. The raid ended, and Too Hot to Handle notoriously has a extra long end quest lag. And during that extra long end quest lag, there was one Forge Wraith that was still alive that managed to kill one of our players, which was very sad. So it was just not a good circumstance for anybody involved. They, like, lived. They just lost one of their lives. But, yeah, it was kind of a situation where there's nothing we could really do about that. So, yeah. Your emotional support stream? That's right. I'm here. I'm here to help you. Get through whatever it is you need to get through. What do you need to get through? I don't know. Am I going to listen? No. But I'll be here for you. Because you need me. Expanding the Crapcast. Lost 2 Blightcasters. Lost their final lives. One of the favorite souls lost their second. Managed to get it intact. Oh, man, in the crab quest? That quest is crazy easy. What happened? Yo, good morning, Wrath. How you doing? Like, what happened? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. It's okay. I'm here. Oh, I didn't realize that was you in the Discord. Oh, now this all makes more sense. Connecting the dots, the names, putting the pieces together, the total titles and everything. But no, I'm back. If it is any consolation, I think your situation is bad, and that's not good. So sorry to hear about what you got going on. I'm doing good. I am awake. I'm alive. My power is back. So life is good. Well, got some DDO to play. Got this character to finish off. So ideally, I'm going to be finishing. I don't know if I'm going to get this character to level 32 today, but I'm going to try. Try my absolute damnedest. I'd like to make a video about this character for tomorrow because I want to, one, get a new video out, and two, I think that the melee Artificer is way better than I initially thought it was going to be. And to me, I think that's kind of cool to be able to showcase. What's my DC on this? DC is 57. It's not amazing, but it's honestly better than I thought. What's up, Danik? How you doing? Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, the tech industry is a volatile one, and it is a very spooky place to be. And so hearing about, you know, people being laid off, I know quite a few people that have been laid off very recently, which is just you know, never a good sign. But hopefully you'll be able to land on your feet, get a new job somewhere doing something, and all will work out. Yeah, that's pretty much all I know what to say about that one. I'm very fortunate that I've never had, I have never experienced like a layoff personally, just due to the types of jobs that I've had. It's never really been the case. Either I've been in a job where I was like not so much like mandatory, but like I was previous to this working in sales, and you don't really get laid off in sales. It's just if your sales suck, like if your numbers are bad, then you get fired effectively, and I never had bad numbers. That wasn't really a problem for me. And then, so when I quit, it was like, you know, there was that. And then after that, it was all just like, you know, a general streaming of like different kind of minimum wage jobs where you don't really get laid off. You just kind of quit when you don't care anymore, which is why those jobs happen to have a lot of turnover. Because they suck, and the people that manage them know they suck, and the people that work at them know they suck, and it's just like it's a difficult environment for everybody involved. I'm so slow. I hate hamstring. I kind of don't need to fight all this stuff, but there's a good chance I'm going to die in this room because this is where I lost one of my lives previously to one of the Heresy Arches here because I got impatient and I didn't go after this guy right here. This killed me on my first time running this quest in Heroics. That one monster right there hit me with a Disintegrate and I was dead. Hey, look, there's another one. See ya. Yeah, so we're all good. Yeah, I hope everybody is doing well. I don't know if I have anything super like exciting or new to talk about. Things that I have new and excited to talk about. Let's see. Number one, like I said, big ice storms. That's always fun. Gotta love that. Number two, this Friday is the beginning of a special Path of Exile event thing. So I'm going to be streaming that like all weekend, which I know is obviously not what people expect me to do, but it's this like extreme challenge thing, and it looks like it's a lot of fun, and I really want to push myself. So I'm personally interested in. So hopefully I will be able to get other people engaged or excited about it, because it's just what I'm going to be doing in general, because I think that's like pretty cool. Also, because I've been embracing Cabal 4-1, I've been embracing my nerditude, I guess is the right way to put it. I have been continuing to play Magic the Gathering, and I've been enjoying that. It's been a lot of fun. Just taking a little bit of time here and there to learn a little bit more about the game and get a little bit better at it. And I gotta say, one of the best parts about the game is when you don't have any illusions about what your cards are supposed to do and you understand them. That helps out a tremendous amount. I think that a lot of what they could do to make the game more engaging to new players is before they give you a deck of cards, they just give you a general overview of what it does, as opposed to not telling you anything about it. So you just lose a lot playing the wrong cards in the wrong way. Which is just confusing to me that was like their cold open. They're like, here's a deck of cards. And you're like, oh, what does it do? And the game's like, oh, sorry, game is queued up. You can't know what it does. Some people will make the excuse. It's like, oh, well, you know, why don't you just like go read the cards? And the thing is, if you're not experienced, reading 30, you know, was it? I think they're 40 or 60 card decks. Reading 60 cards, admittedly, 20 of them are land. So let's cut out the 20 land. Reading 40 cards that have like 5 to 6 lines of text on them that are meant to combo together, and trying to understand and grasp that combo when you don't even know the phases of the game is like maybe not the best idea. Definitely a good idea if you're you know, experienced with the game and you know the rules. It's a good idea to do, but yeah. So there's that. But yeah, so overall it's been a lot of fun once I actually like grasped some of the pieces and understood it a little bit more. Welcome. So that's been pretty enjoyable so far. So I've been able to kind of stick with that a little bit. Also, I've still been progressing in a couple other things. In my D&D game, I actually need to update it in the Discord. I updated the character classes that I've been writing for D&D. I have them updated for level 4, so I should probably actually update that in the Discord so that people can be able to see that, because I personally think that's, like, it's just a fun passion project for myself personally, and I've been enjoying it. So I'm going to be continuing to update that and probably giving some good information there. And then outside of that, what else is going on? I don't know. That guy's 100 health. That's a bit of a bug. Don't dispel my magic. Don't do it. Okay, that guy's going to dispel my magic. Oh no, he's healing himself. And he's knocked down. And I can't reach him. Oh shit. I can do this though? Yes, there we go. Yes, and then of course I was also streaming some Remnant. It shouldn't still say Remnant on here. It should be updated, but yes, I was also streaming Remnant. Remnant 2 is a very fun video game. It's quite good. Yo, King Con Air, thank you so much for resubbing for 11 months. I hope you've enjoyed the past 11 months of content. I hope you enjoy the next 11 months of content. And I hope things are going well for you and your family and the things that you're doing. Oh, also, unrelated. Off stream, I've been playing a bunch of the Lord of the Rings Online because they have some new content coming out, new raid and other things. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully it'll be a lot of fun when it actually releases. But again, it's a bit of a wait and see. But so far, the expansion content's been pretty good. But it's a lot of just like grind and stuff that I would say isn't as particularly interesting to watch. I know everybody has different tastes for different things, but even though it's weird, I actually have no issues watching people grind stuff in video games. It's one of the reasons why, like, sometimes I'll be watching like either live streams or YouTube videos of just like gameplay plus near silence and or calming music, which is what I'm currently listening to right now. And so I find that I just find it interesting that for some reason my brain is like, yeah, people wouldn't want to watch that. Although that's usually just like personal experience, that sort of thing, of like I gauge the benefit, or the best part and the worst part about any of these websites, Twitch or YouTube, or pretty much any website you stream on, is the metrics system, where, not the metric system, but the system of metrics in which they display to you in very accurate detail how much or how little people care about the content that you're making and what you're actually doing on a moment-to-moment basis. Because on the one hand, it's very, very helpful because you can get a good picture as to what people like about your content and what they are more interested in watching, because you can see watch time, viewer retention, other things like that. On the other hand, it like affects your brain and makes you really want to like work in towards those specific numbers and avoid certain patterns of behavior. It's complicated. You can't play on stream or whatever, but for anyone into Magic, I recommend procuring Magic 2014 Duels Planeswalkers. Wait, why can't you play it on stream? Is it against the rules? Is it like why can't you play it on stream?
As the rusty door swings open.
Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing?
King Bendek
How are you now?
has ordered your death.
Wait, MTGA doesn't have lethal puzzles? Really? I figured that would be like something they would obviously have. Because I assume that anything that Hearthstone has built into the client is something that they would have taken as an idea from Magic. You know, it's like, oh, Hearthstone has Arena. Well, yeah, but that's based off of Magic's draft. Or like, you know, the general format, the mana system. Well, that's based off of Magic the Gathering. I assumed everything was based off of Magic. So the fact that Hearthstone has like a puzzle labs, but Magic doesn't, is actually very interesting to me. I assume that there's probably that in like MTG Online or something else. I know that people will make those types of puzzles and post them, because I've seen people post them on like Twitter and stuff, where they'll like post like pictures, and I think there's a website where people post like puzzles of like, here's a setup and here's what you can do, and like try to figure out what it is, but which I think is interesting. Ooh. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I am doing all right. Just got to return to form. You know what I mean? Oh god, DDO. Get really complicated? Well, yeah, absolutely. Because it requires like good knowledge about the specifics of what's happening, and because they only give you like information that you're guaranteed to know, if that makes sense. So they'll tell you like, oh, these are the cards in your hand. These are the cards you're going to draw. These are the things, you know, whatever's left. And so you have all the information you possibly need. But yeah, they can get really complicated. Seeing the lines, man. Seeing the lines. Said, I'm a simple man. If, you know, if my number is bigger than the opponent's number, then I feel good about it. That's how I think about it. I hope at least one person joins me for the Crucible, because if they don't, then I have to go back to town to get a hireling. So yeah. Fuck, a second person's bailing. No. If the last person bails, then I have to go to town and get a hireling and do the painstaking Crucible solo, which I will do, but it's just, it's the maze room. Oh, they joined me. All right. That's amazing. I'm very happy about this. Again, having one literal human being in this quest makes it a totally different story. The reason why there's one section where you need one human being is because the opening section has this like 3D maze. I don't think I can do this in heroics. Not if I roll 1 twice in a row. 6 twice in a row. Whoa! 1, 12, 1, 6, 6, 1. Amazing. Actually outstanding. It's like my rolls when I actually play tabletop D&D. All right, I'm not gonna get this. It's impossible. It might actually be possible for me to win, but I'd have to or like get the roll. But yeah, 15 was my highest in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rolls. So I'm like, it's probably not gonna happen. I'll just leave it. It's fine. Everything is good. The only thing that changes is the breakable floor, and even then that's not really a big deal. You might think that this would be a concern for the actual swim that you have to do underwater, but at this point, my character is so defensive, I don't really care. I can run into all the traps. Additionally, something that you learn pretty quickly, is there anything I might do that would break the quest? No, I don't think so. Unless this person knows some secret method to break a quest. But in this one, especially when you're in epics, you learn that traps really don't hurt anymore. Pretty much every single character, you know, stops having to deal with traps. Pretty much the entire way through. They're not really that dangerous anymore. The monsters are way more dangerous. All right, I'm just gonna get this guy to help me out here, and then we're gonna go together. Guess he's like breaking everything. Guess he wants all that XP. Alright, now come over here. Oh, there's a bad guy. Yeah. Perfect. Alright, stay on this valve and hit it when I ask. Does this guy come in here? Maybe he is, hopefully. Yeah, yeah, this one. Alright, cool. Hopefully this works. I just need to make sure we can get through this. It's this puzzle is something that I would love to explain to people when I do it. I have a YouTube video on how to do this puzzle both with another group or with yourself. But it's it's a lengthy process to explain, like in-game, the actual intricacies of where you're going. Basically, you're in a big 3D maze, and throughout the maze there are valves that you twist, and when you twist the valve, it moves these doors around, and so it opens and closes some doors, and there's doors all over the maze, so you need to make sure you're planning your path appropriately. And explaining that process is complicated.
Crystalline horn rests on a pedestal.
So here, instead of doing that, I'm just going to get this person to do as I tell them, and then say, okay, come with me. And we're good. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? When your experience in Baldur's Gate 3, that's funny. This bug's been eating your time, but it feels great. It's going to feel even better with the actual official release, which is coming with a lot of like extra content and stuff, which it's like, what? End of next month? Okay. Stay here. Alright, and now pull K. We're good. Go to a 3K favor and level 20. Nice, dude. Nice. Congrats. Hey there, Jimbo. Are you winning? No, not really. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Last Epoch. Like I said, it's going to depend on... I would like to stream Last Epoch's launch. I think it's going to be really cool to play and be a fun game. But it's going to depend on the exact release date. That's very reliant on that. Okay, come to me. Perfect. Alright, wait here. I'm gonna tell him to wait here and we should be good. You died at 29. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, Kydrakar. That sucks. Death, especially, it's so close. Yeah, my character is... I still have 2 lives left on this character. Hopefully, I'm going to be making it to 3 lives. But that is a... Or not 3 lives, making it like all the way through without having like an extra death. But again, we'll wait and see on that. I don't expect that to happen here or really at any time today. I can't even imagine what would kill me. My character's crazy tanky and it's only going to get better as I increase my gear, but yeah. What's the slash for? Like, what's the 5? Like, maybe I misunderstood. It's 29.8. I don't know what the 8 stands for. Or are you talking about Are you talking about Reaper points?
Has a hole where its horn used to belong. Strong currents tug at your feet as
Oh, Blightcaster. Yeah, Blightcaster makes it way easier. Blightcaster's really strong. It really saves you a lot of time. A bunch of stuff that has no saving throw on it, so you can beat up monsters, you can do stuff 4 levels over, and you can hit a 50% potion on top of that, so you're getting like tons of Reaper XP. And yeah, you can make it a lot easier on yourself if you do decide to do that. Not saying you should, but just, you know, it's an option.
the sign reads
Chamber of Agility. Okay, I don't think I have a lot of jump here. Oh shit. I don't have a lot of jump. Go, 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 go. Tumble, tumble, man. You need speed. Speed. Oh. My Artificer not that fast.
The horn of agility rests here.
700 HP with 21 Constitution at level 17? Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of hit points for a spellcaster. Very unexpected. For me, I usually... I mean, I don't think I can get this guy. Oh, I did. Nice. Even for me, on my, like, Blightcaster that I played through, I didn't have that much. Ring of Baphomet, though, that's not something I would have farmed out, so also makes sense. Don't fall. Don't fall. Whew. Oh, temp HP, yeah. I don't think of temp HP as total hit points, because you don't always have them. They're temporary versus total hit points. Like, if I can't heal up to it, my brain, like, I have to separate it out. Some people will describe it to me. They're like, yo, look at my character. It has, like, you know, 2,000 HP. And they're looking at a warlock, like an Enlightened Spirit warlock, which is kind of true in that it does say that on the total number. But, ooh, first try. But the problem with that logic is the reason why warlock tanks are basically very bad for, like, the highest levels of endgame is temporary hit points don't last long enough against big hits. So you need like an actual health pool that can be healed back up, because you can only reapply your temporary hit points once every like 30 seconds or whatever it is, which is not to say that warlock tank can't have any other uses or people can't play a successful warlock tank. But again, it's one of the reasons why, like, for people that are tanking high level raids and high level content, the preference is not to use a warlock, because again, the limitation of all the temporary hit points aren't real hit points. When you lose them, they don't come back quick enough for them to be as relevant as like actual hit points, where if you lose 1,000 actual hit points, a healer can just quickly restore it to you. Where if you lose temporary hit points, nobody can restore it to you, because that's not how that works. Only your actual ability that has a 30-second cooldown can restore it to you. So they have like different levels of value depending on the type of content that you're running, where like on low levels where monsters can't chip through the temporary hit points, it's incredibly powerful. But if your temporary hit points don't block more than one hit, well, that's a bit of an issue, because you take more than one hit every 30 seconds. Oh no. So I pulled the lever though, right? I did. Woo! Okay, good. Will him stream like that crazy trinket? Yeah, maybe. Okay. I am been slowed. Damn you, crippling hit. In this room especially, it's annoying, because there's nothing I can really do to stop it. Like, if I get crippling hit, I'm just sort of stuck. I have to wait for it to be over. Please stop. Attempt 3K normal. Oh yeah. Like I said, I didn't say I don't like it. I'm saying I don't describe it as being like 6,000 hit points.
You approach a bank of
Because when you lose those hit points, you can't go back up to 6,000. Like that's not how that works. G0, R4, B5, and also it's just me. No. Oh shit. Crap. Oh, I'm so bad at this video game. Oh god, ignore me. I'm just washed up. Okay, I'm just washed up. I need practice. Oh my god, washed up. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the way I think about it. You can't, like I said, if it can't be restored, then my brain doesn't think of it as like hit points. It's just I have to put temporary hit points in its place instead. 2, 3, 4. I don't think I have enough time. I might, but I don't think I do. I think it's gonna reset on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck. Okay. I was too late. Oh, time to do again. Alright. Let me try again. The swim is going to be an interesting time. Yeah, well, the swim is going to be fine. Because I'll just wash up on the shore where I'm supposed to go. That's all it's going to do. Alright. B0. R3, G4. Alright, easy. Just jump. And don't forget to jump. And make sure you hit the keys properly. And don't do the keys wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we just book it over the other side. And I don't need to tumble because it's unnecessary. There we go. Nice and easy. You know how much easier that is when you don't fall in the pits? Oh, perfect. The blue isn't set up properly because I turned it afterwards. So blue is... What is that? I can't read it. That weird line thing. Okay. Well, I might not have time for this one. It might reset on me, unfortunately, because I just don't know what it is. Maybe? Oh, no, it's like out of sync. Fuck. Okay. So I screwed it up, so now it's out of sync, so now it won't actually tell you, so you have to just remember it. Okay. Alright. So... I'm gonna try to remember this. Red is that thing, blue is the lightning bolt, and green is the double cross T. Okay, just try to remember what it is. So red is this thing here. Just gonna scroll this around. And blue. Alien. Nobody says alien. That's good. And I just gotta do the last one. Okay, good. Yeah, the numbers are wrong. It only works the first time you do it, I guess, with the first roll. And then after that, you have to actually, like, put it in properly. You can't use the number counter anymore, which is unfortunate. If I didn't screw it up the first time, I'd fall in the pit. I'm learning something. I didn't know that. I don't make that mistake. So usually, as it turns out, that's what happens when you're washed up. Don't stream for a couple of days, then it stops working. It always reset it? No, because if you screw it up once, it doesn't work. Turn the wheels back to the start position? Well, what's the start position? I don't know what the start position is. I don't have each wheel's position memorized. I guess I could look it up on the wiki and do that, but it's just easier to just remember what they are. So you guys say E, and none of them are E. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. None of them are E.
A lever juts from the base of the wall on your right.
This guy wants to be invited to the guild. Let's get him in here. Here we go.
The swift current churns.
You just count to 6 from where you left off. Sure. It would all be the first light symbol? Oh, is that how that works? Yeah. Blue is the sword? Yeah. Everybody has a different description for what you call those things. Like, it goes so far as the different servers, which is one of my favorite parts about playing on hardcore, is the clash between what people actually describe those different elements as you'll have somebody in voice chat say, hey, go ahead and hit this whatever. And then everybody just looks at you weird. She's like, what did you just say? You said what? Yeah. Scorpion? It does not look like a scorpion. To me, it's the double cross T. It's a T with 2 crosses on it. I will say nothing else but that. It's just the way my brain works. Can you believe the tumble is going away? Oh no.
The hobgoblin furiously bangs an alarm as you approach the arena.
Get him. You go bolt is a beholder? Nah, it's a lightning bolt. It's like a bolt coming down, and then there's like a layer of static or whatever. That's like a remnant of static in the air. Still blasting out electricity. Nice. What the symbols are? I assume it was probably just like random drawings. You know, they're like, hey, can you, or you know, they talk to somebody in the office and go, hey, can you just quickly draw something that fits? And it's like, they're like, yeah, get some symbols. Sure, do they have to represent anything? I'm like, nah. I wouldn't be surprised if the original artist who drew that doesn't work at the company anymore. But yeah. From Eberron source material? I don't think so. They might be. I have the book and they don't remind me of anything. They might also be pieces of Dragonmarks. The Dragonmarks are actually larger than you might imagine. So if you've never actually seen them, in the Eberron handbook for 3.5, they have the different Dragonmarks. So the least, the lesser, the greater, and the Sibris. And all 4 of them are fully drawn out in the book, and they're large. They're quite large, in fact, with a lot of intricate little details that you don't actually get to see from in-game. Even if you mouse over, it doesn't really do it justice, and so it's possible that parts of those dragon marks were used to construct those symbols, things that were used. I don't know.
Lord Jorgendahl wants no weaklings in his horde.
Lord Jorgendahl wants no weaklings.
Stormreach survived the arena of power. Today,
The only downside of this one is that there's a lot of hit points on these monsters, and so even though I'm going to be meleeing these guys up, and hopefully killing things as quickly as I can, I also don't want my wizard friend to die, but you know, I'm doing what I can in the melee. Get him. Go, melee, go. I can just only do damage one at a time. Unfortunately, I don't get the big strike through yet, although I will once I get into epics, or like epics legendary. Level 31 is when I get all the strike through, and that will hopefully be enough for my character to take down whatever I want. But again, it's going to be a little bit of a wait and see. Your racial tier, you go. Yep, but you can't see the whole thing because a lot of it, like some of the bigger dragon marks, the Sibris dragon mark and stuff, they're meant to actually cover the entire body of your character, especially if you have the Sibris mark. Because there's a type of prestige class called the Heir of Sibris, and the way that it works is the idea is that your character doesn't manifest a dragon mark from birth, but instead, without being representative directly of a bloodline, like a direct bloodline, you instead manifest the Sibris mark, which covers your entire body from head to toe, and is like the purest manifestation of the mark, instantly marking you as somebody who is like high ranking within the house, because it's kind of how they treat the ranks within the house itself. Any dragon marked house, the high ranking members are the ones who have the greater marks, as though they've been like, basically it's like chosen by divinity is the way you can think about it. Those that manifest it, oftentimes also, you know, being kept pure-blooded, as it were, so people with powerful marks have kids who have powerful marks, sort of thing. And then again, the Sibris mark kind of turns a little bit of that on its head, where some of the most powerful marks are lay dormant in those who have it latent in their blood but aren't necessarily born of a noble housing or standard. And so, even though they have the highest mark and should therefore, Madstone Creator, therefore be regarded in the highest mark, or highest regard, a lot of people hold a lot of animosity towards those individuals because it seems like they're kind of like skipping the steps. They didn't have to partake in the whole grandiose process of like being part of the house and being, you know, learning all the customs and whatever. They simply just become a part of it as a later thing. I don't know. I find it interesting, the differences. But the yeah, sure. Heir of Sibris is very cool in general. I do like the concept behind it, and I'm definitely curious to see if they ever added something like that in DDO, how that would work, as opposed to like a different type of mark. I thought what would be interesting is if they kind of did it in the 5e method, where it's a racial variant. So you either get like human, so you get +1 feat and skill points, or you get human of Dragonmark, where instead of getting the base feat and skill points, you get the of Dragonmark human, which gives you the Dragonmark and its powers, so you have to take that as a feat in and of itself. And it just becomes a base race, sort of like what they could do with Warforged if they ever wanted to, where when you pick a Warforged, you pick your armor type of Warforged, an adamantine, a mithril, and a whatever, and then that just changes how you interact with docents as opposed to it being a feat. Stuff like that would be kind of interesting. Would they ever, which is how they do it in 5e. Would they ever do that? I don't know, but it would be neat. Want us to cut in line somewhere? Yeah, exactly. Do I have to clear the entrance field? I don't know. Wow, that was a lot of damage. I can't heal because I've been bewildered? Huh. You've been bewildered. You can't cast spells. That doesn't happen very often. I got smashed by those guys. Oh, I only have 95 fortification. That makes sense. I'm actually going to get critically hit a lot in here. So I'm not paying attention. Yeah, it's fine. Characters... I don't really struggle with that. It was more or less just something I didn't realize was happening at the moment. Like, moment in time. God damn, dude. The damage. The damage. I'm an artificer. Whoa. So, yeah. And blue to Montreal. Montreal? Oh, God. I didn't read your chat. I was too busy bloviating about Dragonmarks. I really like the idea of Dragonmarks. The idea of like an actual manifestation of like royalty, as it were, but that's something that like kind of makes sense in terms of it like having not just like political power, but also like direct manifestable power. It makes a lot clearer, you know, where people's allegiances lie. Only piles of gargantuan... Which is actually really funny, considering, you know, the length that Eberron goes to in terms of his general source material, in terms of describing things as being, like, more morally... Not so much morally gray, or, like, kind of ambiguous in terms of, like, if people are actually doing good things or bad things. And then they do something like Dragonmarks. A living giant bellows in rage. It has occurred to me that I don't have a way to hit through True Seeing. Whoops! Oh well, we'll get there eventually. Yeah, so when it comes to the last epoch, I believe it's not in the game yet, but it will be coming out with the full release, will be the trading system, in which you'll choose a trading faction. So you either choose the solo self-found faction, where you can only, it's basically like Diablo trading, where you can trade items that you find with other people. So, for example, if you and a friend are playing in the same game together, then you guys can trade items you find. But if you find something on your own, you can't trade it with anybody. But then as a result of joining that faction, you end up getting better gear on average because you're not trading with other people. However, the other option is the trade faction, where you can trade with any item you find with anybody else from the trade faction at any time, but the loot quality is slightly lower because the amount of loot in the pool is dramatically higher based on the number of people that are trading, which is such an interesting idea to the solo self-found concept, because one of the biggest problems with something like Path of Exile is that you want to play solo self-found, but it basically means that any individual item you need for a build, like any unique item, is basically never going to happen. It's which is one of the biggest problems. Like, if you're like, oh, I want to play solo self-found, but you want to use like an Aegis Aurora on a build, well, like, you're probably never going to find one. There's a good chance you can play for like 4,000 hours and not actually find one. This league's a little bit different because like Dorak and I have found a whole bunch of them, but because of the rarity. But in general, it's something that you'll never see. And I think that it's very interesting that Last Epoch has like a system to kind of mitigate some of that. It's kind of neat. The seer turns to you. I will start the ritual now. Protect me. Yeah, it's a really neat idea to solve the problem of how do you make it so a solo player can feel satisfied about the idea that they're able to find something that is valuable for their character without alienating people that actually want to trade and group play without it feeling bad. It's going to depend on what the system is, and I think that a lot of people are going to just pick whatever one they see in a YouTube video that goes, by the way, this is the best system, is to go with this faction, and then people are going to pick that one. So, which I think is going to be the experience for the majority of people. That the majority of people are going to like log into the game and then go, we'll just wait, and then the YouTube video says, and the best faction is this one, and then they'll pick that one. But no, just still that you have the choices is interesting. I think the general expectations to be that trade is, if you're somebody who seriously plays the game, the better way to do it. Because if you're actively playing, you will be able to get gear faster through trade, because you can trade things with other people, especially if you understand the system. But that solo self-found is a alternative that doesn't feel as bad. If the solo self-found version is actually better than the trade version, then the trade has no reason to exist. So hopefully they'll be able to strike a good balance there. But that's also really hard. As it turns out, designing balanced video games is very challenging. And I don't even know how you do that. That's why I'm like very happy I have no part in video game design. I just get to play it and then be critical and be like, this is good or this is bad. Can you believe somebody made this decision that you could see the logic behind it, but if it's not good in hindsight, so obviously it was bad the whole time. What does this do for blast drive? Action boost bonus to saves, not bad. And then I have speed drive, which gives action boost bonus to attack speed all the time. Cool. And then it's either spark or echo drive, and I'll probably take echo drive, which is cool. How long does this last? Damn! Yo, what's up, Kentos? I'm good. How are you? Dominant for most people, but crazy people will farm SSF. Well, it's not so much crazy people. It's just, I think it's a good system. In any game like that, where there's multiplayer and single player component, that's always like a big a hurdle. How do you make it so that progression feels comparable, right? So, like an easy example I can think of is like the Souls series as an example. So like any of the Dark Souls games or whatever. In those games, generally you're playing by yourself, but they all include a system where you can like summon somebody to help you beat a boss fight. So you can like summon a friend to help you fight a boss. And if you play those games by yourself, you might have like a ton of trouble. But if you play the game with a friend, so you help somebody or somebody helps you with a boss fight, even though the bosses get double health, another person just physically being there to deflect attacks or to take aggro, so one person is always holding aggro on the boss and the person's just able to shoot it, especially if you have somebody who's using range or magic, it's so much easier, it's unbelievable. And so how do you balance that? How do you balance the multiplayer aspect being dramatically easier than the single player aspect? Like, that's not always going to be the case. Yeah, you might have somebody join your party who sucks and is very bad at the video game. But in general, even if it's just average player skill, unless they're like dying instantly and then you have a boss with double health, you're oftentimes going to have the extra person. And it's the same thing with like DDO. How do you balance the single player versus playing with other people? The easiest example is like Elite with the way that the dungeon scaling is set up. So on Elite difficulty, for those of you that don't know, if you haven't played a lot of Dungeons & Dragons Online, there is dungeon scaling in this game, where if you're playing by yourself on Elite difficulty, monsters actually only have 62% of their total hit points. So a monster that has 1,000 actually only has 620 if you're playing by yourself. And it goes up to its full health of 100% when you actually have a full group running the content. Which I actually think is a good idea. I think it's good for that. But, if you have two people, even though the health goes up by a lot more, it's still way faster and way easier to do something with two people than it is with one. And so balancing single player play versus group play is always going to be a complicated subject. Difficult, nearly 20 on hardcore. Nice. Fever not so much. All right, here you go. Wait, colds don't usually have a fever though, so you shouldn't have a fever, but yeah.
This will be a difficult position to defend.
Any D9 and DS1 helping people out? Absolutely.
Seer turns to you. I do the ritual.
Yeah, so as I said, it's the balancing, and I find it interesting how games will go about trying to balance the multiplayer experience with the single player experience, because obviously they can't be balanced the same just because of how very, very different the games are in general, like the single player game versus the group played game. Oh, I don't heal enough for this. Okay, we go up here. Gotta get this guy. Okay, so that guy's still hanging out there, which is good. I'm just gonna keep healing whenever I have a free second, and then keep bashing these guys' heads in. Get back up. Full health. And I can give him a Blade of Armor, which is good. And I think my Blade of Armor gives the whole total whenever I cast it, even though it's only affecting me. But we'll see. I think that's how that works.
The seer calls out.
Yeah, so I can just hit these guys with ranged, and then, in theory, they stay here, and they don't go after the boss, because they go after me. No, he doesn't care anymore. He lost interest. Get away from the boss. Get away from my guy. Please. Oh. Everything is good. Oh, can I convert him? Maybe. I don't have converter, because that was one point I didn't want to spend. So, like, maybe. I don't have the ability, but yeah, that might actually function like that. Okay, we're good, we're good. The Rune Arm, fortunately for me, just does like a ton of damage. Dude, this Rune Arm's amazing. I should find a way to get Breaking the Bank into my actual in-game build. Like, Breaking the Bank is one of the highest damage Rune Arms in the whole game. It's amazing.
But at least their number.
Again, I'm a melee, and my Rune Arm's doing 8,000 damage right now.
Almost.
So I'll take it.
The seer screams.
Stay alive. Stay alive.
Longer.
Yeah, so Converter, for those of you that don't know, is an ability that lets you heal somebody. I actually could take Converter right now. I just have to respec and get rid of Battle Fist, change that 1 point over there, and it's not even that big of a problem. I just haven't done it out of laziness more than anything else. Nope. 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 Oh my god, I missed. Oh, okay, we're good. Stop. Stop. And some sort of melee scaling for the blast? What do you mean melee scaling for the blast? What does that mean? You mean like they did more damage the closer you cast them? Or something else? I think when they rescaled the Rune Arms, they did a really good job of changing up how powerful they are, especially the non-linear scaling into tier 5s. They really needed to work on that the non-linear scaling. Before they changed non-linear scaling, but they announced macro attack, the best way to fire Rune Arms was to take boost drive and then fire the Rune Arms at charge tier 1. So you're doing like tiny amounts of damage, but you're just blasting out the extra lightning damage per level, lightning or sonic damage. And the change that they made where they're like, oh yeah, no, actually, it scales based off of the charge tier, like in an exponential way, makes it so much more interesting and better. Okay. 1 AP, the number be whatever failed balanced. AP. What's AP? Action points?
Tunnel rises ahead,
Ability points?
winding up the crater's
I don't know
edge.
what AP is. What are we talking about? Do you mean spell power? I mean, you could say spell power, but the thing is you get spell power to the tree. Like, Artificers get a ton of spell power. Like, Spellcraft is a class ability, which is easy to do. Your weapon counts as a spellcasting implement. You get a bunch of spell power for each, like, level of the tier you get. You get spell power for the charge tier. You need spell power for scaling your imbue. I don't really think it needs the melee power, if I'm being honest. They could just give it melee power scaling on top of that. It could be part of the tree. It's not like it wouldn't be a buff. I just don't think it's necessary. Like, in my opinion, I don't think that would really add too much. I think it already does a lot for that. I don't think it would be really necessary to actually add that as an additional feature. Again, they could, and you could take your melee power scaling, which right now I have 88 melee power, and get an extra 88 spell power. Right now I have 334 fire, and then it counts maximize, empower, and intensify, which is an extra 300. So I have 634 spell power. So an extra 88 isn't bad. That's almost a 12% damage increase on the actual Rune Arm damage, which again isn't nothing, but it's also like also not the most powerful thing. So I don't think it would matter that much. But they definitely could make that change. It would make it more powerful for sure. I mean, realistically, adding any numbers is going to make anything more powerful. Oh, GH haste for 5 minutes. That's actually kind of sick. I do like 5-minute hastes. Thanks. Because right now, for attack speed, Not so much for movement speed. I don't have anything, but for attack speed, I'm just
Arrows
using
shower
armor
down
armor
from
speed.
The entrance to the crater's northern slope.
With the Trickster and Artificer, scaling could be more valuable for other melees getting micro attack. I mean, if it was just built into... I mean, the problem with melee power is then wouldn't you want it to also be range power scaling? In theory, they could do rune arms based off of like rune arms use the highest of either 200% melee power, 200% range power, or spell power. But also then it feels like the worst way to scale it would be spell power at that point, because then like why would you ever want to get spell power? But like if you swap between two different rune arms, you need two different spell powers or one type of melee power that just is a catch-all and does everything. It makes the spell power the worst version of it, which is kind of counterintuitive since it's literally a magical gun that fires magic. I feel like it's better off being spell power scaling, especially since most rune arms give you spell power. Like pretty much every rune arm in the entire game has the spell power for the rune arm on it. Like Combustion 94 for fire damage sort of thing. Again, I feel like it would be counterintuitive. If it was just in addition to which, then I guess they could do that. But again, it also doesn't feel like it's really necessary. Is that guy not going to aggro? Are you serious? Look. Oopsie. That's good. That's a problem. I want to just aggro these guys without killing them in one hit, and I only kill them in one hit. Okay, we'll solve that problem. That's good. It's fine. At least one of their two. Yeah, for the most part, they all have it. Like, the downside is there's no crit on this one, and I'd have to get fire crit from somewhere else, which I feel like there's probably an item out there that would do that. It would give fire crit, but without fire spell power. But I'd have to look it up.
The seer calls out.
Like a mini pouch belt to the healer, but for fire spell power as an example. Oh, he's not dead. Nice. Okay. Now I just gotta make sure I hit this guy and don't kill it. Don't die. Nice. Cool. And now we hang out down here. If you don't know how to solo this, by the way, that's all you do is you just get aggro on each of these guys, and you stand here, and then you fight the Minotaurs coming up. The problem is my character does a little bit more damage than I would be in Heroics, because I have this ability right here, Mantle of the Nature Sky, which has 3 separate chances to do either cold, electric, or sonic on my melee attacks once every 5 seconds, and it's a d6 plus 6, which is the damage of a chain lightning. So because I have lots of spell power, it basically hits 3 chain lightnings at the same time, or it has a chance to, and if it does, it just vaporizes whatever I hit. So I gotta be a little mindful about that. And it's every 5 seconds, which is pretty good. And since I scale a lot of spell power with this build, so we've got the macro tech here with, or I've got the base spell power here. I get a lot of spell power from my weapon itself. My Ethereal Bastard Sword is a plus 10, so ends up giving me an extra 30 spell power from an implement bonus. You get spell power from Battle Engineer, where for each charge tier, I believe it's up to charge tier 5, you get 80 universals or 40 universal spell power. It's not too bad. Kind of helps out there. If I wanted to, I could have spent more points and gotten some of the stuff out of here, but yeah. Element hits a different enemy. But yeah, like I said, I don't think it's necessary, but if SSG wanted to continue to buff rune arms, they definitely could. I'm not against buffing things, but I do want things to be thematic, if that makes sense. And like the idea of going into a tree to get an effect, you should still have to build into that effect. Like if you are going to use, there's a saving throw on weird because when you build into it, you want to be able to, like, even though it's an AoE instant kill, it still requires illusion DCs, it still requires the build in. Same thing with rune arms. Like, even, like let's just say hypothetically, it changes, right? So that rune arms could take melee or range power. Just in that case, you still need to build the DCs. And if you don't have rune arm DCs, your attacks still aren't going to land very much. And if you're going to be building spell power or spell DCs, there's a good chance you're going to be also mixing and mingling those items with spell power items. So you're going to have the spell power in the first place. I don't know, I just feel like it's one of those things that is going to, like, the problem would solve itself. But that being said, this is just my perspective, obviously. As somebody who likes to play rune arms with Artificer and also with Wizard so far.
In time, says Horror.
I mean, even without actually using the rune arms for their intended purpose, you can make a lot of crazy stuff with rune arms just because of the fact that rune arms are like an extra item slot for a lot of a lot of set bonuses. Also, more and more and more, I'm
The
liking
crater's
Galvanic
large
Blast.
Central spire lies beyond the gate of
Empower,
gold.
Intensify, Maximize, Quicken.
Does the caster of the madness magic wait atop that peak?
A web rune arm? That'd be
Narrow
interesting.
ramp winds up
Yeah,
to the
I wonder how that would be if they had a
At
non-damaging
its
rune
peak,
arm, like a status
the
effect rune
true
arm.
caster of the Madstone spell awaits.
It is. Like, I just charge in. It's just energy burst, but you get it right away. It's very
Skeletal
satisfying.
warlock.
I don't think this guy can kill
This
me, but we'll
must be
see.
the source of the Madstone spell.
I do wish I had, like, slightly more damage, but what are you gonna do? No, Black Dragon Bolt.
The
Please go away.
skeleton warlock that was casting the Madstone
It barely does anything.
spell is no more.
The reason why it barely does anything is because I do have protection from elements somewhere. But did this guy cast on me? I didn't put the spell in. I had this spell, and I just haven't put it on my action bar. It's really funny. But it gives me 625 of each elemental absorb on myself, which is really nice because I took this. I took Weathering the Elements. The elemental absorption is great, and then just taking less damage, and then the absorption at cap also is good. It's just a bunch of Ablative Armor, which is nice. And I do like me some Ablative Armor.
Good, the giant roars.
All right.
My seers say these skeletons were
Trial
dragged
by fire.
Our ancestors' bones used to hide their dirty. This
Mass Hold Rune Arm? Yeah. Mass Ash Rune Arm? Yeah.
Where's
Where's the Flesh to Stone Rune Arm?
Only death will bring peace.
Yeah. Where's the Flesh to Stone Rune Arm? That'd be a good one. Because, like, nobody uses Flesh to Stone because it doesn't even kill the monster. It's still there. And they can make their save and escape out of it. So, like, why not? Why don't they make a Flesh to Stone? Yeah, Medusa Rune Arm. It's a great idea. Oh, I already did have that spell. I just didn't see it. I'm stupid.
If we are not stopped.
Oh, video games. I got it now.
This door has not been used in quite some time.
Enemies with greater dispel rune arm. No, thanks. Wait, was this permanent? Yes. Old Flesh to Stone used to be permanent, which was very cool. Petrified saves Rune Flesh to Stone. Oh, are my Discord bloops coming through? No one's complained yet. And I've been getting Discord bloops this whole time. Oh, okay, never mind. Did my computer, like, blue screen? Ooh. Interesting. I went to change the Discord bloops, and, like, my entire desktop went blue. Whoopsie. Thought it was you? No, it's not it. It's not just you. That's exciting. I love that. Sorry, Discord does the thing where every single day it resets my audio drivers. It's fixed. It's not you guys. It's just what it does. Bloops. Ha 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 ha. No. Is it yours? Yes. It is mine. Now you can't hit me with Discord bloops anymore. I'm immune. I resist your bloops. Alright, there you go. I don't really understand why that happens. I'm sure there's probably somebody in the chat who's like, well, yeah, the reason why Discord resets your audio thing is because they have some type of minor update or blah, blah, blah. It's also not just a me problem. This happens to, like, tons and tons of people. It's a very annoying issue. I have it set both in the program itself to not do that, as well as... oh, I should change this. I have it set in the program itself and also in Windows, and both... nothing stops it. It just resets itself on its own. Bad software? True. I should go back to using Ventrilo. It's just a better idea. What's the one-hand weapon of choice for this build? So this is Bastard Sword, because Bastard Sword I can use single weapon fighting and get a high attack speed, as well as having two-handed fighting and get the strike through. The two-handed fighting I get at level 31. So my character will have somewhere around 200% strike through with single weapon fighting, which is pretty nice. But more importantly than that, I shouldn't say more importantly, but another element of that is that I'm also going to be able to have my pick of the litter when it comes to Bastard Swords. A clear standout winner would probably be Ignition, just because of how good Ignition is. It just kind of does everything that you would want, and it's not that hard to get because it comes from Fires of a Moorgrave, which is not a terribly difficult raid. It can be much harder on some of the higher difficulties, but the more introductory difficulties of normal and also hard, it's not insanely challenging, so it's a pretty easy sword to pick up. And outside of that, you could also just use the Dinosaur Bone, which is also not a bad one. Or even if you want to go like old school, you can get yourself the Bitter Blade, I believe it's the Bitter Edge, or the Bitter Blade, from Dryad and the Demigod. It's a little bit more expensive, but it is a freezing Bastard Sword, and it has a lot of just general utility built into it, which is also pretty nice. The reason why you want the more utility-oriented Bastard Swords instead of damage-focused ones is because there are no damage-focused ones. Bastard Swords just generally do provide that extra utility, being able to strike through and cleave, hitting multiple targets, and applying multiple debuffs to enemies or negative status effects. It's kind of what, you know, one of the things they just happen to excel at. And so that's one of the places you want to focus on when you're using your type of Bastard Swords. So that's generally what you're going to be looking at. As far as for the leveling process, if you happen to have yourself a Spinal Tap, you want to use a Spinal Tap. If you don't have a Spinal Tap like me, you just use whatever you got, which in this case is the Bastard Sword here. Also, Bullock Games, thanks so much for gifting out a sub. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the stream team, Cass's Belly, and thank you, Bullock. Appreciate that. That's very generous of you. The solve for that is going into your C drive and uninstalling the Windows folder. Should I do that now, or do I do that later? What's up, Wonderlust? How you doing? Dwarven Axe can work too? Yeah, if you use a Dwarven Axe, for this build, you can't use a Dwarven Axe, but you could for another build. The reason why you can't for this build is because this build needs a Bastard Sword so it fits with the theme. Because he used a sword in the game and not an axe. But you could, if you wanted. The Dwarven Axe is more focused on damage, though, especially since you can get a Dwarven Axe that has dripping with magma,
Created such a place.
which is very helpful for damages. Done with the PoE season? You're satisfied? Satisfied? Did you beat all my Because I know you just sent me the picture of your Cirrus, which congrats, by the way, dude. Oh my god, and Horse gifted a tier 3 sub to Gwen? They've gifted 69 subs in the channel? Oh my god. Holy shit. That's a lot of subs. Also 69. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. That is a gigantic and endless quantity of generosity that you've shown me. One of us has to pull the lever. For the skeleton can. That's a lot. I really appreciate that, Horse. That's very, very, very generous of you. Also, 2 people just died. Pixel and Yuger Duber Doo, who also just died. RIP, both of those guys. By the Castle Guardians. Castle Guardians, by the way, are the dragons in the Castle Ravenloft in the entrance. So RIP those guys. But again, thank you, Horse. I really appreciate that. Oh, it's a triple kill. Never mind. It also killed Moline. Yeah, you can unmod me now. Oh, are you done? Are you leaving the stream forever? Is it over? Is it time to move on? Is it time to pack up your things, get on your horse? No, get the cowboy to climb on to top of you and then go to another town.
358 1321.
35. Oh my god, is this a Fibonacci sequence coming out here? Wait, isn't the next one 34? Anyway, Kentos, welcome back to the stream team for 35 months in a row. Really appreciate that. I hope you've enjoying your last almost 3 years of spending time in the stream. Thank you. The generosity is also massive. You guys are so kind to me. Thank you. And Horse, also that's a lot of subs. 6969 is a gigantic number. It's also a really funny number, but it's also a gigantic number. So thank you for all the support you've shown me over the years. I hope you've enjoyed yourself, enjoyed your time here. And you know what? Whatever endeavor you decide to do, I hope you are able to... no, how do I undo that? Oh, this button. There you go. I hope you enjoy it, no matter what it is. Horse is no longer a moderator. At his request. Imagine quitting. I've never quit anything in my life. I mean, except for all the things that I quit, but ignore those. Ignore all those things. Oopsie. But yeah. Anyone wants a review? I think everybody's got a review, though. If people want a review, they've had them submitted. They've done everything. I mean, there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of new stuff coming out that I'm still excited for. Okay, so go in there and pull. I don't know which one it is. It's gonna be one of these three. Okay, perfect. So they go in there. And now I pull disable the trap here. But yeah, maybe. Some of my real feelings about horse. That's right. No longer need to keep it bottled up. Okay, pull the same one. They gotta free me. Here we go. Now I let them out. All right. Perfect. And then we let them in. Beautiful. Oh my god, so fast. God damn. I mean, that's probably accurate. I mean, as a horse, I can't imagine that horses smell good. Unless you're like not like a show horse or something. Or like before like a show where they probably like shampoo them and bathe them down or whatever. But just like a general horse, I can imagine that would be the case. Like a lot of animals smell pretty bad in general. Oh god. Being mauled by cats. No bully horse. There you go. See, now, before Horse was a moderator and he was able to protect himself. So instead, Horse is no longer a moderator. He's a regular viewer, just like everybody else, and deserves the same protections. Unlike the moderation staff, who get the bully. So yeah, you will be missed, Neurosouth. Well, maybe not, but yeah, welcome back. But yeah, like I said, I am very grateful. It's hard to put into words what that number means. It's a lot of subs, dude. It's a ridiculous number. And it's one of those things I try not to think about because I'm not really good at I wouldn't say like. Yeah, probably like recognizing my own value, that sort of thing. In terms of just like, I don't know. Like, yeah, just watch the content. If you don't want to pay for it, don't. Just enjoy it for free. It's good enough. So yeah. Only bully the streamer. That's also what a lot of people do as well. This is not a mod. And can anyone be a new mod? I will not do any work, but I'll do it for free. Okay, so you'll do no work for free. Maybe. To be beaten by those you trust. Wait, you're figuring that out now? Like it took you this long?
You have finally found
Aren't you like university educated or something? Aren't you like literally doing a thesis? Man. Whatever you paid for school, you paid too much. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it out there. Also, Zing. And now this person lets me in. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, obviously. But also, yeah, probably. Education system. They ask you for a lot of money. And then you're stuck. Hey, do you want to get a job? No? It doesn't matter. Just spend like $80,000. Yeah, as far as like hiring moderators to do work, for the most part, I don't really ask any of my moderators to do any work 99% of the time for 2 reasons. One, my channel's small enough that I can get everything done on my own. I don't really need anyone else to do anything. I can get pretty much if there's something that comes up in conversation, I can 99% of the time take care of it. It's not a big problem. I also, like, if people have contrary opinions to me or disagree with what I say, I usually like to hear them out. Or even if people, like, want to join the stream and, like, be shit, like, sure, yeah, I'll give them a chance to, like, learn their lesson. You know, I'm not much of a quick ban person. I let people kind of get their ideas out and say stuff. Again, even if, like, we disagree about something or something happens. And the reason for that is twofold. Number one, I'm forgetful. I forget pretty much everything. So if somebody says something that sucks, and then they come into chat the next day and they like, you know, I don't react poorly, and then they come in next time and like, you know what, I'm not gonna do that again. I'm not gonna get upset at somebody for like making a mistake. You would spend a lot of time on the internet. And you think, like, I'm edgy and cool, and I can say whatever I want because I'm trying to, like, you know, make an impact or do whatever it is. Because that's what you see other people do on the internet. And then you learn that, you know, that's really childish, and you should just kind of be yourself and be the person you want to be and be a reflection of who you want people to see on the internet. And you have a better time with it. And you have a better time, like, personally in interpersonal reactions on this space. And I want people to have that chance to, like, grow into that. Risen of the Plains. So I want to give people that chance to like be able to run with that and go with that. So that's why, for the most part, I don't really ask anybody to do any form of like real moderating. That doesn't mean that my moderators don't moderate. They'll moderate whatever they want, which is also fine. Twice? Yeah, I almost never say or do anything. It's just if somebody really gets on my nerves, they get moderated, but that's about it. Justin Powers, I was a guard at Stanford Prison Project, so you can trust me. I bet I probably can. The best you can be. Yeah, the problem with being the best you can be is when you realize that you still suck regardless. Like, you be the best you can be, and you still just straight up suck, and everybody hates you. Then that's a really, like, cold slap in the face. But you know what? Hey, that's life, okay? Download from the beginning, then stumble over some error at the end and repeat all over again. I didn't notice anything. I just opened the launcher and it was fine. So I haven't had any issues like that. So sorry to hear that, Black Talon. Hopefully you'll be able to fix it. Yeah, like I said, I don't really, I'm very fortunate. I haven't had to moderate too many people. As I said, personal thought, this is just the way that I think about it. You should, when given the opportunity, treat people with like, oh God, with like empathy. So, like, if you don't understand somebody's position or why they're saying something, it's a good idea to try to understand, like, where they're coming from, because it helps you learn a lot about, like, someone else and their experience, because you don't know, like, someone's perspective. Obviously, that's not always going to be the case, especially because on the internet, people can oftentimes, if they want to argue a point or they want to say something, they might do so in, like, bad faith. And also, a lot of people will do things to get under your skin. But, as I said, some people are just, like, they don't know who to be. So they're trying to be like somebody else. They see other people like being shitters in Twitch chat. So they're like, well, that's who I'm going to be, because they don't have an identity themselves and they need to figure that out. And they need to take time. And so that's why I don't really tolerate that so much in my chat in terms of like, I don't want anyone to bully anybody else in chat. You're more than welcome to try to bully me. But I don't want anyone to bully anyone else in chat. It's pretty much a hard, fast rule. Options, so like hardcore, you can complete a quest and get a notification reputation update, but make it faction oriented, so that way you do house D quest, you can complete, it tells you what your house D favor is. That's a great idea, because the number of times where I don't know when to go talk to the guy for favor. It'd be just better if the because there is a notification system that tells you when you get a favor upgrade. I wonder if they could move that instead of getting a mail, they could actually just give you a ping in game. Up, down, up, down. So, like, up here would be like, you've gained a rank in whatever faction. As opposed to it being a mail output. Why does that even give you a mail anyway?
Another barrier blocks access.
It could just literally say, like, you've ranked up with this faction. Go talk to this guy when you mouse over it, and then it disappears. Maybe use the mail for it? I don't know.
The chamber marked by the symbol.
That's a great question.
Is covered in long
Machiavellis? I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know what it means to be Machiavellian, but yeah.
The chamber marked by the symbol of Kithri now lies in ruins.
That just reminds me of the time when Ipsum asked ChatGPT what is forum PvP, and ChatGPT responded with forum PvP is when people on the internet argue on a forum, have discussions on forums using bad faith arguments.
This chamber must have been terribly powerful.
And that's basically forum PvP in a nutshell. Right, but open my shared bank. One of my tabs is full of cosmetics was missing. Everything in it was gone. I tried to relog into anything. There's a blank space where the tab was. Weird. This sucks. Yeah, sometimes stuff disappears in the bank, and I don't know how to fix it. There's my rep to update. Yeah, because it always updates one quest late. Ooh, and I got GH. Oh, and I got the door open.
The great door opens to reveal.
Well, yeah, that's all I do is I just don't collect my mail, and then every once in a while I go and delete all. So if it wasn't in the mail anymore, that'd be amazing. They would probably get rid of an actual amount, like a huge amount of mail clutter. But this is speculation on my part. Up, down, up, down.
As the valve locks into place,
I'm not lawful. Probably should be, but whatever.
Vanishes.
Daily dice had just disappeared? Well, no, but it shouldn't disappear. No, I totally disagree. Like, I'd be pissed off if I was you.
For the chamber to open its planar cell.
Like, you know, if you have something, it doesn't matter how you got it, it's yours. If it disappeared because you gambled it or something, like let's say there was a machine where you put in the you put in a bunch of cosmetics and then it has a chance to give you them back or like give you something cooler, delete them, then like, yeah, that's one thing. But yeah, it's your stuff. It shouldn't be gone. So, yeah. Machiavellianism is a psychological trait characterized by interpersonal manipulation, lack of empathy, and a strategic focus on self-interest.
The portal to the plane of Dole opens. All at once, dust rises from the floor.
So I guess in the interpretation, it's people that have a strategic focus on self-interest, as in, you know, they're looking to specifically sow discord for their own personal pleasure and entertainment. I.e. trolling at a low level.
As the last of the dead are laying to rest, the room returns to its original state.
Yeah. Should have made it level 21 on the Mega Man build. Nice! I'm glad to hear that. My updates for it are very subtle. It's basically just a couple feats moved around, but I'm excited. But that's very, very cool, Gruneg. I'm very happy to hear that.
The symbol for the plane of
much as we don't like to admit it. I mean, I don't even know who that is. I'm not very educated. Again, I don't have Neroso's expensive college education, so I don't. You know, I'm still missing some of the core elements of this knowledge sandwich.
As the plane of Fernia becomes,
I don't know the typical response time. Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. So I'll say this, and this is. Remember, people say that I am, you know, SSG's #1 cheerleader. I'll never say anything bad about them, which isn't true. But you know, let's just imagine that interpretation is true, and now take this sentence as I'm going to say. Stay in Stone Games has the worst customer service of any video game company I have ever had to deal with, ever. I have never had worse customer service from a video game company than Stay in Stone Games. It's not even close. So yeah, it could take you a while. Anyway, it's the DMV basically. Yeah. My mana being restored when I go through doors to the invitation dinner. Just a weird bug. I don't know. Is that new? Were you in the invitation to dinner where everybody died on hardcore, Damonson?
The trees wither and disappear.
Yeah, Macrotech is very, very good for the build, but you can play with Macrotech. The old version has like the old Epic Destiny tree, which is quite strong, but the Macrotech is just great. It does everything you want. I think you get a little bit more single target damage in the form of like just direct melee damage with Dreadnought, but Macrotech gives you the better rune arm power, so it's kind of a little back and forth.
The symbol of
Niccolo Machiavelli was a Florentine political advisor in the Renaissance that wrote several books that basically explain how... how being evil is the path to success. Well, yeah, but do you really need to write a book about that? It's so obvious.
The plain of Maybar opens, and darkness surrounds you.
It's pretty much like the #1 rule to success is you just need to make sure you're not the person holding the gun. That's pretty much it. It doesn't matter if you have a lot of money and then you use that money to disenfranchise people and or cause the deaths of a lot of people. As long as you aren't directly doing it, then everything's fine. Like,
Light quickly returns, and the shadows recede as the
yesterday I didn't have any bugs. Yeah, I didn't see that either.
The orbs in the
Your rulers should do whatever they need to be to stay in power. Ends justify the means. Yeah, basically, it's very much entirely how the world works. It's not nice, but it is how like the most successful people stay successful. That's just true.
The symbol for the plane of Rizia fills the
Evil's effective. He explains how to be evil in the most effective way. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Remember when you could ping a GM some sort of quest you were all went all weird? Is that still a thing? Not really. I'm sure people probably do that as well. It's probably a thing that people do currently. But it has been such a long time since I've even tried to do anything like that. It's been a very, very long time since I've tried to ping a GM. Even in the cases where you used to, like, don't have rose-tinted glasses on it. It would be an hour. Like, you would ping a GM and it would be like an hour. Like, I had quite a few cases where a quest would bug out and we would put in a ticket and then a GM would show up like an hour or something later and you would be, you'd be like standing around waiting for a very long time for them to come and fix your quest. And in a lot of cases, it was just faster to redo it. And I think nowadays, if they had like a DDO classic with the same types of bugs, or if I could go back in time to my younger self, I would have just been like, oh yeah, whatever, it's bugged. We'll just like submit the bug report and then reset the quest.
Its receptor, almost imperceptibly, a fragment of Dale core, the plane of dreams.
But he knew it and wrote about the evil is perpetuated. There you go. Look at that. What a good dude. Writing down what he knows. Oh, yeah. I'm just running around. I thought I wasn't up there.
The switch locks into place. A magical voice.
Wait for a GM rather than just rerunning? Yeah, I know.
The chamber will seal on the count of 10.
Well, yeah. Well, it's like, think about it. If he didn't write all that stuff down, you wouldn't like have that glimpse into the underworld, as it were. You know, think about you know, how much knowledge you get because some guy was so confident and eccentric that was just like, yeah, you know what? I'll tell you how the plan works. I'll tell you how it all works. All right, come on over here. So this is how bad people destroy the world for their own benefit, and yeah.
And the battle cry of Shavarath fills the chamber.
The alternative is you don't know.
The Quarry Hashalak screams as it the quarry screeches.
Okay. And now we get the skeleton to touch the docent, and everything is fine. The skeleton just has to touch the docent, and everything is fine. I mean, honestly, I could do it. It's fine.
A dark psychic energy
We're good.
stirs within the docent. It would be safer to let Maragog collect the ancient artifact for himself.
I hope nobody else touches the docent. You should know that, but yeah. But yeah, when you think about, you know, the idea of doing bad things, it's the same reason why, like, you know, like most people don't want to do that. Most people don't want to do bad things or to do things that like hurt other people. At least, again, not directly, right? It's like really easy to be like, you know, you're hungry and then you see, you know, some DoorDash agent or something drop off food for your neighbor. You could do a bad thing and just go take it. Or like drop off like some delivery or something. You could just go take it. Nobody would probably know. But you don't want to do that because it like actually inconveniences somebody. It's like a bad thing. And you probably shouldn't do that. So your brain sends pain signals to the rest of your body to be like, don't do these things. And you're like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. For the majority of people. But then like on the flip side, some people will just like, you know, myself included, you're like, oh man, I need a new t-shirt. So you just like go to Walmart and buy a t-shirt and you have to just quiet that part of your brain down to be like, don't think about how this product is on the shelf for this price. You just gotta, you don't think about that one.
Tunnels
Don't think about it.
merge with ancient ruins.
It's not exactly the same thing, so therefore it's nothing at all alike. And so you can kind of separate itself. Then distance also helps. Yeah, like I said, like, I live in a world where I believe that most people, like, don't want to do bad things. Not that people always want to do good things, but most people don't want to do bad things. Because it feels bad. Like I said, you have, like, pain receptors that start blaring. I mean, right? And then you have the rationalizations of like, well, you know, I'm not the one doing it. Like, you know, I'm not like whatever subsidiary company that's selling products to Samsung. That's not me. I'm just buying the product. So it's not really, it's not me. It's not like I'm responsible for this in any capacity. And then you just, again, you just give yourself an extra layer of separation. You just walk away, get further and further away. I said, realistically, what gets people the most, I would imagine, is probably just like the slippery slope of rationalizations. Where you rationalize a behavior, which then makes it easier for you to rationalize another behavior, which makes it easier for you to rationalize another behavior. The scale. I've seen it before. I mean, because you can, like, simplify that out, right? You can do something that's like you ever wonder how somebody's house becomes, like, a total mess? You know, like, people become hoarders. People don't start out and they're born and they're like, you know what, I like hoarding stuff. It's like a step-by-step process where they start out by having a lot of stuff and maybe they don't like the process of removing it or cleaning it, or they find an attachment, or maybe they have just struggle with decision-making skills, but they can't decide what they should keep and what they should replace. And then that ends up being to rationalize them that they don't need to replace stuff if they have more space to put things, and then et cetera, and you kind of go from there. It's like one of the best and worst qualities we have is our ability to rationalize anything. Putting some stuff, not garbage. So you're saying that, you know, if I went into your house, I wouldn't find anything that I would classify as garbage?
What if I need this 50% resist potion for the end boss?
Dude, 100%. Oh, man. That's like, honestly, I will say, I'm so bad at using items in games, and I'm really happy I was able to, like, unlearn that bad behavior when I was playing Chrono Trigger, because, dude, you need every item for the final boss. Like, I needed everything for smashing that guy down, and it was a very long process, and I'm very happy I had all those items, but I'm so used to playing RPGs where you don't need it. And yeah, the Nintendo 64, not Nintendo 64, the Super Nintendo RPGs, so like your Chrono Trigger and your Final Fantasy VI and all that, where they're, you know, the inventory is like a required part of a playthrough. Like, you need to be going through your inventory constantly and using all your items that you pick up. There's a good splash of cold water. Games that are actually challenging. Not like really, 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 really challenging, but like reasonably. Compare that to, like, you know, another RPG that's also a Nintendo, like a Pokemon game. Like, you don't really need to use any of your items, because you just overlevel the monsters. That was shown on the show. Some serious traumatic event in life, like the during childhood development. Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, the brain rationalizes and copes and finds new ways of dealing with the same problems. And then you're in a bad place. Better using items in games, not because I think I'll need them later. I just forgot that I picked up those potions earlier. Oh, 100%. We were like, man, how am I supposed to deal with this? I can't hold my breath for long enough, says the guy with 3 water-breathing potions in his inventory. I can't swim through this tunnel because I can't hold my breath. How am I supposed to get through? Ugh. All right, I'll never figure this out. I'm just going to go back to town, and now I got to sell. Okay, sell these potions, and then... yeah. I didn't really use the elixirs the whole game in Baldur's Gate 3 out of principle, because I was more like mad than anything else about the fact that the UI was stupid. The stupid UI, so I'm just going to try to make sure I can describe this as best as I can. Again, one of my problems with Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's an exceptionally good game that has mistakes that it shouldn't have in it. Like, there's just some silly design choices, and one of those silly design choices that just shouldn't be in the game in any capacity is the inclusion of a crafting menu where you can craft these elixirs to increase your character power, but the crafting menu doesn't tell you what the elixirs do. Instead, the crafting menu only tells you like the flavor text of the elixir, and you have to craft it to find out. So you're never gonna like craft and find out. You're gonna do what everybody does, which is either you're gonna go on your phone or you're gonna alt tab and you're gonna look up what it does for no reason. It's so stupid and dumb. You cannot justify that, and no one can justify that. It's just bad design. I wonder if there's a mod that like actually fixes that. Maybe there isn't. Is that now I want to do one last build? There you go. 3% max block. So that if you get 3 of those, it's 99% extra block. It's still pretty good. And if you get an extra one from that which was taken, that's 12%.
Rattling the door violently.
Man, could you get 100% block if you did that? Probably.
As the first gong sounds, Patrick the Maniacal curses
Talking about that show with a friend, one episode with a woman like 13 dead cats under rubble in her own home. I mean, hey man. Where else are you gonna put them? Like Yugoloth potions? Yeah. Like where Yugoloth potions don't tell you what they do? Yeah, they should tell you what they do. Again, it made sense in the moment that they didn't tell you what they did exactly, and you had to decipher it.
A large blast resonates toward the ground. You notice the floor beneath
But,
Patrick
yeah.
the Maniacal is cracked and worn.
Nowadays, there's no they should just tell you what they do. The mystery is gone. Block cap at 75? Yeah, unless you're a gladiator who gets 10% max block, and then you get 3 block charms for 9% block, so you're at 94%, and then you get a charm. You get a max block necklace for 3% max block, so you're at 97%, and then you get a that which was taken for another 3% for a 100%, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can get 100%. If it, I don't think block caps out like resist. I think you can get 100%. Yeah. Because it used to be easier to get block cap, and then they changed it. And it's still not easy. You have to be a gladiator, which in Ascendancy nobody plays. Like it'd be easier just to be a champion and then use the the Forbidden Flesh and Flame to get the max block, but. A cry for help. Like that? Isn't that like Iron Fortress or something? I'm pretty sure. Kiwi Iron Fortress. I think so. Sounds right. No. It's not the Iron Fortress. There is something. I just don't know what it is. Whenever you can make an auto bomber. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to get low life. You just have the effect. You just get the effect where your chance to be stunned is based off energy shield and have 0 energy shield. Use something like the agnostic or something like that, so you can't actually have energy shield, and then have your chance to avoid stun based off energy shield. It's faster and easier, and then you can still have like 6,000 life on a strength stacker. That's how a lot of people are doing the Blood Notch jewel setup. You just use energy shield 0 or Eldritch Battery or something, and then do that instead. Makes it even easier. But yeah, so, and again, the difference between the Yugoloth potion is that the Yugoloth potion has intended design where you're not supposed to know what it is before you drink it, and you're supposed to drink it to discover what it is. And which I think is a distinction, versus in Baldur's Gate, you don't have to drink the potion. Once you've made it and it's in your inventory, it tells you what it does. But a lot of the ingredients that you use to make the potion are rare, and you can't make all the potions. So you have to decide, do you want to spend money or spend a resource that has a finite quantity to then make an item that you don't even know if you can use, and then when you find out if you can use it, if you can't use it, then you just basically use one of your resources you could have used on something better, or something you didn't know the outcome of. And the answer is no, you're not going to do that. You're just going to go look it up. Like, the Yugoloth potions, there's no limit to them. Once you buy them, it's not like you can't buy anymore. It's just gold. So, like, who cares? But if you have a finite resource, you're going to, like, look up on a guide somewhere on what it is you should be doing, or you're going to look it up on a wiki, because, like, no one wants to feel like an idiot, like they're wasting their time. You don't want to be, like, you know, feeling like you're getting hoodwinked by the game because the game, like, explicitly didn't tell you some piece of information that it should have told you, so then you didn't find that out until later. Like, it's never a good feeling in a game when you realize you made a bad decision that was completely avoidable if you just had a little bit more information, that there was no way for you to know that in the game. But you could have known that if you Googled it. And if a problem in a video game is solved by Google, then it's bad design, because you can just solve it in the video game. And again, that's why I get frustrated about stuff like that, because it's like, it's so well designed. The game is so good outside of this one fact. Could you imagine if it was just designed like that in the first place? Wasting my time is default mode. I mean, honestly, okay, true. But look, sometimes we want to get away from that. You know what I mean? Sometimes we want to just step back and get away from it. So yeah, so that was one of the reasons why I didn't use the elixirs for the most part in Baldur's Gate 3. Until like the very, very end of the game where I started using the elixirs, and even then it wasn't really necessary at that point anymore. Yeah, you gotta have the power fantasy. You feel like a big, strong hero who saves the day. Yeah, waste it? Whose time do you think you're talking about here? Oh, yeah. I really should stop collecting trap parts. That'd be a good idea. Whatever. Maybe I should just bank them all, sing them to Yusuke. Please save me. What a quest. Definitely one of the top 10 voice actings of all time in here. Favorite quest in DDO? This is not my favorite quest in DDO, but yeah. Use this traps in R4. Might be really funny. You say might, but I don't know about that. I'll appreciate it. Will he? I mean, if there's stacks of like, I don't know how they stack up to 100. I think if they could stack up to like 1,000, that would be a different story. If thieves' tools can stack up to 1,000, why can't trap parts? Why can't anything? You know what I mean? By the way, it is 2024, so we will be doing another Sunfest variation. I'm excited. I'm already in like in the planning stage of getting some of the art and designs ready for the different Sunfest related merch, and it's going to be a good time this year. It's going to be a good time. So get yourself ready for the best Sunfest of your life. Minimum sun, maximum fest. I mean, honestly, maybe. It's a great idea. 2 sun, 2 fest. Are you collecting sun flasks? No. I'm not collecting sun flasks. Do I want them? No, I do not. For 2 reasons. Number 1, I still have 20 pages of sun flasks in my shared bank. I don't need them. Thank you for the support, everybody, of the people who sent them to me. People still send them to me. I'm good. I have like 40,000. So I do not need any more. But I do appreciate you guys sending me more. It is very kind of you. And second, I have a very fun idea planned. And in this fun idea, the amount of sunflasks I need will be variable. So we'll see.
Desperation in the voice continues to grow. Time is
Well, that's just it, right?
running out. The large rune glows as the gates to the room open.
Oop. They're worthless, but there are ways. Yeah, they're basically worthless.
Screams resonate through the locked door to the south. Horrific echoes of torture haunt this room. The
Oh, God.
interrogator and several of his implements are clearly missing.
Monsters are wailing on me. Look at the damage on these bad boys. Better than the coal? They're kind of better than coal, yeah. Okay, but you might need those Sunflash for the final boss. What is the final boss of DDO? Great question. I always find it difficult to describe MMO progression to people that don't play video games, because people that don't play video games have a very like narrow view of what video games are. They're like, if you describe a video game to somebody who doesn't know what video games are, like they don't play them, they don't understand the genres of video games, their understanding of video games is like Mario. That's as far as they get. And so you know, I've had this conversation with people where I've been like, oh yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, whatever, and they're like, so when does the game end? And I'm like, oh well, it's an MMORPG, so the game doesn't end. And they're like, I don't understand. Like that, just like the concept is so foreign. Or like, you know, what's like the final boss? Like, well, that's not how that works. Like, but you know, you want to do your best to accommodate that type of style of thinking. But it's just interesting how some people can't wrap their mind around some elements of video games, because to be fair, it's a newer medium, so yeah, it's not like movies or anything. Taking 27 and doing tour. Final boss of your day job, basically. Yeah, then how do you win? Yeah, exactly. And it's just, again, it's people trying to like, when people who don't play video games, you try to explain it to them, they're picturing Super Mario. They're picturing Mario Brothers. There's a 2D screen, you're scrolling left to right, there's water levels, that's what they're picturing. Ever looked at the database and like, what if we should have more Sunflash than anyone else on the server? No, I don't think anyone has ever thought that. I don't think a single person has ever had that independent thought. What feed am I taking? Whoopsie. No one cares what I do, not even me. I don't put too much stock into the things I do, and you shouldn't either. Okay, according to this, I'm supposed to take Epic DR at 27. And the legendary feats are missing. Do I describe that somewhere? Nope. Alright. Well, that's interesting. This needs to be updated. So, yeah. Epic DR is not bad. I do like Epic DR. So I don't really see a downside to this. Yeah, it sounds good. I'm gonna play Paladin Mario. Mario, where's Mario? I don't see him in your video game. Do you get to play as Mario later? Anyone know what the hotfix was last night? No. Whoops. I didn't get this quest done properly. Oh well. I can't do the raid. Okay, 4 points. So we want to take Galvanic Attunement because it's good. Because it's 20 spell power, which is kind of sick. And I want to have the upgrade for Echo Drive. That's basically it then. And I'm done with that tree until I have all the points in it. Oh well.
I am Ignos, growls the giant from a high ledge left of the
Oh,
entrance.
right.
Did you think because we let you in, you could pass freely here?
I don't really know what else I'm supposed to do with my points here. Shadow Dancer is not terrible because it gives you sneak attack dice and other stuff, which is not bad. Primal Avatar is okay. Even being able to pick up Evergreen for infinite spell points is like not a bad thing with this type of character, so I can just kind of spam my magic and not really think about it too much. So there's like a lot of upsides to some of the abilities, but yeah, it's
unworthy,
no.
Cries Ignos. You have profaned the sacred ground.
You
of
have
this
profaned
home.
the sacred
Now
ground.
you must die.
Go away, giants. Get out of here. I have to run to all of you, which is annoying and tedious. Yeah, D-Door is pretty good. I don't know what I would use here instead if I was to change up Shadow Dancer. The problem is I need Shadow Dancer for +6 search spot, disable device, open lock. But if I had endgame gear, I wouldn't need that anymore. And then what would you use? I need to think about that. Again, there's a lot of like weird choices on this character. I don't really know a lot of the answers right now. it's one of the parts, or one of the reasons why like I like to play through the build. I was thinking a good option here would probably be Divine Crusader. Hit chance, way more defenses from some of the elements of the tree, and healing amplification, spell power, a lot of spell power, and a lot of Sunder DCs as well. And you need Sunder DCs on Artificer, because it's how I land like my trips and stuff. And like right now, it's not like I'm doing bad. I'm at 68, so it's not terrible. But that 68 could stand to be higher for sure. So we're trying to figure out the last bits of the pieces of the puzzle here. Yeah, LD is okay. It's just not 6 under DCs. It's a lot higher from there. But yeah, from Divine Crusader. Also, Divine Crusader gives weapons of light, so your weapons don't break either, which is very convenient. Be a piranha plant. If I could be a Mario character, who would I be? A Mario character. Yeah, I'd probably be a Goomba, just like a cog in the machine. Sounds kind of good, honestly. Because like if you piss somebody off, they just squish you and you die instantly. All right, sounds good. You could also go with Croco instead. Croco's pretty good. Yo, what's up, Gwen? How you doing? I don't know if you noticed, but you were gifted a sub by Horse. And not just any kind of sub. LD doesn't give Rune Arm DCs anymore? No, it doesn't.
The last of the attackers,
but Macrotech gives Rune Arm DCs. So I got +3 Rune Arm DCs from Stormcore here. So I got the +3 Rune Arm DCs. And then also Rune Arm Charge Tier 4. So I've got Stable Charge 4, so as I'm running around, which is pretty nice. Which is very helpful for dealing damage, since Charge Tier 5 is more powerful than it used to be on all your Rune Arms. So you really want to get that hard charge tier. Yeah, exactly. Your horse is 69th sub. That's correct. Which is a very gigantic number. Again, many thanks to Horse, who's had a very large impact on this stream and community here.
The fiery wall in the hallway.
What's up, Beefy Deluxe? How you doing?
Perhaps others of these.
Yeah, so as I said, I don't really know the direct answer in terms of what I want to do with the secondary tree. Again, Divine Crusader seems like it's the best option, but I need, like, the trapping skills and stuff. I could probably get better items, and as my intelligence gets higher, it won't be a problem. So when this goes from 54 to, like, 74, and then also other stats, it'll be even better, but yeah. A shiny star. It's pretty cool, eh?
The magical giantish barrier is down.
And for like 6 years, I had no idea where to start. Well, you can't really make any bad choices. That's not true. There's a lot of bad choices because DDO lets you design your own characters, so you can do a bad job. But all of the classes are good. All of the races are good. There's really no bad picks. So you can have a fun time checking out and trying out all the new stuff. Plus also, since the last time you played 6 years ago, they made a bunch of stuff free. So Warlock is free. Dragonborn is free. Druid is free. They got like a bunch of new archetype thingies, which are free.
Gone. You find a crevice concealed by rubble here. It is pushing free of the narrow crawl space. You tumble down into some kind of...
And so you got a lot of options for trying out Stiff. Oh yeah, and the 99 points? Oh yeah. But if you haven't used free DDO 2024, please do that. If you're like somebody who's new or you're listening or you've been playing for a while and you forgot about it, like all the content DDO right now, free DDO 2024 in-game store, please do it. Diamond tier, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Doc Jekyll. Because there's enough tier 3 subs in chat, I'm actually not reading half of your messages because I don't really have time to read, like, messages from poor people. I hope you can understand. I hope you're empathetic to that.
Door lights up.
Turns into it, follow him around for a fun time. It's not a bad idea. Again, because it's like very free. Okay, we're not gonna lie, it's kind of dead. Any suggestion on server swapping? So, well, I can give you the answer, which is DDOaudit.com. So DDOaudit.com, you can check out the server overview and see what the actual population distribution is from the entire player base. And so you can see that the highest population server is Hardcore, and then Orion after that, where Orion has almost double the amount of players Kyber has. But I would also wait for, I agree with that, I would wait for Hardcore to end. When Hardcore is over, which is like Tuesday, or Wednesday, I think, Hardcore is coming down. So when Hardcore comes down, people will be forced back to their regular servers, and that will help out the populations a little bit. Because when Hardcore is active, it's the most popular server, because it's like time limited and also fun.
You find a crevice concealed by rubble here. It is just large enough to crawl through.
Yeah, the reason why some of the servers might seem like there's not that many people is because there was a situation happened, the transferring, where transfers were made free to Orion and Sarlona. And for whatever reason, basically every person that plays Dungeons & Dragons Online decided unanimously that it was time to transfer over to Orion. And so they did. And so there's a lot of people playing on Orion now. And by unanimously, I mean Galanda just like drained their population. Galanda used to be one of the larger servers, and they had more transfers than any other server by a wide margin. I mean, according to Kyber, there's 157 people logged in right now, but yeah. Are you breaking the bank? You bet. It's honestly one of my favorite rune arms. It's so powerful. Look at that. Look at the damage on this thing.
You did not have the glowing statue breaks. The portal master
63 people last night?
I can cast it.
Jeez, dude.
The dragons find out.
Maybe you guys should be logging into the game.
They will come.
Yeah, that sucks. Not having enough people is not a good feeling to play on.
And their master is near. He will not be denied again.
What is happening? Why is Ignos running in circles? Example, although the reason for it was a migraine. Yeah. Migraine's bad. I'm very fortunate that... So I've learned that I actually do get migraines, but it's very rare. It's not a common thing. So I don't get... It's like less than once a year. But when I get a migraine, it just literally knocks me unconscious. So I gotta deal with it.
The portal master
Just wanted your ticket? Oh, nice! Did they respond to your ticket by closing it?
What came over me?
I mean, you can keep demanding better, but SSG has described it pretty well,
Beware.
which is that, you know, they're a small team of people, so they do what they can.
3 of them.
Ended up doing most of the stuff solo. The guild buffs, the benefit of them is that there's no cost to them. There are tons of guilds where people just solo and don't actually do anything to participate. So, for example, if you play on Argadessen, there's guilds like Blue Light or Barbarians Guild, where they just accept anybody, and then when you're playing, you just like click the guild buffs. You don't have to talk to anybody, you don't have to do anything. You just get like a ship, lets you teleport places, and you get the buffs, and there's no downside. How powerful are they? It's +2 to every stat. And in some cases, +3. And like 15 less damage taken from all elements. And like 30 to 40 hit points. Which in the early game is insane. And in the late game, it's nice, but it's not as necessary. Oh yeah, and you get more XP. Oh, not this guy. Saga guy. Padrog. Give me your Saga reward. Okay. I think we are done with all of this stuff. So I believe it is time to go to Evening Star. Time to go to Evening Star. So Waylune will be next. But first, bathroom break. And movement speed in public. It's a lot of really good stuff. And like I said, there's tons of guilds that ask nothing. They don't ask you for anything. You don't have to talk to a single human being. You just join the guild. Like, that's the hardest part. But like I said, depending on what guild you're on, so if you're on hardcore, you're more than welcome to join Second Life, my guild. The server's closing in 6 days. But yeah. Guilds to look for on Orion? People on Orion can probably answer in chat. I don't know anything about the Orion server. I only play on Arganessen. But there's probably Orioners in the chat right now. Did I not get my key? Nope. They said the only solution they see is to force delete all tabs and have the items moved to the main tab, but ask my permission before proceeding. Oh, well, that makes sense. So yeah, so that's something that does happen. This will happen if an item disappears. I'm just going to show you. Check this out. King Con Air. I'm going to show you in real time what happens. Okay, so here is... let me just go into here. Get rid of this. The legendary tab. Okay, so I'm never using this Hector's Brazier. So this item, watch this. If I take it and I drag it and I let it go, whoop, it's been reorganized. It's been shifted. And now the minimum level doesn't apply. There's a weird glitch where if you move an item, it now changes the categorization of how it organizes. Now you can't see its minimum level. It doesn't have that information, and it won't load properly until you do something with it. And sometimes when you do that, it will like destroy, like not destroy the items, so they won't be visible. But if you click this X and you delete the category, it shoves it back into the main tab and it becomes visible again. It's weird, but yeah, that is what it is. 26. It's not a good thing. It's like not a good set of design. It's a bug, but that is how it works. Yeah, spaghetti, exactly. There's like code and numbers. Numbers go up, numbers go down. If you delete the main tab, no more bank. If you delete the main tab, it's actually, because it's main, it actually deletes your real bank account. So just be careful when you click delete on the main tab. So no deleting it? Oh, there you go. I need to remember the details about a DDO bug. That would be kind of funny. But I don't remember the details about all the bugs, so I hope that's not the real case. It could be real, but I don't remember most of the details about most of the things. Bank account in Maine? Isn't that just a typo? No, we're all in Maine, Gwen. Everybody lives in Maine.
Shadows of the prison township of
If you think you don't, unfortunately you do.
Growing. Who will cast a light on it before the darkness spreads?
Yeah, you might not realize it. Arizona, no, Maine. That's what you think. It's been Maine the whole time. Always been Maine. Always has been. I don't know what they do in Maine. Lobster? I don't know. Wayloon. Wayloon. And I'm going to do two things. First, so friends in low places, set that up. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to get the key to the city. Give me the key! Maniacs, maybe. Means a lot like Canada. Is it? Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, take care, Beefy Deluxe. Sorry about not knowing anything about Orion, the server, but good luck. If you have any other questions, you need anything else, let me know. Got a sale. All right. I also give it Adamantine Knuckles, one of the best leveling weapons for hand wraps. Highly recommend. Crystalline Scepter is neat and bad, but it looks really cool. I still have the Drow Bastard Sword, if the Weapon Master, which I have yet to use because my Bastard Sword's kind of... It's not better, but it's interesting. I should bank a lot of this like really good gear. Also, a bunch of filigree I should probably bank. Wait, am I banking this? No, it's all garbage. See ya. Well, I'm going to keep the Nihil's Constitution. Somebody might want it. But the rest of them are bad. Pokemon with intrusive thoughts. I mean, I don't know where that... It sounds like that was an intrusive thought. Oh, because they were talking about Pal World. I started scratching, it looked pretty fun. Oh, I see. Yeah, I have no interest in Pal World, because it has a base building element to it. And I don't really like build games that involve base building. That's pretty much it. I just find it boring. Like, but you could take a chance. But it's like, I'm already playing video games I like. I don't need to take a chance. Something I've learned as I get older is I really don't need to do new things if I don't feel like it. I can like get better and improve and learn new things, and you know, I'm an old dog learning new tricks. But what if I don't wanna? Huh? What if I don't wanna? I don't know if I watched his video on it. Ugh. Why did you have that emote so, like, quick at hand? Like, that was very fast. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Moxie stuff, but I have many friends who love that. Well, yeah, that's it. I know a lot of people that do that too. Whoop. I'm back. There's Fortnite and VR Roblox. I mean, yeah, gotta love some Fortnite VR Roblox. I heard we're playing that right now, but damn DDO, damn DDO. I'm not familiar with the content. Where are they? Oh, they're in the prison. I'll lead the way and let you know if anything dangerous is coming. You're watching someone play DDoS, what the fuck do I even know? True. Not just be like, hey kid, you know this game sucks, right? So it's a complicated thing because Roblox is not just a game that kids play. It's also a place where kids can make games on Roblox and sell those games and make a fraction of the amount of money they would get if they actually just designed the game themselves, while basically doing slave labor for the company Roblox, who then rake in most of the cash from all of the parents who buy their kids Robux to be able to play all the games. So it's an interesting concept of, you know, just reinventing the wheel as it is, as opposed to having the kids working in the mines. The kids are working in the Roblox mines, which is kind of neato. And then of course some kids just enjoy it and play with it. Idea of like a system where you can build whatever game you want is really, really cool, and something I would have loved to have as a kid. It's like the ultimate type of interactive Lego, but yeah, and then corporate business. Is Flash games of that generation? It is, yeah. Heavily monetized Flash games, yeah. Yeah, because anybody can make anything they want on Roblox.
Its piercing howls keep the nearby
might be the year of the ARPG. Well, maybe. It depends on your opinion of Diablo 4, because it really brings everything down. Oh, you kill the dog? Because I had to. It's a requirement of the quest. You have to kill the dog. Don't you know that? That works.
Snores echo in the stone culvert.
D4 was last year. It's still here. It's still kicking. You are legally allowed to keep playing that video game. I don't know if it's like last year. PoE 2 is next year. PoE 2 beta is this year. Another winter storm. That's right. Video game man survives another winter storm. D4 is for boomers. D4 is basically advertised. Welcome. To like the the dads who like come home and get the chance to play Xbox for a few hours before they like, you know, after they like put the kids to bed or something, on the couch, and they like maybe get to level 50 each season or whatever. Buy food from KFC. I mean, yeah, true. Makes ain't no poor. True. Oh god, I don't have any AoE knockdowns or anything. I don't have any like crowd control things. Wish I did. I need like Autosphere of Dancing here. I just don't have it. I mean, I have Tactical Detonation, but the cooldown is too long on it.
The Elder thanks you for protecting.
All right, we won. It's all good.
We will be safe now. Take this crest. It will help you gain entrance to Harvest Hall.
Will PoE 2 become the biggest free-to-play game ever? No. So, I can answer that question easily. So, Path of Exile 2 will not become the biggest free-to-play game ever. The reason why Path of Exile 2 will not become the biggest free-to-play game ever, because at the end of the day, it is still Path of Exile under the surface. Path of Exile is a very, very complicated video game. And very, very complicated video games, no matter how free they are, won't hold the majority of the market share. Diablo 4 can hold on to the market share because it is a recognizable title, and also, so it's like easy to recognize. Like it's like, oh yeah, it's called Diablo. People know what the name is. They've seen it. They've played it before. But also, it's really, really easy to understand. There's like no complexity to the game, right? So no, it will not be. It will not be like this. Like it's going to be a huge free-to-play game, okay? And it's going to have like a really good monetization model, and it's going to have some of the best content you can get in a free-to-play game. But it won't be the biggest because it has to compete with games that aren't complicated. And video games that aren't complicated are dramatically more successful than video games that are complicated. Like, making your game complicated is a surefire way to turn away a huge chunk of possible players. That's literally it. Like,
more criminals drop down right in the middle of the
Killing
camp.
Po2 now as well.
yes. But yeah, game simple equals more money made. Like, just pretty much across the board. It's the reason why mobile games make literally gazillions of dollars. I made up that number, and that's how much money they make.
The criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
And you might be like, yeah, but that's not the type of game that I like to play, and that's fine. That's why you get to participate in what's known as the niche market. And that's okay. It's all right to be a part of the niche market. But you are. Also, what's up, Longslinger? How you doing? So yeah. Ow! There's so many archers shooting at me. Go away. It's fine. The archers are dying. There's just so many in the background. The doctor to see how your armor's doing and how is it doing. I want the full report.
As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
Oh, stop killing the gate defenders.
You've ended the attack on this camp.
Nice. Good job, us.
Natives take down the barricade.
But yeah, as much as I think that Path of Exile 2 is going to be a really, 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 really good video game, yeah, that's fine. And really great for people who don't want to spend money on their video games because it's going to be free. It is, at the end of the day, Path of Exile. And that means it has a huge barrier to entry and that the game is very complicated. Just like immediately. And there are simpler action RPGs out there that get the point across. Although not for the free price point, which I think is the harder part about that. Like Last Epoch is coming out next month, which is another action RPG that is slightly more complicated. And it's like a pretty good middle ground if you think that a game like Diablo is too simple. Last Epoch fills up some of that complexity. But it's also $35. So
A slight breeze suggests that you are
you have to make the decision of like, am I okay? Do I want to spend the $35? And for you, that might be like, yeah, of course. You know, I can afford to buy a $35 video game if it's going to hold my attention for 100, 200, 300 hours or whatever it is. And to some people, they can't. They got to stick to all the free-to-play games, free-to-play titles. And so, yeah. Niche market is quite old. It is. Still in pain with it. But it didn't heal like it was supposed to. I feel like at this point, their best course of action is probably just like to amputate.
The leader of these thugs calls out to you.
Just like cut the arm off at this point. I guess probably the best case of action, or best course of action, just like amputate. Get rid of the arm and you should be fine. Yep. I'll let play DDO then, with your feet.
I'll take yours. Blood for blood.
Dude, if I can watch like a YouTube video of some dude playing guitar with his feet, I'm pretty sure you can figure out how to play DDO. DDO is not as hard as playing guitar. He wouldn't allow you? Uh-oh. Oh, God. It sounds like, honestly, listening to the number of problems that you have, that you could really benefit from a robot body.
Criminals crumples to the ground.
Arms don't work, legs don't work. Oh, God. Now we need to get the robot body going.
You've routed the criminals.
Cyborg volunteers, line up.
Destroy the Wayloon natives. The leader of Harvest Hall motions you over, eager
Can I
to
just
speak
re-roll?
with you.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as a place to rest and recover from now on.
So thousands of hours of Diablo, take one look at PoE Passage Tree and say the game is too complicated? Yeah. Again, complexity just turns people away from games. What's my Reaper XP? 3,000. Yeah, broken twice and got nerve damage from the second break. Oof. Yeah. As I said, they said they don't want those people playing the game. Yeah, exactly. They're okay with making a niche title. Like, and I think that's the difference, is that when you try to make a video game that's appealing to everybody, by that being like the lowest common denominator, basically, you're trying to appeal to the widest audience possible, you're going to make a product that's very shallow and a lot of people, like a lot of people like, but not that many people love, versus the other way around, where you get a lot more fervent fans or people that really love the product more so than people who just generally like the product. And from a business perspective, yeah, people like the first option real good, because it's, as it turns out, man, selling 10 million copies is way, to people that might like it, is way better than selling 1 million copies to people that really like it.
A voice calls to you from a nearby rooftop.
This isn't over. In fact,
You're easy and fun. Ignore that I'm on Entropy 24 and 30XX. Yeah, I just finished Entropy 13, or no, Entropy 14 with my brother a couple days ago, which was pretty fun.
their lives are yours.
We had a pretty cozy run. We were pretty low on health really early, and then managed to get 4 of the health finders,
Mysterious voice from a nearby room.
like really early. And so almost every monster was popping at 1 to 2 health, and that, yeah, that made it a lot more fun. Yeah. They changed some of the stance on Path of Exile too. I wouldn't say that necessarily.
A sudden blast blocks your
They still have the game being like, relatively complicated. They've changed stances on a lot of different things that they used to talk about before. If you haven't seen, they did like an interview, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, with Zizarin, where they went over some things, and they've been doing a lot of interviews with a lot of different Path of Exile content creators talking about the game, and some of the differences in terms of like philosophy they've gone through. But they like, it's mostly just their questioning when it comes to a lot of like either convenience features or some things they thought about. Like when specifically asked about the concept of making respecs, like the fact that respecking in Path of Exile is a big deal. It takes a lot of resources, a lot of time investment. You know, just think about the fact that like how many orbs of regret you need to fix a build. They're like, how do you feel about that? And then the 2 guys, it was I can't remember who exactly it was that was on the broadcast, but they were like, yeah, we think that the respec cost in regular Path of Exile is perfectly fine. Which means that, like, again, you're going to get for the average people's experience, you're going to get to level 50 or 55 or something like that, and your character, like, literally stops functioning because you can't do anything anymore because you made too many bad decisions, that it's like the cascade of bad decisions is just too much, and you have to make a new character, and some people are just going to quit because they can't reset their character. And they think that's okay. And to be fair, that is also okay. They can think that's okay because it's their video game. They can do whatever they want. But yeah, not all of it is, like, changing over. This skill incline that I had around 17, so I'm worried I'll hit entropy 30 and forget how the base game feels like? Probably. It's going to be too easy. So yeah.
A gate unlocks in the distance as
Quick 5 times and still end up with trash? Yeah. So stream, what should my next class life be for my last Azamar life? Depends on when you want to... When's your next life starting? How long do you have? Oh yeah, it was Jonathan and somebody else. Good old Jonathan. Yeah.
The voice taunts you from somewhere.
And the thing you have to understand about Jonathan is Jonathan really, really fundamentally understands that video game. He, like, really understands the video game. He's, like, an incredibly intelligent guy. Jonathan was the guy, or, like, one of the main people who was responsible for the whole lockstep change back in the day. So when, in old days in Path of Exile, you used to have to use the, like, desync chat command to resync your game constantly because of how bad the desync was in old Path of Exile. Like, he was, like, on the team lead that fixed that stuff. So, like, the guy understands the mechanics of the game and also, you know, how it's been designed. It's been there for a long time. But, yeah.
The voice continues as you climb onto the roof.
Which, you know, isn't great, but it is what it is. Well, again, I think that they understand what they're making. They're making a niche product for a niche market, which I think is smart. They're just capitalizing on the niche market. The niche market isn't that small. It's not as big as the main market, but, you know, especially with the amount of hype that's being peeled off of it, being the free alternative to an $80 video game that's kind of mid, they're in a good position. Flash OOS, exactly. TRing on after raids on Sunday. I was going to say, if you're waiting long enough, you could TR into Dragon Lord, but you're not waiting long enough, so... That's good for Azamar.
The mysterious voice is much.
I mean, I've always liked Azamar Paladin. Paladin's fun.
The test with flying colors. Well done.
It was so trivial. It was like absolutely nothing unique about my character. What am I doing playing this game? Yeah, 100%. Where you could just there was no weight to your decision making. I agree. It's interesting where, like, having no cost to the respec means your decisions don't really carry any weight, which is dissatisfying. But having the cost so high means you feel like you're getting penalized for trying stuff. It feels like it's a lose-lose situation, which, again, kind of like the way that Last Epoch does it, where it's just an escalating gold cost. So as long as you can pay the gold cost, which is not so high that you can't do it, but it does mean that when you pay it, you have to think about it, because it means you might have to go farm out some more gold before you can respec. Especially if you're doing a whole respec, it's you know, there's some actual decision making there, which I don't mind.
You are greeted by all of your allies, alive and well. Now,
yeah, we don't know when Dragon Lord's coming out, and given the fact that there isn't a Lamania this week, well, it's not going to be next week, I'll tell you that much. I think I'm at 30, I'll do runs with them again. Just turn on everything. There's the idea. Thrill of the Hunt. Yeah, if somehow SSG releases Dragonlord next week, it's going to be riddled with bugs and problems. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this video game. I should have just killed those guys instead of, like, not doing that. Whatever. How about you die, please? Thank you. Yeah, I did one run as Vika, and then after doing my single run as Vika, I was like, okay, I got the skin, I'm done. Because I got a bunch of prototypes, and I got the, what do you call it? The repro run? Do I not have enough jump or movement speed? Fuck, I don't have enough movement speed, or jump. Anyone got jump or featherfall? I don't have either of those spells, and I'm in trouble. I can't make it across this. I want to, but I'm stuck. Oh, nice. Thank you. Whee. Doors open. Need to have a build, do you make? Because I'm not very good with melee builds. Yeah. I can see that. I'm going to be trying to put out a Dragonlord build for release of Day of Dragonlord, but yeah, we'll see. Where are we going?
A strange mist envelops you, and vertigo clutches your stomach. What is happening?
Where are you going?
The world around you has
Okay, come back.
changed. It's become a shadow of Weilun, where the streets are hollow and the darkness almost
Hello.
feels alive.
Here. Am I like invisible? I don't understand. These guys are like just can't find me. I'm on the ground, not the buildings. Look toward the stone floor. There we go. We're good. Done. All right, we're good. Give me a super complex system, sponge people not already knowing and using them. This makes me completely reliant on guides from others, which isn't a good feeling. Yep, and that is the reason a lot of people don't enjoy playing Path of Exile, is because if you don't use a guide like right away, it's brutal.
Line the walls, all of them Weilun
This
prisoners,
season, I made one character.
says the Netherreach
Okay.
wizard.
I made one character that was my own ideas, that I did myself. All my other characters are built off of things I saw in other places, with ideas that I never would have thought of on my own because I didn't even know those possibilities existed.
Responds the Shadar
So
Kai.
it is very, very difficult because there's a lot of knowledge you just don't have, because you'll have an idea for how to design something, and then somebody will say, well, why aren't you using this unique? And you go, oh, I didn't know it existed. Or like, how come you're not using this passive? And you're like, oh, I didn't realize that's how that worked. And you're starting from like square zero again, where it feels like you don't know anything about the video game you're playing, which is not really a very satisfying feeling.
Searching the clutter reveals
As I said,
nothing of interest.
I'm not saying that you know, complexity is a bad thing, but it is unfortunate that in a game like that you get punished for trying things. It's actually a feeling that is also personally representative in like the Souls style of video games, where in the video games like Dark Souls and stuff, you don't have an infinite amount of upgrade materials for all of the different weapons in the game. So if you decide to upgrade either a weapon that is bad or a weapon that you don't like the feel of, you have just cut off one of your options for going through the game, and you can't really fix it. It's not like you pay a cost. The game just says, no, you cannot continue to like make updates or make changes to whatever it is you're working on, which is just kind of disappointing. It's just a very sad feeling. It doesn't feel very good when you upgrade something and it's not actually what you wanted. And then the worst part about that is it then makes you scared. You're scared to try experimenting or upgrading things. So when I talk to people, you know, about you know, the weapons they've used in this style of video game, whether it's like Path of Exile, not Path of Exile, but like in a Souls style game, they'll be like, oh, this sword was my favorite, or this whatever. And I'm like, did you try this sword? And their answer is no, because they only tried the one sword. Because respecking and making that change and just deciding to use a different weapon is very disappointing. It's actually one of the reasons why I like what they did with Remnant 2, where it has a similar upgrade system where it has all these like, you know, materials and that are limited in resource, but instead of having a bunch of weapons upgraded, you can actually break down a weapon where you like take the materials off of it and then you get all the materials back, but it has like a money cost. So, and money is just farmable. So if you want to try something else, it just means you need to invest more time into it to like, or like store up your resources or whatever it is, which I think is a better method of doing it, as opposed to just not having any options. Grass. on most games. Feel like a kid again. Yeah, I can see that. It's also going to depend person to person. Playing since 2016 and I always use a build. Yep. I don't generally follow a build guide, but I will oftentimes like pick a skill or pick an ascendancy or something, and then I'll just go on like Poe Ninja and look up what other people are doing and then follow their ideas. Because I'm like, these people are successful. They're already level 100 in 2 days, so whatever they're doing has to be right. One of my favorite soul I made in the builder and favorite soul section. Oh, there you go. DDO is a similar thing as well. A lot of people really struggle with Dungeons & Dragons Online characters, and which is one of the reasons why, like, when I post builds, even if, while they might not be the best builds out there, it's at least something to follow. So there's a lot of people that, you know, need some amount of guidance, and getting it from a character build guide is a good idea. And properly playing stuff to the ED change. Yep. The ED change? Oh man, it's so good. Made the game so much better. Ah, no. All 4 doors, and it was the last door. It was the last door. Right. For this boss, when he uses chains, get out of melee or you die on this on the spot.
The door is locked.
There you go.
One of the shade
Human Paladin might be in turn for the next build. I think it's been a while. I played a Paladin pretty recently, and also Human Paladin is like the worst kind of Paladin. You don't really need any extra feats on Human. Pretty much every race is better than Human.
You were my favorite.
That's kind of the main problem.
I can't bear.
Human works for a lot of different characters, but Paladin pretty much, like, all melee characters use the same feats, which makes it easier to kind of build a whole bunch of different characters so you get out of melee. I guess the skeleton is going to die. Or he's not. Nope. We're good. Alright, sick. Oh no, I'm helpless. I can do nothing. I don't think we have anybody who can do anything in this case. Do we have a wisdom character? Oh yeah, we have a druid. And apparently our barbarian has enough wisdom too. There we go, I can fight it now, I just couldn't. Yeah, single weapon fighter paladin is a lot of fun. I'm a big fan of single weapon fighter paladin.
Command will no longer inflict his cruel whims on Wayloon's inhabitants.
You can do single weapon fighter longsword, or with the Kopesh with the dynastic Falcata, or you can do bastard sword paladin. There's a lot of flexibility on paladin, especially single weapon fighter.
You've saved the captive from Karleth's deadly devices.
True, you can get more. Yeah, I usually don't play human. The main reason I don't play human characters, if I'm being honest, is because I play a human character in real life, and like, I don't know, it's kind of mid. So I'd rather play as like a cool fantasy character, like a tiefling or a warforged. Because like when I was a kid, my parents might have called me a demon, but I'm not. And some people might describe my personality as robotic, but unfortunately I still have flesh and blood, so.
A strange mist envelops you, and vertigo.
You sure you ain't a demon? No.
What is happening?
I mean, if I was, would you take my word for it?
The world around you has changed.
These are the important questions.
It's become a shadow of Wayloon, where the streets
Become
are
a shadow
hollow
of
and the
Wayloon.
darkness almost feels alive.
Yeah, so that's the harder part about it. Also, nothing's really changed in Paladin in a while, so whenever if you're looking for like a Paladin build and you want to follow one, the last single weapon fighter Paladin build I uploaded, I don't know when it would have been, but you can probably directly convert that into a human, just change the race to human. If you check the build repository, there's probably something in there. With my extra feet IRL? Probably. Oh, what would I have taken? Adept procrastination, probably. I'm very good at that. Why good? Yeah, longsword good.
At the door waves you in. The future. The Netheries snap to attention as a dark form emerges from the shadows.
My favorite soul builds. Do you think they're a little outdated? Are they? How so?
Recruitment campaign.
Hey Shrimp, can you run heroic quests at 20 this hardcore or not? No, you can't. If you take 20, you cannot do heroic quests. I have another favorite soul build to upload because my main character on the regular server is a favorite soul. It's level 32 as well. 2022. I don't think anything has changed since 2022. I mean, favorite soul got nerfed in 2022, and maybe it was after or before the nerf. I don't know. Either way, favorite soul is still super powerful. Don't really change anything about the build. It just does less damage than before. But the other, again, I think the other thing too is that there hasn't been a lot of change in favorite soul in a long time. So take an old favorite soul build. So what would have changed about that in 2022? Well, there was for Hardcore Season 6, they nerfed favorite soul heavily before ahead of Hardcore, right? So that was pretty much the major change, is that they nerfed favorite soul. And how does that change favorite soul? Well, it doesn't change how the character plays. It just does less damage than it did before, but you still actually take all the same stuff and cast the same spells. They just do less damage, and it's slower than it was before. So, like, I could update it and make a new build, which I'm actually going to do because I have the character and I have everything written, or like the build actually already done. But it's just like, it's not really anything different. I really struggle with re-uploading the same things if I don't think that there's value in the change, if that makes sense. Like, if I look at it and I say, okay, well, this is obviously the same as it was before and I don't need to update anything, to me it feels obvious. So then, like, it just feels like I'm wasting people's time to upload something. I really hate the idea of uploading a video that, you know, it's the same as an older video. It's like, what I could do is I could make a hardcore tips and tricks video for like Hardcore League and then just re-upload the same video basically every Hardcore League and make a bunch of money. But my brain is like, if I do it once, it's not going to change. It's the same reason why I haven't updated a Caneth crafting video. I don't need to update a Caneth crafting video because I made one in 2015 and it's still relevant. Is somebody going to watch a 9-year-old video and be like, wow, this is a relevant crafting video? I mean, probably not. But if I make a new one, I'm just going to be paraphrasing myself. And that feels like unnecessary to like talk about literally the same stuff. And so it's just I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird about it.
Wood groans against metal in the distance as the gate to the Shade's tower opens.
Again, maybe that's just me.
Stairs lead up to the tower where the Shade General dwells.
I said, if I probably can't get the point across that, like, I fundamentally don't like repeating myself, but yeah, exactly. It's just, it's good content, but it's just, I don't know. It's not even like, oh, it's ground that it's already been tread. It's like the old information is like still up to date. Because the other problem too is it's like an irritating rat race where every single time I'm running a quest, and especially on the pit, I do the pit every single time and I stream it every single time, and there's about half of the time there's somebody in chat that goes, man, you should make like a guide for the pit. And something that you learn really quick is that people don't do any research into anything they do, and they just like say the first thing that comes into their mind. This is not me attacking anyone in chat. That's just the human condition that you just like, oh, you just like think of something and you say it. It's like when you're talking to a friend when they're describing something to you, and then they're like, they have a problem, and you give them a solution without thinking about the fact that they might have already thought of that solution, and then they go, oh no, I actually already tried that and it doesn't work. You don't think about whether they tried that or not. You just like, it just comes out of the mouth. It just goes straight from brain to mouth. You don't think about it, because that's just how we operate as beings. Start to consider all the permutations about what's going on. And I had that happen like a little while ago where somebody commented on one of my YouTube videos. So let me see if I can find the comment. It was so like stupid. Like it was like jarringly stupid. But I was very nice to the commenter. I'm not being nice here because they're an idiot. But I was being nice to the commenter. It was a it was on my it was a series, or like a 2-part series where we went 1 to 32, or I guess 1 to 30 in like 15 hours or whatever. And so it was like the fastest time I've ever going through the entire video game in like one sitting. And so, you know, it was a part series. And then the person commented, they're like, it's like, yeah, the problem is you're not playing by yourself, you're like playing with other people, and also you're not really giving any tricks that are helpful to regular people, because in this video you're not really explaining what you're doing very well, and you're kind of just like going fast, and most people can't even go at that pace. It's like, you know, honestly, you should do stuff that's more soul oriented for people that can like learn better. So like 2 thumbs down. And so and they were also like, and also you should play a character that's like actually squishy, so that way instead of like a character with all the Reaper points, so people can see what that's like. So I took a deep breath and I did the grown-up thing of saying, oh, hey, well, if you're looking for that style of content, check out this playlist where I did a solo guided playthrough on how to get through the whole game on Hardcore League with a Bard, which is one of the squishier classes in the game. That might be what you're looking for. Is it that person's fault that they did no research themselves? They didn't look it up, they didn't check the channel, they didn't see anything else, and they just wrote a comment about how mad they were that the video they were watching was not another video that already existed? Yes. Are they a complete fucking idiot? Yes, they are a complete fucking idiot. Like, they're just stupid. They're just dumb. They're just stupid, stone dumb. But, like, is that their fault? I don't know. It might be just part of the human condition. I'm not sure. It's one of those things that I don't know. As I said, so on the YouTube comment, I was very nice. I said, hey, this might be what you're looking for. You know, and have a great day. Yeah. That sort of stuff, like, I don't know, I just think about that stuff. It slows me down. My brain is like, man, nobody reads anything and no one cares. So then I'm like, maybe I should just re-upload stuff because no one's going to look for it in the future anyway. Like, I feel like at this point, if I really wanted to, I could just have several videos that I just re-upload literally every year. And on the same days every year, it's like, oh, you could upload, like I could upload like the pit guide, I could upload how to do the Crucible, I could upload this, I could upload that on different days of the year. And then people go, oh, wow, this is amazing, because now it pops up in their feed and they see it as opposed to it just existing there. And also, yes, Baby Girl's dead again. Okay, now we do mirror. Also, yeah, Baby Girl's dead. Also, Rock Sock Robo is dead. Also, I did not read both of your walls of text. Let me read the walls of text. Nice to your own content every year. Infinite content. That's actually not a bad idea. You need jump again to get the gate. Recently with Suicide Squad Joker reveal video, they say within a few minutes this Joker was part of the Suicide Squad on this alternate world before Brainiac destroyed it. And one of the top rated comments was, Joker was never part of the Suicide Squad. Why is he in the game? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because people like people don't care. They'll go to a YouTube video just to be angry, and they already have their thing. It's the reason why, like, a lot of times I don't engage with YouTube comments. Like, especially a lot of people that are just like angry at SSG or angry at a change, because it's just a waste of my time. They didn't watch my video, so like, why would I engage with them? Not like, oh, I'm too good, but I mean, like, they literally didn't engage because they'll like argue about stuff that is not in the content of the video, but they'll just post something that they're angry about, and they just want to place to vent, and that's perfectly fine. That's the reason why I don't always engage with those types of comments, because it depends on what it is. If somebody engages with something that I said in the video, or they have an issue, but they're like actually making like a clear point, then I'll be like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. But people that just come by and they're like, yeah, SSG bad. It's like, yeah, you vent. It's all good. Do whatever you want. So yeah. Okay, so in this quest, you have a mirror in your inventory, and you click it to go between Shadow World and Light World. That she made it to 30? Oh shit. That's crazy.
Within the glass of the small mirror, you see a strange
Video in the new game, it looks pretty good, but
reflection
critics
of
can't
the
be
room
trusted.
around you. Suddenly,
Well,
you
that
are
depends on
pulled into the Shadowfell, and the
what
reflection
specifically you're
becomes
talking about.
reality.
Critics can't be trusted is wrong, because there are people that can't be trusted. Easy example. Some people trust my opinion on games. And you could argue that I can be critical or give my review of a game. You could argue that I'm a kind of game critic. The answer is that content aggregator critics are difficult to trust because you don't know whose voice you're listening to, but usually individual people can be trusted in terms of understanding their opinions and body of work.
A barrier
So what I mean by
magical
that
shadows
is
blocks
if,
this doorway.
you know, there's a
has to be
a
another
critic
way
who is
around it.
generally a shill for products, then you can trust their work insofar as you understand that they're like a shill for the product, whether they're getting paid out or they care more about their relationship with the developer than making something that is like interesting, insightful, or really being critiquing of a game, if that makes sense. So realistically, it's just as long as you understand the body of work and you know where they're coming from, it makes it a lot easier. Which is difficult because then you have to do your due diligence to research something. And remember what I just said about people actually doing research about the media that they listen to before they actually start engaging with it?
This door
And
has
that's
been
just
blocked
never
off.
going to happen. So,
have
you
to
know,
find another
we've just
way
had this
around.
conversation already. I don't agree with my reviews on several occasions. Hey man,
An aura
you don't
of
have to
magic
agree with everything a
emanates
reviewer
from the
says to
light.
understand and respect
You
their
should
opinion.
gather any more you
I think it's actually a good thing that if you listen to people that review content that you don't agree with, because it helps you understand your own opinion and be more firm in that. Do Visane's Dragonlord Shader Kai off the bat? Yeah, I kind of want to try the Bard Rogue, you know, this Ultra Crit Barbarian thing, but with another one. With the Dragonlord instead of Barbarian.
The door here has been sealed off with bricks. There must be
Yeah,
another
it's all about, you know, your understanding of their body of work. Right? Like imagine that, you know that there's a critic out there who is, you know, always bends the knee and says pretty much every video game is good. And then they come out with like a major AAA product and they're like, yeah, this game is garbage. So you know it has to be bad. If somebody that says that every video game is good
A nearby shadow
says this game is bad,
with magic.
how bad does it have to be? You know what I mean? Where they like break their sacred oath they took to always say good things about video games. And the same can also be true as well. Where people that are like heavily critical and then they say something really good, you're like, oh, that's interesting. And you can take their review with a grain of salt. 'Cause remember, it's their review, not yours. Close enough to human. Azamars are basically human. They're born to humans. Because Azamars don't have Azamar children. Azamars are just like spawned. So, yeah. You could rate it higher? Yeah, but you have a different like opinion of like what would actually be in the film. Right? So like again, especially when it comes to like people like rating movies and reviewers, there is going to be a disconnect between a reviewer and the audience because the reviewer might be looking for something more than the audience might be looking for. So again, I'm going to use an easy example between the disconnect between a reviewer and the audience, which is my opinion about Baldur's Gate 3 and other people's opinions about Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is like, you know, for almost every single person that played it, the best game that came out last year. But to me, I found Baldur's Gate to be quite disappointing, and it doesn't even make it into my top 10 games that I played last year. And the reason is not that the game is bad, it's that the game is so good that disappointing parts really take away from the experience because they should have had more polish, more time, and there's a lot of features that are just missing or deemed unnecessary, especially for the initial launch. And they could have done a better job. You put a harsher lens on something that's trying to hold itself up and to set a standard, because to me, you know, if I'm going into an experience thinking, oh, this is going to be like whatever, I'm just playing it for a little bit, I'm just playing a video game to have a little bit of fun, and it really blows my mind, then that's very different than going into something where like, the expectations are set really high and it doesn't meet that bar for expectations. And I think that can also be something that can happen to, again, your reviewer versus, you know, the general populace. If that makes sense. Again, this is not me saying that you should trust every reviewer, but just, you know, I just don't like the idea of like, or the thinking of, oh, well, critics are wrong, so I don't have to listen to them. Like, you don't have to listen to critics or care about their opinions at all. That's like never important. But like, come down or go away. There we go. People who had played it and give me an honest opinion. Found most reviewers sketch stuff on about them, and some instances have been paid for a positive review. This might not occur nowadays for not to take that risk. Oh, it definitely occurs nowadays. It's not, because you understand, it's not being paid to make a review, right? It's not that people are paid to make a review. It's that people won't say as many bad things about a video game because they don't want to hurt their chances of getting early access on a new product. Like, do you think that if the new Halo game comes out and, you know, some dude that like runs an independent outlet for like reviewing games says, hey, this Halo, and he gets like a copy from Microsoft to play the new Halo game ahead of time so he can build his review, says that it's like the worst game he's ever played and is complete dog shit and no one should play it, even if that's true or not, doesn't matter. The publisher might next time be like, you know what? We're not going to give you an early access copy. And that affects your bottom line because you don't have the early access copy. You can't get the review as soon. If you can't get the review as soon, you don't hit the first stage of reviews where people are looking at it. And, man, I got to put dinner on the table, okay? We got to put dinner on the table. And so it has nothing to do with, like, getting directly paid, but, you know, relationships with development staffs and studios, you know, getting access to contacts and other stuff, that's also important in that sort of industry. And it's unfortunate that those two things are intrinsically connected. There are, of course, people that are, like, that have like tons and tons and tons of money where they don't care about it because they have a big enough following where they don't need to have a good relationship with the development studio to get access to it. But a lot of people don't, especially if you're like starting out or smaller. Networking is a big deal, so it's complicated.
The assassin was too proud to accept
defeat. This open world sandboxy games? Yes, I am. Might say he likes being railroaded? No, not necessarily. I don't think that Baldur's Gate 3 is very open world. The extra pieces on the rune arm here are from my Macrotech. Or it's from Macrotech. They're actually not supposed to be showing up. This is supposed to be the Epic Destiny mantle showing up. And for some reason it's actually visible. Or these are the drives. Oh no, these are the drives! Never mind, these are the different drives. Oh, that's what that is. Interesting. Yeah, it's because of the different drives that I have. The drives that pack the rune arm and have a visual in it. That's kind of cool. Yep. Yeah, plants are immune to tsunami, fortunately. It just waters them. True. Plants love tsunamis.
On their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus.
Yeah. Show up. Yeah, it's because of the drives. It's because of the drives that I have on. So that's why they look so big. So I think the colors of each drive represent the ones that I chose because they're different colors based on the different ones that you take. So yeah. No, that's like in the tree. I've got the speed drive, I have the blast drive, and I have the echo drive. So that's why I have these colors. Okay. Did you use a theme park? Yeah, it's more like a theme park. There's just a bunch of different things to click on in each room. And yes, Blightcaster's insane on hardcore. This is why I told every single person that's ever existed to play Blightcaster on hardcore.
You take a quick glimpse.
It's really good.
Mirror. A bridge of solid darkness has formed inside
Blightcaster good. Game reviewers is total basic best way. Have one true king. As I said, I'm not saying that you guys should trust video game reviewers, but to write off anyone that reviews a video game inherently because they review a video game, just really only does yourself a disservice. You're not being critical of the media that you take in, but instead being uncritical and assuming it's wrong. It probably is, but, you know, at least you can know.
I shall force him to watch as I destroy you.
And not just because I'm swapping into a burgeoning video game review career, where I'm going to become the next video game reviewer of the century, who reviews all video games and has all knowledge. But yeah. Your planet needs you. Good luck. Enjoy.
And continue to maintain the Shadowfell nexus.
Something is the same as being critical? Yes. That's also very true. There is a sizable number of people that think that being dismissive is the same thing as being critical, which is not the same thing. It does sound similar, but it is not the same.
Quickly mutters a mystic phrase over the scroll, destroying the connection.
I should decide for myself instead of asking other people what I should think.
And the Shadowfell.
Well, you know, again, some people might be able to better articulate how you might feel about something. Again, this is why I think understanding a reviewer's body of work is important, because if you watch somebody who has done reviews of many different Metroid-style video games, they might give you a better review of a new Metroid-style video game that comes out than somebody that mostly reviews, like, you know, 4X games, for example, or MMOs, because you're going to get it from that perspective. Like, whenever I talk about my experience with the video game, you can know I like action RPGs, I like MMORPGs a lot, I like shooters, but I'm not really a strategy game player. So if I go, oh yeah, you know what, I've had a lot of fun playing whatever strategy game, you might be like, oh, that's interesting. I also like these other style of games, and I've never heard of this strategy game. Maybe that's something I would like, because it kind of it goes beyond that wall. It like bridges the gap, if that makes sense. Like, I've recently started getting into roguelikes, and they're really fun. It's something I never did before, and I'm enjoying it more than I expected. It's a Mega Man like 100 out of 10? Yeah, basically. Yeah, the overlap. Exactly. You don't see strategy games looking at your strategy game review? I mean, yeah, probably. This game's too slow. I have to wait for my turn. What the heck? My opponent did something, and I didn't know what it was, and then they beat me, and that's not fair, and I hate it. I wonder how good Arcane Warrior is. Let's test it out. Should be able to maintain it all the time. We'll see. You know, gushing Strimtom reviews. I don't think I'm going to call anything called gushing. Oh, and ship buffs. Gotta get those. I gotta get ship buffs. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. Got to do something that's not fair. True. Moist reviews? No, there's already somebody who does moist reviews. Destiny images? Oh, I haven't been. I've just been working around it. Oh, has there been a new update? I'm still on an older version of the builder. Baytrim. 1.98. I think I have 1.9. I think I have 1.98. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's 2 weeks ago. I don't have that one. Yeah, I'm on 1.97. I haven't updated in a while. Oozes should be immune to the cold portion of Tsunami. So yeah. Also, depends on which builder you're downloading. Some people will download Build V2 or like the Builder 2, which is still in beta right now, and it has quite a few problems. Sometimes gushing gauge to clone the moist meter. I don't really, again, I'm not much of a reviewer. I like talking about my experiences with stuff, but something that you learn pretty quickly is that it's really hard to write a review because you have to be like clear and concise with what you're thinking. You have to make actionable examples. So you can say like, you know, making direct comparisons from a piece of media to another piece of media or something that is tangible that people can understand. And there's sort of like a word wizardry that you need to be able to weave together a sentence that is both understandable from the perspective of, you know, talking about media review, but then also be interesting and palatable to the ear, and also possibly fit within the theme of whatever it is you're reviewing. Like if you're writing a script for a horror movie or video game review, ideally you'd want the cadence of your review to also match that of something you would find in a horror game or horror movie. So because that would make it more interesting, or, you know, you want to have a theme. And that's really, really hard. So I don't want to do that. Multi-hour rambling diatribe reviews? No way. No thanks. So like when I think about all the work that gets put into that, it's like hard. It's hard to write something and be so clear and concise with it. It's why, like, you know, when you think of somebody who reviews games and does like a good job of it, I don't know. Like I can't put myself in those shoes because of how just the way people spin their words is very interesting. Is envious the right word? No. I guess kind of envious of people that have that ability. It just takes a lot of practice, but yeah.
To be looking for something. Now, where did I
Kind of. But those are, again, those are more improvisational.
Sport and lend me a hand?
Yeah.
My journals.
Need a good editor to boil it down. Yeah, true.
Far. It's somewhere in this glade. I've lost too many pages as it is. There it is.
First,
How did I ever
Tracker's
miss it
Trap.
there? Now, I've got a great deal to tell you, but now may not be the time.
Hurry up.
Any moment
Hurry up.
Nether is bound. Two dark robes.
I like how it cut off his
appear at
bastards.
The end of the glade.
Might be your PC. Did you reset the PC?
Spying little nobleman?
Says one.
That is rich.
Me too, actually. I think it'll be nice to have a break from hardcore. There's a fair number of people that only play hardcore. So on the video that I put out, when talking about, like, you know, the news that's coming for the year, there was a very sizable contingent of people that commented, no hardcore, looks like I'm not playing DDO for a year.
Now Hunsilver comes with me, and the rest
And it was like,
may
almost like
die
10
as
different people
my
commented that.
comrade here sees fit.
A lot of people only like hardcore. They don't want to play anything else. Which, again, fair. Totally fair. I have no problem with
Leaving
that.
the others behind to fight.
But, like, also, you know, I also don't really care.
As if I would waste my time. The other wizards. These
Yeah, because some people like hardcore. It is a different experience.
Before you have any hope of learning.
Oh, I actually just was so slow I could have just broken that on my
you
own.
must
Amazing.
make it out alive.
Have people with
The
me.
root wall here has weakened, either because of the cave
No,
collapse
we're gonna
or
pass it
because
back. Yep.
Orphan's wards have
Yeah,
faded.
again, people enjoy video games for very different experiences. I mean, to be fair, the regular servers are fun to play, because DDO is just fun to play. Get the trap. Work. Also, there's a squirrel here. Borderlands 1? I used the Borderlands 1. I didn't get the Templar's Bastion Sword, or else I would have tried it. Rune Arms don't activate Arcane Warrior? Damn. Well, I don't cast nearly enough spells to justify Arcane Warrior then. Thought you knew? No, I didn't. That's why I specifically took Arcane Warrior here. Well, I'm learning something. I am primal. Yeah, I might. I'm trying to think of if there's still a way I can get it to work. Because right now, it's just giving me 40 spell power. And the alternative is like not a whole lot.
Knolls stand
Like 40 spell power is still not terrible. It's not as good as the alternative, but you know, 40 spell power is still 40 spell power.
more magic.
I'm trying to decide.
barriers. These
Rune?
caves
It's an epic
must
Destiny
be where
feat.
the Netherese stage their
It's
surprise
either deific warding or arcane warrior is the way my thought process goes behind it, so yeah. The Hall of the Mark does have pretty great music, I do agree.
A sinewy hill giant guards yet another magic portal.
Learning. My spell disappeared. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I do create helpless targets pretty regularly as well, so that is an interesting idea because I do have a stun. Again, it's a lot of decision making. I still gotta. Oh no, I rolled a 1 on the knockdown. No, Lugan. Why would you do this to me, Lugan? Or do you use main epic destiny on a light and spirit warlock? That depends. What do you do as an enlightened spirit warlock? Like what do you want? So what I mean by that is like if you're using melee attacks, if you're a melee enlightened spirit, then you can consider Fatesinger is not too bad. For a lot of different, just a different general amount of value proposition that you get out of there with the sword sings among other things. If you're a blaster type character, then Draconic Incarnation is basic, or like a spellcaster, then Draconic Incarnation is a fantastic option for you because the Mantle and the Epic Strike are both good because you can get Energy Burst. Well, Dragon Breath into Energy Burst as well as the Mantle, which works on everything. And you dual wield. If you're melee, then yeah, you would definitely want to go more. Like I would try out Fatesinger to see how much you like that. It have been one-shotted. I mean, it was during end quest lag. There was nothing we could do. Like the end quest lag was just too much. It was very unfortunate. I don't like the idea behind Rune. It's very strong, but still. I mean, the problem with Rune and Draconic Incarnation is that it's a combination of Draconic Incarnation being the best for damage, and it has Rune.
Amscar has ordered your death.
If Draconic Incarnation wasn't the best tree, I think it would, or like really the only tree, then it would be a bit different. 2 feats? Well, yeah.
Shielding herself with a protective spell.
Aren't you going to feel so much better when on your spellcasters you're going to be using different trees, so you won't always feel required to play Rune?
Shield goes down.
Think about it. Think about all the different toys you can play with.
Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield and the orb.
Yeah, but that's assuming that we actually get a useful feat. 33 and 34 in theory should both have different new feats. Dead. I like that I can shoot that from range because I'm an Artificer with a Rune Arm. Really like the use of my Rune Arm on this character. It works well.
Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield and the orbs.
We need more useful feats. I think that in any system where you can't decide what you want to take because there's too many good options is a success. In my opinion. I think that the best systems are the ones where you want too many things because all of them are good.
Enough of this, the wizard says.
It means the decision making actually matters for what you're doing because there are too many ideas. When there is really a clear winner best answer in all cases, that's where you don't really need decision making in any system you're designing.
The wizard wheezes with her final breath. Amscar took him up.
Like, that's my biggest problem with trait trees in a lot of cases, is that generally there is a best way to go through them that is like cookie cutter and fits for pretty much everybody. And they're more or less the illusion of choice. Not in all cases, but in a lot of cases, depending, especially, well, like, again, depending on the game and the tree. Omega Ruin. It's end spring attack? Well, then don't play monk. Yeah, so you have to choose between some of them. Maybe you just don't take Wellspring of Power. What's the next one called? Oh, Lines of Supply. Take care. Does it build? Does it take Dreamscape? Ready to fear off stacks? No, I'm not. I don't plan on doing R4s. Hardcore ends in a week, and then I have to gear out on hardcore to then go do something. It's madness. All the ED Ruin tie-ins. Can't wait for Ruinous Adrenaline. I mean, that's also a good option. Like I said, I like it when you have too many decisions and you don't know which is the best ones to take. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I was designing some classes for... I've been designing classes for Pen and Paper D&D because the current campaign that I'm running, all of my players are playing a custom class that I've put down. And there's a lot of decision making in terms of the different effects that they can do. And for them, it's like really hard to make the decision because they have too many good things. They don't know what to take and they have to make the sacrifice. And to me, that's how I know, okay, I've done a good job, because if there's too many good ideas, then it's like, oh, it's, you know, this is the best part. It feels satisfying. Speaking of which, I need to edit this. Give this the old bold treatment. And hit this. There we go. Done.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, what's up, Brits? Welcome back to the stream team. Pretty supportive and fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Welcome back to the stream team for 32 months. Hope you're doing very, very well. Gonna do more raiding on hardcore before it ends. I don't think there's anyone around to do raiding on hardcore before it ends. But maybe.
Finally reached the harbor gestures to the edge of the camp. One of the
Oh, I don't even have this set up properly.
It is gone
This
now.
is Stormhorn. But yeah, thanks, Ritz. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the stream team. Stormhorns. There we go. But yeah, I'm chaotic. I'm chaotic neutral.
Snipe down from the edge of the cliff. A threat to anything below.
So yeah. To be fair, there's a time experience timer on that. Most of the time you don't actually know what is best on multiple iterations or shape of path forms, and the changes need to be made to prevent stagnation. It's easier to experience to provide that everything seems cool path. Yeah, for sure. Again, that's also one of the reasons why I like changes in video games and why I like balance patches in video games. So something like, you know, Dungeons & Dragons Online as an example, the fact that SSG is committed to doing more frequent balance changes as opposed to just like more like heavier reworks, to me, I find deeply interesting because I like the fact that they're going to make more iterative balance changes. It just makes it more interesting. To me as the consumer who's playing the video game all the time, I can't always know what the best decision is and I have to try and experiment and figure stuff out. It's a lot of fun. It just gives you that experience like you don't know anything anymore, and you gotta relearn it all from scratch. Not all of it, but you still gotta make new decisions. Got it. You could take Harbinger. Yep. Yeah, I could. Oh, I want to know why they decided to change ideologies. That's a great question. I don't think they actually... Did they mention that somewhere in particular? Tonquin did sit down with Cordovan on a Fridays at 4 and talked about it last week. And he probably mentioned something in there that I don't remember because I'm lazy. Your favorite soul build guide every few weeks? Yay! I should just post that fucking video. Make it easier. Alright. All the way down. Whee! Oh yeah, I get tumble from the spell. So I can actually tumble now. Look at that. Whoa! With the rune arm too? Giant sword, tumble, man. Damn. Combat roll, I love that. And now we wait. But yeah, like I said, I like it when video games update and make changes and edit stuff. To me, I find it very, very interesting when you get to see something in a, like even like minor changes where something that was a smaller number is now a slightly bigger number, and now it has more ramifications in the system in terms of how it's just generally going to be used. It doesn't need to be like sweeping changes. Even something simple, like, you know, if a skill isn't being used that often, they can increase the damage of the skill by like 10% or something. A smaller number, so it's not like doubling the damage, and then maybe it now has a new niche that it didn't have before. You can swap the tumble animation for power slide? Yeah. Aren't you a robot? Yeah, I am a robot. Both in real life and as a Warforged right here. Robot! It's me. So yeah. As I said, the minor changes they made to stuff like Battle Engineer, where they were like, oh, here, we're going to buff it. We're going to take the crit multi and take it out of here and put it here. Well, now there's so many more multi-classes you can do. It's very, very interesting. One of the reasons why Artificer didn't feel as good to multi-class with in terms of playing ranged or melee is because, well, you needed that crit multi, so you have to go to pure. But now you can go 12 Artificer and then throw in other classes. And with 12, even on a repeating crossbow build, you can now get expanded clip, which is kind of cool. In general, I think that what should hold true, and maybe some people will disagree about this, but I think that this should be the true case, is that the best builds in the game are multi-classed characters that require a lot of understanding and knowledge about what's happening in the video game. Okay? The best builds in the game should be that. But the non-multi-classed characters, the pure classes, should be good enough to do the content. They should be like the, like they should exemplify what the classes are supposed to represent. Because that just makes sense to me. Multi-classing is more complex and should yield a greater outcome. That's why I don't really care too much about the whole, like, oh, you just take a level of Warlock and you get Arcane Warrior. Ideally, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but conceptually, I don't mind the issue that that's better than playing, like, the pure class build, because you have to do the math and put the pen to paper about, well, what's better, this or this in this situation? And so, to me, again, I find that to be, for the most part, okay. The strongest just be like, lol, 20 pure Sork, the same spell all day is silly. I agree. But I think it should be strong. I think pure classes should still be strong. I disagree, you should be forced to multi-class. Okay, I don't want that at all. As somebody's playing pure Artificer, you know, I'm okay with the pure classes actually functioning. And being fun to play.
You've deprived the Netherese.
Delete all melees and ranged. I mean, yeah. Arcane Archer with no ranger levels? Oh, hell yeah. That sounds awesome. Delete Sork capstones? I mean, they could delete a lot of things. Also, I need more water. Oh my god. I can feel it. The raspiness. The raspiness. Multiclass needs to be great again. Well, you might not be playing Dungeons & Dragons online, Utgard, but multiclass characters are the best characters in the game. There's like a couple builds that aren't multiclass that are strong. Pure Fighter's pretty good. And all the spellcasters are unique in that they can't really multiclass. Because of the way that they're designed, you lose cash levels, so you can't really multiclass. Like, a lot of the capstones don't really matter that much. Like, yeah, the extra multi-vial and Alchemist is pretty good. But, like, Druid capstone sucks. The problem is getting pure Druid is pretty good.
A voice echoes from
I can't hydrate. I don't have any water.
It's the Harper you spoke to earlier. The camp at the end of the valley. An armed party just... You've eliminated
nice.
every supply convoy. Not a single one made it through.
Monk
to
Paladin?
Netherese
Like, you
Army.
can play that. It's just
Kyra
dramatically
Armor
worse than playing
has
20 Sark.
another chest waiting for you back at her camp.
The upside is that you have evasion now, and you can heal yourself, and your saves are okay. The downside is you do 30 to 40% less damage. And you can't bypass immunities easily. It is what it is. Also, you don't get Meteor Swarm, or Acid Well, or Thunderstroke. Several abilities that are quite good. How terribly would making your cash level based on your character level ruin everything in the entire game? It would ruin everything. You would get the opposite problem, where there's no reason to invest in casters. Making cash level based on character level would be a terrible idea. Yep, exactly. That's the main problem. Well, you still need spells. Like, you need higher level spells, but yeah.
And with him goes the ski.
DDO's anniversary is February 28th, Winter Cloak, which means the absolute last day that it can come out is the February 28th. But it's probably before that. Am I on stream? Okay. Driving, water, then climbing. Sec. Gonna get some water. BRB. Water. Whoop. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to, like, get water for my organs. Is it cold out? Not really. It's kind of warm. That's why we had a winter storm. The old problem. It's warm, so we got a winter storm. Let's go. Yeah, what are we talking about? Or should you try rush another life? That depends. If it, I would guess that Dragonlord is not coming out for 2 to 3 weeks. My guess is Dragonlord is going to be the 14th of February, so Valentine's Day. This Valentine's Day, play your own Dragonlord, or the 21st. I hope it's the 14th, Valentine's Day, and not the 21st, because if it comes out on the 21st, that means I'm going to be streaming DDO and not Last Epoch, and I want to stream Last Epoch when it releases. But we'll see. So on hardcore, I like to kill some of these guys as I go up. Stop hogging all the heat. Hey man, if he wants to hog the heat, he can. Arizona doesn't have to give you nothing. I just don't want anyone to die. Like, if somebody dies, it's really embarrassing, so let's just not have that happen. Plus, it's like a reasonable amount of XP as we go up. I just have had so many people die in here on Hardcore League. Because they just get mobbed by monsters because it gets red alerted. Like, look how fast I just got surrounded by these random guys out here. None of that. Should make a multi-class feat to compensate loss of cash levels up to level 20 or less. That's actually a feat in pen and paper. In the complete arcane. Let me see here. 3.5 complete arcane feats. That is actually a feat. Battlecaster, Arcane Mastery. Trying to find the name of the feat. Edge. Enhance spell. Extra slot. No. I can't remember the name of the feat, but basically what it does is it gives you an extra +4 on your caster levels up to the maximum, up to your maximum level as your caster level. So let's say you're like a 6 wizard, like 6 fighter, and you're level 12, or like, yeah, you take level 12. Well, then you only have 6 levels of wizard, but you could take the feat, which would then make you count as a 10th level wizard for the purposes of casting spells. You don't have this, like, the spell levels. You still only have 6th level wizard stuff, like 3rd level spells, but they count as a higher level. I just can't remember what the name of the feat is. It's in here. I just don't remember what it is. Innate spell. Something. Not right. Oh, practiced spellcaster. That's it. So your caster level for chosen spellcasting class increases by 4. This benefit can't increase your caster level to higher than your hit dice. However, even if you can't benefit from the full bonus immediately, if you gain later hit dice and levels of non-spellcasting classes, you might apply the rest of the bonus. For example, a human 5th level sorcerer, 3rd level fighter who selects his feat would increase his sorcerer caster level from 5th to 8th, since he has 8 hit dice. If he later gained a fighter level, he would gain the remainder of this bonus, and his sorcerer's caster level would be 9. A character with 2 or more spellcasting classes must choose which class the feat gains the feat's effect. I wonder if a feat like that would work. Yeah. Do I have to bring someone's soulstone up top? I mean, you could do that, yeah. I don't want to do that. Bear in mind, if you think my rune arm looks cool, just remember it looks this way because this is the Macrotech Epic Destiny drive system. Is why it looks that way. It has nothing to do with the rune arm itself. All rune arms look like... They don't all look like this, but they all have the same drive visual effect. But it is really good. I like it. Die, jerks. Need a huge buff? Well, it would be interesting for multi-class characters. I do think that an issue that DDO faces in terms of multi-classing is spellcasters lose a disproportionate amount of resources and tools when they multi-class compared to other characters. Like on melees, in a lot of cases, crit, multi, and threat range is around level 12. So from 12 to 20, a lot of melee classes really don't get a whole lot. Versus like, you know, 12 to 20 on spellcasters, which is the best spells in the game. So that difference is kind of weird. It's not that classes don't get anything. Don't get me wrong. Barbarians get like bonuses to rage. Fighters get extra uses of second wind. Rogues get sneak attack dice. But yeah, you're just not getting as much. So again, a feat like Practice Spellcaster would go a long way. Yes, also, there are supposed to be items in the video game for mitigating this problem. So, as it was pointed out, there's actually items that have Arcane and Divine Augmentation. Arcane Augmentation increases your Arcane cash level by 2, and Divine Augmentation increases your Divine cash level by 2. It's a really cool and creative idea for a spell item that helps bridge that gap, like Ichthenor's Signet Ring. The problem is, Arcane means Wizard and Sorcerer, and Divine means Cleric and Favored Soul. So if you're a Ranger, Paladin, Druid, Warlock, Alchemist, or Artificer, sorry, doesn't apply. Oh no, Kira the Lock has been slain. No.
It is strange.
So yeah, so those, if those items worked as advertised, then it would be a different story. But they don't really do that much, fortunately, on their own. So I didn't update this.
The Knoll's gate is shut and barred.
A person died? True. Yeah, I killed him. It was all me.
The sound of the gong echoes against the mountainside. An irritable Netherese strategist appears atop the fortifications. By the dark fires of Jordantar, who do you think you are? You wish to die.
Before it was just sent to the void.
So,
Diablo 4. Did you miss a turn?
at the edges of the army camp,
Oh shit.
conspicuously clean and undisturbed.
Are you on top of the mountain? We were at the battle camp, then going north, I think. Oh shit, where is it? Maybe east. It's breaking the ranks is the quest. Why is this guy in my party AFK? Netherese Central Camp. Whoop. Anyway, I'm just gonna kill everything here. I'd do the traps, but there's not enough here. Not enough going on. Hydrate time. Don't hydrate today. Alright, fine. I'll drink a little bit of water. In a sec. I gotta kill these guys. I want to disable more of these traps, but I don't have a way to crowd control them. I can kind of crowd control them because I can use tactical detonation. So that kind of works. I'm able to do that. I might be able to get it done, but we'll see.
Drayton gloats. You have summoned your Artificer. Orcs.
Actually, I can kind of just fight here, I guess. If I just like stand right here, the archers have to come out of the actual tent, so I should be okay. Yes, come to me, archers. I am a genius. Or they just randomly meander to the middle of the room for some reason, which I don't understand, but whatever.
Gazes down with cold malevolence at the sea.
Yeah, we're good. Again, I want to go into the room, but I can't. The one downside about Artificer is even though I have crowd control, it's tactical detonation, which has a longer cooldown, so I can really only get like one group of monsters, and then the next one spawns, and I don't have enough time to get them. I'm also going to need to use the shrine here, so I'm not going to be able to get the optional for the pulling the bell, because I need to do that. You got to do any last minute 4s this week, or not really? Not really, unless something comes up. Unless somebody's like, yo, let's do some Reaper 4s, I don't really care too much. Unless, are you asking, am I going to carry you through some Reaper 4s so you can get 10 Reaper points? I'm not saying that's what you were asking. But I am asking if that's what you were asking. People have asked before. It lunges for your water bottle? I mean, yeah. Water's good, man.
The orcs too.
Okay, must. Oh, the double slows.
Well, you are calling the
I just need the shrine.
weak strong anyway.
Oh, please.
Strategist must turn every
Yeah.
twist to his advantage after all.
Also, so many people are leaving the guild. Oh my goodness.
Purpose. Hill giants, come forth.
A whole bunch of people just left. I assume that was probably like a group of people all playing together.
Crush them! Shrieks.
Crush them!
And giants come forth. Squash
The thesis research? Yeah, once you're done with thesis research. Exactly. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to finish up all that thesis research. I know what you're talking about. I'm very proud of you, son. You managed to land yourself all maps completed in Path of Exile. You got a new achievement you didn't have before. You achieved? Very proud. And you did it all by yourself, which is also really cool. It takes people a long time to figure out how to get through that. So doing it on your own, very proud of you. Is thesis on not burning food while cooking? Given how many people I know that regularly burn the food that they make and then they eat it because they have no choice, it doesn't surprise me that it takes a long time to write a thesis on not burning food. I try to avoid burning food the best I can. But man, sometimes it's really hard. Sometimes you're just bad at cooking, or you mistime something, or you don't pay much attention, and you just burn. Burn. Although I'm not one of those people that like tries to lie to themselves and go like, no, I actually like it when it's a little bit burnt. I'm not saying like you can't have something with delicious char. We're not talking about a barbecue. We're talking about the toast was in a little too long because you weren't paying that much attention. Whoops. Can we play catch sometime? Oh, sorry. I gotta go back in the office. I've got this long project we're working on, kiddo. So yeah, I'm gonna be working nights and evenings and weekends and days and mornings. Yeah. So sorry about that. Everything is a bit strong. It's pretty good, yeah.
As the Netherese strategist.
But yeah, isn't that like the whole point of like cooking in general? Is you get those like flecks of cooked areas? That way because it's terrible for you? Depends on what it is.
He rumbles. I will bide my time for a worthier cause.
Oh, you got auto-modded? Wow. Alright. I'll let it through. I don't know what your message is. Got auto-modded away, so I actually can't see it. It's a YouTube video that I don't know what the YouTube video is. Oh, gosh, it's not coming up on Chatterino. No. Can't identify the chat. Damn it. Well, we'll never know what the video is. I don't click on any links in chat until I can see them. Because I'm very cautious about having anything with any amount of copyrighted content playing on stream. And so if I click something and it has copyrighted content in it, I can go straight to jail. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. And so I don't want to have that happen to me because I've got a bright future ahead of me. Or maybe I don't. But regardless, I don't want to interrupt that possibility. Go away, wolves. It's Anakin screaming, I hate you? Okay, got it. Autoplay on YouTube enabled is the big question here. That's a good question. Yeah. Like, if I went to jail but did collect $200, I mean, $200 is $200. Alright, that's just robbing like a 7-Eleven. Let me just not play automatically, and I'm not a streamer? Well, yeah. Wait, what do you mean autoplay? No, I don't have autoplay on YouTube. If I click a link in chat, and it's just a copyrighted material, then I just go to jail.
You are now
The police bust in through my window, and I'm dead.
Somewhere within this ice, Orophon has arranged to meet the frost.
Do not. This will be a circus. You'll be fine. Just do the math.
Ice and cold new timber.
Oh, it doesn't start playing?
These
Oh.
excavations were made very recently.
Oh, no. Yeah, the video automatically starts playing when I turn it on. Can you turn that off? Is that a feature? I thought that's just how YouTube functioned. Hold on. Is that a thing I can do? In Firefox? Is that it? Was that an extension, or is that in the the thing itself? Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's just auto playing. Is that a way to turn off? Settings, playback speed. No, I don't have that option. There probably is a Chrome extension you can download for it.
As the path winds deeper into the glacier, the excavation work seems older and somewhat worn. Beyond the drawbridge, fresh air drifts down.
What do ad blockers have to do with auto playing YouTube videos? I'm confused. Can you explain that to me, Nezrex?
Base of operations.
Is that a feature of like the ad blocker? It prevents videos from it prevents YouTube videos from playing when you click on the thing. Nothing, also nothing. It does? Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that feature be touted like that before, but Yeah, because I don't think that's the case, but I mean I don't know. I don't use ad blockers on the internet.
There was no sign of Rune or any other frost
That's not
giant to
true.
be seen.
I ad block one website.
The path ahead is wide and elegantly carved, as if by
I do ad block one
entirely
website.
different hands than those below.
But I try not to. Because it's sort of the situation where, like, I get paid through advertisements. So I recognize that, you know, advertisements are how a lot of companies make their money online, including myself. And so it's like, I feel like this twinge of guilt if I use the ad blocker. So I don't. This is not me projecting on anybody else. Do whatever you want. I don't care if you use an ad blocker to watch my content. Do whatever you want. But yeah, like, I'm just aware that, you know, if I watch a YouTube video, well, not a YouTube video because I pay for YouTube Premium, but if I, like, watch a video on some website and I'm using an ad blocker, then that person doesn't get that cut for the ads that they're sending. So it's like, I don't really like it. Is it Wowhead? Yeah, it's Wowhead.
The gate at the far end.
I don't play World of Warcraft anymore, but when I do play World of Warcraft, I get an ad blocker to use Wowhead. If the website didn't have so many ads, my computer nearly crashes going to the website, I would think about it differently. But yeah, it's just Wowhead. Interesting. Interesting.
Don't have time for this.
Gives me an ad? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't have that. Like I said, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have ads. Like, I could just get an ad blocker, or I could just, like, pay for it. That's my thought.
This is taking much longer than I had hoped.
Whee. Yep.
Why are these minions always so?
I just haven't changed my web browser in a very long time. I don't have a reason for that. I just haven't. I've just had Chrome installed on my computer for like 13 years and I haven't really thought about it.
That was a waste of resources. I suppose you want to get through that gate.
Ads on top of it is dangerous. Mm-hmm. Why do you despise Google Chrome?
Then I fear you will be. The passage ahead looks different.
Okay, I need to know what's the story here. Why do Chrome and Edge draw your ire? Because it's eating the world. To be fair, Chrome does use like gazillions of amounts of memory. It's very resource heavy. They even have a thing that tells you, if you mouse over the tabs, how much memory each tab is using. It's pretty rough.
What bring against the Netherese? My enemy's enemy is not my friend.
Well, I mean, there's more than two web browsers, because you can use one of the other less commonly used web browsers.
The dark stone of the mountain juts out
Playing
of the ice where
with
the
better people and feel
mountain
myself getting
meets.
better, going for top 1%. So the thing is, if you've never played around, like in an MMORPG, actually not even an MMORPG, just in a video game in general, if you haven't had the opportunity to play with people that are legitimately good, it's always shocking how good some people are at video games. The best example I can think of is like, you know, when I was in elementary school, I was pretty good at Super Smash Brothers. Dude, I could beat like all the other kids in my school at Super Smash. I was like so good. And then I got to high school and I got to play with other kids who were playing Super Smash Brothers. Okay, we're on a break in the ice. I don't think I updated this. And I got stomped. It was like a no contest. I was like trying to beat people at Super Smash using my favorite characters because I thought that was okay. And then these kids started wave dashing. And I was like, well, I lose. It was great. It was a good opportunity to learn about how much better there are people out there when you actually have competition. And it's the same thing in like pretty much any video game or really any field. You can grow beyond the cap of like you know, or you can get better on your own. But being around people who are better is very, very helpful to improving. Field buffs, appreciate you. Thanks, Kevin Head. I'm glad you like them. I hope you've had fun this hardcore season. You've been successful in whatever endeavor you've had. Fourth. So yeah. Whatever, I remember what a pain in the ass it was when every browser did their own thing. Now everything is Chrome and it's different. Not necessarily different. Shane convinced me that it actually uses 15 gigs of RAM. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it makes sense. You're just gonna, if you're gonna design any program or web protocol or whatever it is, you're gonna design it for the thing that's most popularly used. Just makes the most sense. More money's that way. You'll never see the difference unless you try, but it uses so much RAM. It uses a lot of RAM, it does. I have a lot of RAM though, so I'm not worried about it. Oh god. As I said, this is not. This is mostly me not knowing much about how computers work in terms of like what type of decisions you actually have to make before you decide to use like a different web browser. I don't really know. I'm not much of a software sort of guy, and so I just find it interesting to listen to you guys describe your experiences with these things. Just for Chrome, yeah, you got to have your Chrome sticks. When you want to use Chrome, you got to go get the exclusive Chrome sticks. Okay. Welcome at the end. Just to eat RAM, I need to eat a hamburger. Okay, bye, Doc Jekyll. Enjoy your hamburger. Twitch 20 tabs, several tabs uses 1.8 gigabytes. I can find out how much Chrome is using. Let's see. How much is my Chrome using? So Chrome has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tabs open. And it is using 3.6 gigabytes. Damn. That's a lot of RAM. It's using more RAM than anything else on my computer with 10 tabs.
Now I'm armed for battle.
That's a lot of RAM.
This way. The wizard Tharno will be in a great chamber.
No. I have way too much RAM.
Says the frost giant. The wizard Tharno.
You have to understand, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM.
Though he's seen you, his eyes. You
It is for me? Exactly. Yeah.
Wrong near as well, I see.
It's not even close.
There you are.
You think it's going to eat all my RAM? Look at it. My RAM doesn't care. Also, I don't really understand how this graph works, because there's got to be something in here. But it just does this all the time. This is how it works. This is my RAM graph. It's always like this. It's just flat. Look at it. Look how flat it is. Look at that RAM. Just use Firefox? Yeah, I could. See my 58 Chrome tabs in 3 different windows. That's always what gets me, is when I forget a Chrome window. Where, like, I'll minimize it, and I'll forget that I have it, and then it's like 20 tabs just in the background.
The giant roars. You will pay for your force.
That's really the big problem.
If I had 1 platinum for every time I... Laughs Rune. Well fought.
Steps up and play DDO and watch streams. I have 128 gigs of DDR4, nothing is slow, probably.
Your corpses to the pile.
If Earth was the size of a cue ball, it'd be the smoothest cue ball ever made. It's exactly like that.
This place here shall be your grave.
The 3 different desktops, 3 different browsers, all with 50 tabs each. I'm not that bad for tabs. I know some people that have like a gazillion tabs, I'm not that bad when it comes to tabs, but some people got like way too many tabs.
Hrungnir grunts as he falls.
Some people got way too many tabs. Not everybody. Some people have legitimate reasons for why they have so many tabs open. Again, like if you're researching something, or you just gotta have a lot of things open, or you're just allergic to making bookmarks. Like all of these are options. Right, what goes up? I'm grabbing the quest. Just head to the next one. Take care. Can I make builds that legit have 3 windows with 20 tabs per window? Yeah, exactly. You gotta have lots of tabs. I've been working on some builds for the Misery Gauntlet coming up this Friday for Path of Exile, which I will be streaming, by the way, because I think it'll be a fun thing for people to watch if you're not familiar with the game. And man, I've had a lot of tabs, dude. A lot of tabs. So many tabs. I don't need as many tabs in DDO, mostly because I just already know what I'm doing, so yeah. Yep. Browse in private mode? That sounds about right. I assume that if a company tells you that they're not watching what you're doing, that means they are directly watching what you're doing. Right? It's like if somebody wants you to like buy something and it seems too good to be true and you're like, is this like a scam? What's going on? They say, no, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. This is not a scam. That means it's definitely a scam. So when Google tells you, by the way, hey, when you use incognito mode, we're not tracking what you're doing. That means they're definitely tracking what you're doing. They're just using different language so you can't tell what they're trying to say to you. Oh. So yeah. Cherry flavored snake oil? That just might be. And now we go to what goes up. Good old quest. You need more monitors, not more tables. True. Oh, plus all this stuff, I don't feel like closing up bookmarking. I honestly don't bookmark that much. I probably should. I should probably bookmark way more stuff than I end up doing. Boon Taker. It's a wizard rogue. Nice. No. It's a chain quest. Yep. You hate ultra wides? I don't have an ultra wide monitor. We mentioned this before, but I have an ultra small monitor compared to many of the monitors that you guys have. I just don't have a need for a big monitor.
Bookmark more stuff, like your D&D book with the fabric
being
thing.
held prisoner, and Netherill's
Yes.
plans are poised to unfold.
Indie book with the fabric thing. Hold on, I got this. I'm coming. I remember my own life. Wait for it.
Freshly constructed woodworks
I'm remembering stuff in the past.
Clearly, the Netherese and their minions have not been idle.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Man, I feel stupid now. You're not describing a movie. You're definitely describing something that happened in the past. Oh, yes. I didn't realize the thing was a bookmark. Yes, with the fabric bookmark. Yes, I'm so stupid. I'm even dumber than you thought. Yes, I forgot that I had a bookmark in my book. Yes. Yes. Oh, man.
Hey Strim, this is your yearly reminder to not fall off the glacier.
Thank you. I don't want to fall off the glacier, but I will do my best not to. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it in British English? Because you didn't misspell that. Yo, your scaling keeps Strim humble? I mean, true. I honestly don't really have a whole lot of life creep. I try to avoid life creep as hard as possible. Because, I don't know. Humble beginnings, you know what I mean? Oh, also, you need to have like you need to have more money for life creep, so, you know. You take things in parts. Take things in parts. That's what I say. That's how I hear Europeans say it? It's a book. It's the thing that you put on the coffee table so that makes you look smart when people come into the room. There are also the things you can find where they made like physical copies of ebooks. Yeah, that's what they call a physical copy of an ebook. Oh my god, I'm stuck under this ramp. Whee! A stat tome in real life. I mean, books kind of are like stat tomes in real life. That's true. Oh god, it hurts. Everything hurts so bad. About the hoarding stuff we discussed before. Oh, you have a lot of books in your house? Yeah. I have some books. I have a shelf of books behind this glowing tree. And I like it, for the most part. I enjoy the books that I have on there. I've read almost all of them. There's a few that I haven't read, just due to time constraints. But for the most part, I've read all the books on it. So the reason why I don't really own a lot of books, I don't read a lot. And if I do own a book, I'd like to, like if I'm going to spend money on it, I'd want to actually read it. So yeah. Glacier. TTS was about. Glacier. Glacier.
Floats beside a barrier, almost as if the two
Is this a Shade Archive? Oh, it is. A lot of books? I'm imagining both of your houses right now, that if you combine them together, they're like intricate Tetris pieces, where you could probably take all the objects from both rooms and overlay them, and they would fit together because it would fill up an entire space with no breathing room left. A new bookcase? Oh, to hold all the books? Did you have to have these new bookshelves put in to buy the 3,700 new books you just bought here in your garage? Next to this nice new Ferrari here. That's what I assume most people do with their books. They just put them on the shelf. This nice brand new Lamborghini here.
Quest completed.
Back in the soft cover. Makes me wonder, you mean ebooks are all bareback? Probably, yeah. There's no front or back. They actually don't end either. Also, H46 Aviator, thank you so much for resubscribing. Welcome back to the stream team. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I don't want another one. I actually can definitely agree with that. I am currently borrowing a car right now, and it's the best. Because all I have to do is, like, buy some gas and stuff, and, like, drive around. It's very convenient. And then it's like, oh, man, got to figure out, you know, the insurance.
Quest
you know, got to get my insurance provider. Oh, it's taken care of, baby. Also, Wintercloak, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the room. Fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you're doing very well today. Didn't sell the old one? Why don't you eat the car? Then you'll go fast. Nice and strong. Lots of iron. Good for you. But yeah, 2 cars. Man, that's a lot of cars. I enjoy being able to drive. The convenience of not having to rely on public transit in my city is very, very nice. Now, that being said, if in the city of Ottawa, somehow, they actually finish building the train that connects most of the city together, this will be a very different story when we talk about the convenience of getting around. Because one of the main problems with the city right now is that we have a very robust bus system, which allows you to go from any one point in the city to basically any other point in the city with a bus, which is nice. Not every bus system can allow you to go anywhere you want. The consequence of this is that because there's no central quick transit, everybody has to take the bus system, and so oftentimes the city, like the central city buses, are very overloaded. And the routes have to go everywhere.
Long fingers of
But in
darkness
theory,
pour
in
out
the
from
future,
corners.
when they finish the construction of the train tracks that are going all the way across the entire city, instead, you'll simply be able to get on the train to do most of your travel quickly and then just take a local bus. It'll be amazing. I can still remember the motto when they started construction. On track 2018. What a good motto.
As the shade falls, something shatters in the cell she came from. A small.
Now you might say, wait, isn't it 2024? Don't think about that. Don't think about that. It's in work in progress. Don't worry about it.
Go on. I'll guard your back.
Austin is awful, yeah. Like I said, it's going to really depend. As I said, I can't complain too much because with the bus system, you can go anywhere. And then once they finish the train lines, and the train lines are the positioning of them is really, really well done. Full east-west, full north-south, with huge crossroad right in the middle. Great places for people to be able to go and quickly take, or actually there's 2 north-south lines to hit all the different parts of the city. Honestly, it's going to be really great when it's actually done. When it's done. Oh, it was full all the time? Well, yeah, but Ottawa's wacky. It's just like big and empty. Trains, not trams. It's all trains. You can't really do trams here because it's too much weather.
You think you have stopped us?
Don't fall off or you die. Reminder.
You have only hastened.
Can't put an U.S. city and good public transit in one sentence. Well, maybe apart from some East Coast ones. There are some cities that have pretty good public transit systems. Like, pretty reliable ones. There might be other problems with the public transit system. Like, there are some cities that have pretty reasonably good public transit systems. Like, you think about, like, New York. But then, by contrast, you have the secondary problem of the robustness of the transit system. Also means you have to deal with the people that live on the transit system. Whether there's an excuse? No, whether there's a reason. Are you implying that there's no cost difference between designing something that is for different types of weather systems? It's not an excuse to say that you might design something a certain way because of the cost difference. I think that's fair. I live in Norway, not doing trans laziness. Yeah, I'm saying you don't believe that there is like a cost difference. That's what you said. You said word for word. I don't personally believe that there is a cost difference in depending on your weather type, independent of that. This is going to sound crazy, but Norway is not the same as Canada. And even if it is the same as Canada, a lot of reasons why people don't make or different construction projects is not laziness. It's usually budgetary reasons. And budgetary reasons come down to a lot of things, like the fact that, you know, if you're an elected official and you want to spend a bunch of money on a project, it's very difficult to maintain your position. Yeah, also cities are designed differently. But yeah, chalking it up to laziness is kind of just like, you know, it's a pretty ignorant thing to say. Like, you can say it, I'm just, you know, it is what it is. Like, you got to remember, right? When you think about the transit system that we have here, which you might not know much about, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. We have an issue where, you know, the individual contractors that have had the project have had to change hands. And the reason that they've had to change hands a lot is because when you're getting, if you're like, imagine you're like, you know, working for the city, and you're like, okay, we need to get this construction project completed. We need this transit system done because it's a good idea, right? So you have several reputable companies that all make bids in an attempt to get the business. And that makes sense. So you have all these companies that are all making bids to try to actually land the business. And so then you as a city decide, you know what, we're going to go with the lowest bidder every time. And the problem when you go with the lowest bidder is not that, you know, they can't do a good job, but that they have now the lowest amount of funds to get the job done. And if they run out of money or they run into some type of complication, like a contractor that's their subcontracting doesn't work out, or there's some type of issue with the scheduling or some other type of problem, you're in a bind because you've already spent money on the project. And so, you know, you're like, I've already invested however many millions of dollars, which means now you might have to get a new contractor or a new group to take over the project. And that means you got to go to the next lowest common denominator. And then you got to go to the next lowest common denominator. And then eventually you end up spending 4 times what you actually budgeted on the project, and it's still not done. And what you need to understand is that's the North American way. Overspending instead of spending the proper amount. Okay? You got to overspend heavily because you're trying to cut as many corners as possible. It's really what we do here. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like there's another problem as well with the, so I had like a power outage. And one of the issues with the power outage thing that's been going on is basically all of our lines are above ground. And that might sound silly because you're like, well, not every line, obviously, but a lot of lines are above ground, especially over long distances. And you might be like, well, how come they don't just like bury stuff? And the main problem, and the reason why you don't bury stuff in the city of Ottawa, is because the city of Ottawa is built in a very special place. It's on top of an object called the Canadian Shield. Basically, if you dig more than 10 feet down, you hit solid stone. And it's really expensive to dig anything anywhere. Which is a stupid problem. But like, hey man, when people decided to put the capital city of the country on this rock, that's what they decided. So very expensive set of stone. It's not adamantine, it's just more expensive. And remember when we said lowest common denominator? The cost difference between like putting up something that's above ground and then repairing it versus having something that is below ground but very expensive to implement and then also to maintain is massive. Should they probably do that? Yeah, they should. Are they gonna do that? No, they're not. Because again, it's not the lowest bidder. You gotta go with the lowest bidder, guys. How it works. So it's a fun little problem. Just one of those things you gotta deal with every once in a while. Also, fun fact, it's not the whole city. The place that lost power was actually just my block in my neighborhood, which is annoying. Yeah, actually a lot of the trains are going to be going above ground, oddly enough. There's like covered trainways, but they're going above ground. So subway's not like the best description because it's not entirely underground. Like what I said, most of it's above ground. The only time it's underground is when it's below the actual like city center, where it's below ground. But everywhere else is above ground for the most part. Especially when you're going like east-west with the way it's currently designed, and north-south. It's pretty much only underground when you get to the city center. Yeah. And they are going to be putting in a tram line on, I think it's going on Elgin Street, downtown, which is going to be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, because there isn't really that much of a need to put it necessarily underground. It just needs to have covered track. That's all you need. Just get some covered track and you're all set. But yeah, like I said, the stone part is just it's a really funny part of the city. And like when you go like, well, why would they build a city on top of stone? I don't know. Why would anybody build anything in Canada? The weather here sucks. For some reason, which I'm assuming the reason is beaver. They're like, yeah, man, let's go. Build it. Easier than 3 or 4 because if they don't spend all their money every year, they'll lose it for next. Well, the bigger issue as well is it's also like passing the buck. If it's an election year, you want to spend as little as possible so people aren't writing bad things about you. And then after the election happens, then it comes out, oh no, they went with too low of a bidder, but so they're gonna have to spend twice as much. But hey, you already won re-election, so.
Why are you trying to cover the train tracks? Like with rocks? Then how are the trains going to not derail?
Well, you won't cover them with rocks. You cover them with like grease. And the technology has always existed. Yep. You in Newfoundland, literally called the Rock. Yeah, I know. We're not. Look, I would like to tell you that Canadians are like some of the smartest people out there, but we also have like, you know, a lot of dumbasses here, which includes me as well. It's a good time. A stone from Amscar. He did cut top of a mountain off and levitate. It's a good idea. Monument to hubris in Arizona. I still disagree with that. Building in a desert? Dude, at least there's trees here. At least we got trees.
Still standing?
Damn it.
Really? I don't know why you even try. You are trying my patience.
So yeah.
Enough with the
National
pleasant
Forest in the US is in Arizona. Yeah, you say that.
The fury of Netheril shall fall upon you.
Look at me believing Bobby about there being plants in Arizona. Yeah, we do also have positive temperatures for most of the year. Yeah, Ottawa is also a really unique place weather-wise, where we have like the widest temperature range of any capital city on the planet, which also makes it a problem for doing any amount of construction, among other things. There's just a lot of special considerations, and no one wants to make those considerations. Anyway, the point is, as somebody who has been patiently waiting for, you know, some nice, cozy public transit, I'll just keep waiting. It'll be done soon.
I think this has gone far enough. Do I need to come down there and finish you myself?
Sound gravelly? Does he even live in a desert? True. If you're gonna be living in a desert, you should sound like a character from, like, Mad Max. So I haven't talked about this character in a little while because we've been talking about the Ottawa public transit system for reasons I don't remember. But anyway, let me just reiterate. This character is fantastic. I take basically no damage from anything. If there are monsters, I just get to knock them all down, and it feels great to just like mash the buttons and hit people and blow them up during the leveling process. That being said, the question then becomes, does this character really scale into the end game? And that's a bit harder to answer. I don't have a clear answer for you right now with regards to exactly how powerful the character is going to be once we get through with it. But I will have that answer because I'll be doing some pretty reasonable testing later on. Just for now, I'm going to be talking mostly about the leveling process first, and then working into the end game later. It's like a problem number 2. Your public transport is bad. You haven't seen Eastern Europe? I know that in like the northern countries and stuff, which I'm pretty sure in the northern countries, people just ride bicycles everywhere. Then maybe that's just the Netherlands, but I know it's a thing people do over there. And I feel like in like there's that middle part of Europe where everything is so close together that you just drive everywhere. It's not a big deal. What is this? Oh, look, look at that nice picture.
That was a narrow scrape. What's that? Over there, look!
Trucking simulators? True. Poland had great asphalt roads and was really polished compared to Norway. Uh-oh. You're so fast at that. It's very impressive. You must have like a macro. Yeah.
Certain ruin has been averted by you, by me, for honor and for the crown.
Beautiful. Look at that. Nice job, team. Whew. That's level 29 right there. Quest is basically done. Yeah, we don't have a lot of good roads here. The only good roads in Ottawa is basically the highway. The highway is pretty good. But man, there are some brutal roads in this city where they just like use the cheapest asphalt and it gets ripped apart every winter. And the worst part is it then snows and the snow fills up the pothole. Now, something you might not know about snow is made of snow. It's not made of stone. So when you drive into the snow-covered hole, the tire goes right through. And so you'll get these gigantic pot canyons where your car goes in and then you just like basically destroy your wheel. And you can't even see them either. They're invisible. Oh my goodness. It's terrifying sometimes. Carling Avenue is a great example. If you ever come to the city, if you got to drive down Carling in the city, be very mindful in the wintertime. Another one is Heron. Just the canyons on Heron. And you don't even know they're there. And then you just like, boom, boom. And it's, again, it'll be like a 2.5 foot pothole. It's crazy. And they're just like, yeah, whatever. Dick's around all the potholes. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, snow is snow. I know. Cause you'll see the hole filled with snow, and you'll be like, "Oh, I could probably drive over it." No, you can't. It's snow. Yeah. Oh, massive holes. At least when it's not snowing, you can see them and you can go around it. Why don't they repave the roads? We just had this whole conversation. Repaving the roads costs money. Do you think that the city wants to spend money on paving the roads? That's ridiculous. Could you imagine? Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, they do repave some of the roads. It depends on which road it is. But yeah, I know that as somebody who used to drive down Heron Road every day to get to Bank Street, pretty much what they do is they just let it ride through the whole winter, and then they repave it in the spring. So they repave the road every single spring, but you gotta be careful about that one year round, because if a street is eroding, you either have to strip it all apart and start fresh, or run the old Ship of Theseus quandary on your main road. True. Yep. Just fill the bottles with water. True. You cannot compress water. So just do that. Unless water is compressible, which is one of the main story beats of the video game BioShock, where Andrew Ryan invented a machine that could compress water and made billions, and then built a city under the ocean. Such a weird plot point that they only like bring up like one time. I think it's like in a note somewhere. Actually, it might even not be in the game. It might be in the book, because there's also a book about it. For all intents and purposes, you can't compress water. Yeah, you can compress water, like fractional amounts, but it's like, you know, you're not really doing anything. Ooh. Ooh. Anyway. Well, and that's just it. Yeah, like I said, well, it's because there's also different grades of asphalt. This is something I did not know, because a friend of mine is actually a civil engineer, and he was explaining this to me. Yeah, there's different grades of asphalt. So like the asphalt that they use for the highway is much higher grade because there's significantly heavier vehicles and way more vehicles going over top of it, and they want to keep it down for as little as possible. So they use much higher grade asphalt for the highway, and then they use the cheap shit for everywhere else. Again, it makes sense. City infrastructure. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah. But I don't know anything about concrete. Air content differences depending on climate? True. Yep. But yeah, that's the brutal part about the city of Ottawa, is that it goes down. It, like, their temperature ranges between minus 30, like minus 30, 35 in the wintertime to like plus 40-ish in the summertime, which is very, very hard on the roads as well. Yeah. Yo, what's up? Need more chai? How are you doing? I got a message I need to respond to. One sec. Did him. Shred them and mix in the asphalt to make rubberized asphalt. It is quieter and more durable and keeps tires out of landfills. Grab a Ravenloft sword? That's a good idea, actually. I'm thinking maybe just doing Ravenloft. 3 BC. That's a death trap. On board with Germany sells parts of it made by Germans for the Ruhr, and yes, it was made from concrete. I can believe that. To quote Vince from the ShamWow commercial, you know the Germans always make good stuff, so. Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I have my Mega Man Artificer build here. It's going pretty good so far. It's going pretty good so far. I'm blasting my way through the game, just destroying everything in my path, and I gotta say, it's been pretty fun so far. I've really enjoyed this character. Very, very satisfying. I think it's time to do some Ravenloft. There we go. Do Ravenloft. It's a good idea. You go on a road made 2 years ago that's Pothole Central? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So now we go here, 32, EH Ravenloft, go here, and we go Barovia, and then we go into the Mist. Hard, bam, bam. Pothole Central. Yeah, roads and construction. It's always a fun thing to think about. As I said, I respect the fact that these things are expensive. It would be nice if they were just a betterer all the time. Like, a friend of mine in the neighborhood that they live in, there's been a lot of construction. Like, some people have been building some new houses. And it's one of those things I think that's also just the grown-up in me now realizing, where, like, not only is there noise in the neighborhood, which I personally don't care too much about, which is why I've never really thought about it that much, but also, because of the construction, you'll have, like, big trucks and other things moving around, and these are, like, residential roads. And so the residential roads are just really not used to having these, like, giant, let's go in, into the mists. The roads have these, like, absolutely gigantic trucks grinding over top of them, and they're not meant to stand up to that, so they get these giant holes. And I'm like, yeah, that, you know what, that would be really annoying. I have to deal with that all the time. Ugh, for like a whole year or whatever. So you feel like you're driving over an infinite stairway? That's kind of funny.
The soldier looks up at you. His face
You locate?
strangely pale.
Yeah.
Halt! Do you serve Strat?
Here, you hear howling in the distance. A raven cries somewhere overhead.
It's all the ancient stuff. All these ancient places that have just been there for like billions of years. I'm good. The thing is, like, and this is also what I'll say, complaining about the roads in Canada, the way I think about it is that that's one of the bigger complaints. I don't have a lot of bigger complaints. So given that one of my bigger complaints is, oh man, the roads are kind of annoying, everything else is like pretty good overall. Not everything. There's like things that could be improved for sure. Dude, I can't hit anything. This is a problem. I don't have hit chance. How do I solve this problem? I'm worried I'm not even going to have a 100 hit chance. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to get that sorted soonish. I want to enjoy Peak Society. Come over to America Land? I'm okay. I'm alright. You guys, I'll let America have... I'll visit. I'll visit America. That's how I like to enjoy my America. I like to visit. It's like going to the zoo. Yeah. No. It's okay. You guys can stay in America, and I'll just visit every once in a while. No, it's all right. Yeah. Entire aisle dedicated to Pop-Tarts. Dude, you go to the like, that blew my mind. Going into, I can't remember the name of the grocery store, but it was actually funny. I was with No Bob, Dungeons & Dragons online designer, and we stopped at the grocery store to grab a thing. And he's like kind of on a mission. He's like, we got to go here, we got to get this or whatever, because we were like late for something. And I had to like full stop and be because I saw there's a whole row, floor to ceiling Pop-Tarts of just like 50 flavors. It blew my mind. And that was just one of the many, many, many things. It's crazy. I'm not saying you don't. It is honestly amazing. It made me very jealous. Big construction stuff is they cost a bunch and pay themselves too quick. It's a political issue because no one wants to do it and be the guy who spent the money. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's literally it. That's 100% what it is. Fighters, Rangers not exist in hardcore. Haven't seen none spellcaster in days. Spellcasters are better for HC. But yeah, they're... Top of Reaper. There we go. Also, Mwister, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate the support. Mwister. Mwister. It's not that hard to pronounce.
What's the first thing I remember?
The easiest hardcore lives I'll ever have. Dark Hunter is very, very good for hardcore. You're gonna see more spellcasters than anything else in hardcore because spellcasters are better than anything else for hardcore. That's just how it is. There's no like conspiracy. As it turns out, getting easy AoE damage very quickly and cheaply is really good. Oh, well, we just finished Into the Mist and are heading to Death House. Alright, and now I have a plus 15 weapon. A little bit better than my plus 6. Which is now a plus 19 weapon. So it's a little bit higher hit chance, which is much nicer. Which I need. And then also, because it's plus 19, it's also more spellcasting elements, so I get 57 spell power. Whoa! Firstborn is coming back to Holland and regularly experiencing FLA, and that is not around in other countries. Wait, what's FLA? 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 I'm not sure. In Warforged, Pale Master use repair spells? No.
Small, distant voices spring from nowhere.
When you're in undead form, you're an undead. When you're in not an undead form, you're whatever you are before. It's the same thing if you're playing a Warforged Druid. Warforged Druids can't repair themselves, but you get full healing in animal form because in animal form you're an animal and not a Warforged. And it completely overwrites it.
You spot something
So
from the
play a
north of the
Warforged
room.
Druid to heal yourself?
Something small and old
Fey like Laving
and
Zamy.
forgotten.
Amy. I do M Fey Dark or Fey Lights. Is like vanilla sauce, is all types and tastes and such. Oh, I gotcha. It's like a delicious, tasty treat.
We want to rest now. You found the secret
Oh, you
door.
Europeans and your sweets.
It leads down to the basement, where the monster is.
Beyond the secret door.
I'm not
a
a big sweets guy.
Down into darkness.
Never have been.
Gently place the bones inside the coffins.
And when I say you Europeans and your sweets, I don't know why, but I'm just thinking about
We can rest here
that.
once you get rid of the monster.
I think this is definitely German or Austrian. I can't remember the origin of it, but there's like a Simpsons episode where Homer has a dream where he goes to like a German chocolate land or something. Very entertaining, but yeah. That one's too good. It's too good. I mean, honestly, that's a real problem. When you have things that are too delicious, so your brain just like short circuits, and you're like, well, now I have to eat this. You have no choice. Yeah. I said I'm kind of a psychopath, I think, because I will buy sweets and sweet goods, but I don't eat them very quickly. I eat them very slowly. Like, I'll have the desire for it, so I'll purchase it, and assuming it doesn't, like, expire quickly, like, it's not like a fresh baked good. Like, obviously, I'm not a crazy person. If I buy a fresh baked good, I eat the baked good fresh, okay? But anything that has, like, some level of preservative to it or doesn't need to be eaten right away, I do it piecewise and very slowly, which drives my roommate absolutely insane. Because she'll be like, you bought that thing a month ago. How come you haven't eaten it? I'm like, because I'm taking my time. Some people struggle to have anything like delicious in the house. Yeah, repairing yourself is the real answer there. A lot of varied cultures in quite small places, so for food there's so much variety. It's very cool. It's one of the reasons why I'm like very thankful to live in Ottawa, because we have like, you know, the city itself is very, very multicultural, and so the food is amazing. There's so many different restaurants here. It's fantastic. Delicious food. Food from pretty much every region in the whole world at your fingertips. Literally at your fingertips, because you can just order on like Uber Eats or whatever, or skip the dishes, or whatever regional service you have. Am I being meteor swarmed? Oh, I'm being meteor swarmed. The stun works on undead?
The monster's around here someplace. You can smell him. He stinks.
Blast Drive works against undead? Amazing. Is this Reaper's already or still leveling? Still leveling. Holy moly. It's not supposed to, but it does. Oh. And then makes sense for Stream Tom. One more thing for me to remember, that it's not blah, it's blah. It's pronounced the same. Oh, got it. Yeah, pronunciations, regional pronunciations. I mean, at the end of the day, communication is key. As long as everybody understands we're talking about the same thing, it's all that really matters. I'm a huge believer in, like, you know, as long as you understand what somebody is talking about, the specifics of the words don't really matter that much. As long as you and I get to the same conclusion and we're talking about the same thing, it's all good. Oh, get stunned! Plants!
It's not tomato, it's tomato.
Yeah, exactly. You know, tomato, tomato.
The robed figures vanish, and something stirs in the water. The creature
You get to 2 different countries in 2.5 hours, and like 3 more in 4 to 5.
In the darkness
How long does it take me to drive to America? I could probably get to America. I think it's 2 hours to the border.
Time to sleep.
Let's see, Ottawa to U.S. border. I think it's like 2 hours-ish.
There's a sudden gust of air, as if the entire building let loose a sigh.
Let's see. According to this, oh, it's like an hour to get to Ogdenburg. Nice. It's not that bad either. So I can get to one country in an hour. Whoa. I then can't get to any other countries because Canada has only one neighbor, technically. I can't even get to the next major city in my province. In less than 4 hours. You get a pass when you go to Canada. To get that process started sooner rather than later. Government's slow. Can take a very long time if you're not prepared for that. That's not necessarily true. It's a land dispute. It's not a border. It's a land dispute about who owns the island.
Peasants with joyless faces, and the old woman's voice grows cold.
It's also technically a war.
Wanted pies and hadn't the I told them to go home, but did they listen?
In which both sides will leave beer for one another.
First here, then there. The wind whispers treacherously among the upper boughs.
End of the day, it's not really a land border because it's a territorial dispute. Find a destination, no items. Man, could you imagine? It's always funny how, like, you'll have a movie or a or like a story or like a book about how, like, in the future people like solve their problems through like video game fights or something, where it's like, yeah, you have like a virtual fight that solves something. You know, kind of like imagine if it was like a decision was decided between who could like win at a Pokemon battle or something. But that's like, that shit's never gonna happen. Change DDO over to another secondary monitor. Can't you just choose your monitor that you have it on? Oh god. Wait. If you press and hold the Windows key and then push left or right, it should go to a different monitor. I believe you can do that. Weird. Oh, that's bizarre. Yeah, I don't have that issue, but yeah.
This corpse is nearly beyond recognition. So savagely has it been mangled.
The curse of my life. What is this? Blah. One of the first few things that come strolling around Dutch supermarkets is that Dutch people love dairy products. You can't even detect what it is. It's in the fridge, so it must be some sensitive, must be with a sensitive expiry date. Conclusion: dairy product. The next thing that comes to your mind when you put your head in a grocery store fridge is, what is vla? Your head is fighting all sorts of culinary solutions, but it is in a cart package, so it can't be a simple pudding. Is it a dessert? Is your mind about to be blown? The answer is yes. And then they don't use great pictures for this.
You thought that they did not know?
Also, doesn't really describe to me what this is.
Enough of this. Kill 'em.
Most people describe vla as the taste of their childhood. You could describe it with an actual taste, article writer. You could describe what the taste is like for somebody who doesn't know, but yeah, sure, the taste of your childhood sounds good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Remember we talked about reviewers with their flowery language and how it can be difficult to spin a tale that really gets the senses engaged? It's not that hard. Tastes like children? Yeah, it tastes like childhood, exactly. Got him. Smoked. Change monitors not full screen? You probably can, yeah.
Her daughter's cut
Christmas
down
all year
the
long.
forest.
Look, it's dark, okay? It gets dark by 4:30. So this tree here stays here. Blue flavored everything? Honestly true. Trust me, you don't need to sell me on that. I wonder if I could buy it in my country. We got all sorts of import stuff. Apparently it's not dairy, so if it's not dairy, you should be able to have it
The oil spreads across
go across the
floor,
country.
and then up on the hill ahead.
Where by Vla.
Comes a prayer for aid. And then
Ooh, dude, there's a Dutch grocery store in Bleecker Mall? I didn't know that. To be fair, I've only ever been to Bleecker Mall a few times because there's a comic book shop there and also a Local Heroes, which is a mid-bar.
from the hilltop, a voice chants, "Rise, you old stones, and fight for your master once
Yeah.
more."
Is it Fun Dipstick? Meh. But yeah, apparently yes, apparently the Dutch groceries and giftware does carry Vla. So I could buy it. I could have it for next stream and just chug a gallon of it on stream. And I can tell you guys what it tastes like, unlike that article. Ooh, Ring of Nightfall. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, ooh. I don't need it. That's a cool item, but I do not need it. The liquid? I don't know. Boon Taker wishes it. There you go. Baking soup product. Oh god. Okay, so blah. Enter. I'm just looking at the website. There's products called Vlag. I'll have to go to the shop to see if I can find it. Some types of food is just better. I mean, yeah. Just blah? Okay, got it. You say it tastes like children, I will call them out. Transfer off hardcore to never played server. Do I get first time DDO point favor bonuses on that character? No, you get them when you earn them. So you have to hit the point threshold. You aren't hitting the point threshold, so you will not get the bonus. Basically, the best way to think about it is just like a race. Like, if I run the 100-meter dash in like 10 minutes, will that time also apply in my home country? Will that also apply to the 100-meter dash in the Olympics? And the answer is no. You gotta do the 100-meter dash again. Oh, whoops. Oops. Not E. My bad. Have to reset. Brain on autopilot. Yeah. You want to chaos on casual and get like 100? Yeah, you can also do that. Yep. Give me the cards. Something that's also interesting, if you do this on hard mode, the dragons at the end are not red names. Okay, we're all set. Anyone able to de-door the first room?
Madam Eva's words echo in your mind. An artifact. A trap. A friend.
Alright, it's fine.
But will you know which is which?
Got portrait? Yeah, we don't have dragons, but if we did, they'd be orange names, so you can stun them, so it doesn't matter. Whatever you wanted, cap down on rewards. Yeah, I have everything. I'm just playing on hardcore because it's fun. It's also a better way to play, to test out a build, in my opinion, because if it works on hardcore, it works off hardcore too. Sugar cream that you have over chocolate pudding or whatever. It's all different flavors, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, to licorice, and then some. Licorice? What the fuck? That's madness. A liquid that tastes like licorice? The only liquid I know that tastes like licorice is Jägermeister. Absolute madness. Also putting a liquid on pudding? Oh my god.
Echoes across the hall.
How many players kick it on hardcore? Most of them.
Into mist. The door slams shut. It's a trap.
That's madness. I don't... It's because I didn't grow up with licorice as a flavor. So, like, you know, I wasn't eating licorice, like, during the war. So, you know, the licorice all sorts and stuff that my grandparents were a big fan of. I am unfortunately not a huge fan of. I got introduced to the much more sweet, like, strawberry style licorice that, like, Twizzlers and stuff advertise. And so those are the licorices that I am much more familiar with, comfortable with. Like, oh man, you want to give me some pull-in peels? It's not really licorice, but it is tasty. Those are licorice flavored? Ooh, that I did not know. Favor and only do the talk in the new server to have favorite soul unlocked. Yeah, you can not unlock favorite soul and then bring it to the server and unlock it there. Yeah, that's true. Well, so Danik, the thing about Reaper mode you have to remember is people get to 32 and then fully gear and then do Reaper mode. So yeah, if you were trying to do it at 31, that would make sense that you were getting smoked. Reaper mode is much harder if you especially if you don't have the gear.
And the keystone needed to escape them. Finding the icon of Ravenloft
yeah.
would be all for naught.
It was pure sugar and still tastes like wax. Yeah, but pull-in peels, man. I could demolish a thing of pull-in peels. I love pull-in peels, man. That's like my go-to movie snack. Is to just hit up like a convenience store outside of the movie theater and grab like a big-ass strip of pull-in peels and then just pull and peel the whole movie. 100 those before I do a tequila. Oh man, tequila. Oh yeah. Also good too.
Dominates the room. Sitting there is an elderly man scratching
absolutely delicious.
Quill at paper.
I still remember when I was in Mexico and I got to have some like really nice Mexican tequila. Oh, so good. Yeah, but the problem is we don't always have good tequila buy-in money around here, so a lot of times, you know, you just get what you get at the store. Poland peels or Poland peels? No, we're not Poland, just Poland peels. Here for like a week and had a bad luck on loot. Not mad, it's just good learning experience, just kind of bummed. Yeah. It's tough. It definitely can be tough. The experience on hardcore is not for the faint of hearted, and yeah, it's a rough one, especially if you're like not getting your items, or you're not seeing the things show up, if you can't find other people to farm with. It's a reason why you usually want to go closer to the beginning of the league for hardcore, if you want to do the Reaper mode. And it's why am I fighting this guy? There's no reason to fight this guy.
Found the keystone, but the icon of Ravenloft awaits discovery somewhere within the castle.
And so in a lot of times in those cases, what you would do is, you know, do it obviously earlier in the season, or you would just level with Reaper mode. So that way you can get, you know, just do R1s and maybe get to 10 Reaper points and call it a day. Third floor. Two vanilla and tequila? True. Tequila's evil, just saying? No way, dude. Tequila. Yeah, I have to imagine that the Mexican food sucks in Europe. Like, that seems like it would be a massive problem. Like, I know there's a lot of really nice stuff in Europe, But like that's got to be like a Europe L. No Mexican food. Like you guys might have like, you know, your fancy you know, pretty much all like the most interesting and unique constructed buildings and monuments around the world, and your timeless history and your delicious culture of you know, food and you know, the different mishmashes of people there. But you know what, Mexican food, I don't know. It's pretty good food. Devin Crucible is that type of character to play? Oh, nice. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, how it compares with real? Yeah, and that's the other thing too as well. We get that, you know, you get that a lot here, where it's like, oh no, but the food is really good. But then you get to see how it is on the other side. Like, here's the thing. As a North American, there's a few places here in Ottawa that have real Mexicans making real food. And it's like pretty good. But then going to America and having Mexican food, oh my god. Going to Mexico and having Mexican food, oh my god. It's like, it's not even close.
Among some trifles and coins beside the ominous metal tower.
Yeah, totally different story.
Thank good fortune, it had not yet been placed within. A sense of peace washes over you as you hold the icon.
True. Yeah, we don't have real Italian food. We got Eastside Mario's.
With both the icon and the keystone in hand, it is time.
So that's what we got. We got Eastside Mario's. That's all we get.
The only way out is through the top of the south.
Yeah, but here you get Americanized Chinese food. So it's like a ton of sugar, among other things. It's delicious. I'm a huge fan, but to my knowledge, it's not very traditional.
Amazingly lifelike. In fact, as you stare at it, his image begins to move.
Stop hitting me, Strahd, you jerk. You meanie. Stun everybody. Nice. Get them all down here. Brand news from Mexico City, and once a month, they all go out with paellas and tamales and horchata. Invited once. Holy shit, it's insane. Oh, yeah, the food's so good. Actually really good. Oh, yeah, like I said, it really depends on where you are in your region. Yeah. But it's also like complicated because you get influenced by the things you're used to. Again, when it comes like the reason I say like Americanized Chinese food is I'm so used to eating that. To me, that's really tasty. But then it's like, but is that considered very tasty all across the world? Maybe not. But it's just the thing I'm used to. Biases.
With the keystone in hand, you step through the castle wards unhindered.
All right.
You check your
Oath
bags.
of Vengeance. Taking 30.
You have done it.
I need to take 30 so I can get my.
You wonder if you will cross paths with Esmeralda again.
Can I just take the Style of Dread and teleport back? Yeah, I can. Okay, so what do I take at 30 then? According to my own build, I have no feats listed. I'm such an idiot. All right. Probably not Sign of Limbo. I'm thinking the answer is probably Arborea. Or Ethereal Plane. Ethereal Plane's not bad because the sneak attack dice is just a good amount of damage, but I don't have that much melee power, so it's harder to scale. Arborea gives me melee power and spell power and imbue dice, which is pretty nice. But then I don't get any DCs. And you kind of need the DCs, but do I need them as much for the Rune Arm? Again, these are all difficult questions. My thought process is either Arborea for melee power plus 2 to hit and damage, spell power, and the imbue dice, or something like Fire, which gives evocation DCs, PRR, MRR, and spell power and imbue dice, but then I'm missing out on 20 melee power, which is the harder part, because then I don't get 20 melee power. And I do like 20 melee power. So 20 melee power and +2 to hit or +4 to DCs. And 10 PRR and MRR. And more imbue dice. Air? No, air's useless. Air gives dodge. It's totally pointless. I think I will go with Plane of Fire. I think I'm going to try it out. I have 106 right now. And so I'd probably end with about 180 melee power, all told. So yeah. I'm wearing heavy armor. My dodge is like 8. Dodge cap is 25. So going my dodge cap from 25 to 29 doesn't matter when I'm wearing heavy armor. And I can take Epic Fortitude, I guess. There's no real downside there. You just take Epic Fortitude. I don't know what else I would take. We'll go with that and see how it goes. If the DCs don't end up being high enough, it might not matter. But I think with the +3 spell DCs here and picking up the spell DCs here and items, I might be able to get high enough. Employees are eating their own meal and it's not anything they serve on the menu. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's gotta happen, and that's gotta happen all the time. Several Georgian restaurants, but you've probably never seen Georgian food in America? Probably not. Mostly because when you say Georgia, most people in North America think of the state of Georgia in the United States and not the country of Georgia in the Europe. Yeah, it's not long day. Yeah, it's okay. You're forgiven. This time. I think I just put another point into Blast Shields, and then we can take the tier 5 here. So +3 spell DCs, Armor Legends, Maximum Overdrive, and Critical Connection. All of that is fantastic, and I have points to spend in other places. I could take the Primal Spells here and get that, which is not a terrible idea, and just go up for Regrowth. Honestly, I don't know. I do want to take Armored Augmentation, which I would take, but yeah. Okay, so Destinies. I now have Maximum Overdrive. And also, I have Epic Mage Armor, which I can now cast, which gives me a whole bunch of stats. Let's go. Small, and it's in Europe only theoretically. Border with Asia? I don't know where that is. Alright, we're good. So we do this. Okay, so now my DCs are 68 on Thundershock weapons and 64 on Galvanic Blast, which is not amazing. So again, the blast might not be high enough. I'm still missing a lot of DCs from other places, but yeah, it's not amazing right now. Again, the fact that my DCs are landing here in an epic hard quest are not really indicative of how powerful my character is. Especially when we have fortitude saves rolled into this. Or reflex saves. Like, it's still 57 on tactical detonation, so the fire might not have been the best choice. Again, the benefit of me taking it, and then I can get a good, clear answer of, is it good enough? And the answer is probably not. But look at that. PRR and MRR. Ooh. I also did not get any hit chance, which I wanted. I do like getting hit chance. So we'll see. Chicago's easy to get legit any food. In Chicago? I thought all they had in Chicago was deep dish pizza everywhere. They sell other stuff in Chicago? I've never been. I don't know where Chicago is. Wait. Nope, I have no idea what state Chicago is. Oh, Illinois! Of course! Of course it's in Illinois. Oh, yeah. Okay, then let me answer that question better. I don't know where the state Illinois is on the map. we've done this exercise before where I've tried to fill in all the states, and I have no idea, dude. There's so many of them. And there's this whole part in the middle where there's apparently a bunch of states. I don't know where they are. Like, don't lie. You don't know where Iowa is either, okay?
Slumped in the throne is a gaunt, armored figure. Without looking up, it says simply...
And if you're from Iowa, don't lie. You don't know where Iowa is either. Okay, so I don't really do a whole lot of damage, but my Rune unfortunately takes care of that heavily.
The Revenant falls. Once again, nothing more than
Iowa's in Illinois. Oh, yeah, right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Find a large silver key. Engraved on the
Illinois is near Wishington, if you know here that is. Got it. Wisconsin. I'm not much of a cheesehead. Argentina? Yeah, it's all the way down there. All the way down there. You keep going down. Just keep going down. All the way down there.
Tucked behind the mansion is a fog-shrouded...
Argentina's in a very special kind of America.
Mausoleum stands in one
South America. Could I find Argentina on a map? Ooh. That's probably. Probably.
Carved in the marble above the outer gate is the name...
I've never been much for geography and learning stuff.
You use the silver
Argentina was a state? No, Argentina's not a state. Laser. Don't be in the way of the laser.
You place Argenvost's skull inside the mausoleum, and a brilliant light
honestly, Argentina probably is pretty big.
There were only some
so yeah.
way to direct the light.
And now see if you can do any better. Just compare it. Yeah. Would that be hilarious? No. I mean, so depending on your wording and how you describe stuff, Argentina is a state, as some people will call countries states. They'll use that term interchangeably. Not saying that everybody does, but some people will do that. And to say Argentina is a state is not necessarily incorrect, depending on your interpretation of the word or usage of the word state in a sentence.
The sound of flapping wings comes from just beyond the closed door. Your eye is drawn,
but it's definitely not in the United States.
The courtyard. Suddenly,
that's a fact.
Creatures fly out from behind it, swooping down on their prey.
Die! I can't kill this fast enough. State is a country for non-US people. Mm-hmm. In Canada, we also say the word country. Because we don't have states, we have provinces. I don't know the actual difference between province and state. I do know that when you looking at fantasy worlds, a lot of times fantasy worlds will call different regions provinces, and the only time they use the word state is when they describe city-states.
The beacon flashes with a brilliant light that can
and that's the best I get when it comes to understanding the difference between a state and a province. I don't know the actual word, and I have no interest in learning. Because I like to live in fantasy worlds where I don't have to have that information present at all times. I can just let it be ethereal and bleed out of my eyes. Bunch of square, boring states? Yeah, basically. There's all the ones in the middle. They're really pretty, to be fair. Like, was it Wyoming? I looked up a picture of Wyoming. It's so pretty. I don't know where it is. But, like, the mountains? Oh, my God. That's crazy. There's probably at least a person that lives there. Alright, so let me make a quick adjustment here. The old quick adjustment. Before somebody asks and goes, wait a minute, but Strimtom, they're nerfing that. They're nerfing it. They're nerfing it. I don't care. I'm just going for a Shardstorm. Okay, perfect. Now I have Shardstorm. Perfect. And now I can cast Shardstorm all the time. Good. Someone that lived with someone from Wyoming. Wyoming doesn't exist. That sounds about right. Unifying them. States are sovereign. I think states is for countries that call themselves federations. Of course.
Uninvited.
The old United Federations of America.
Was not sealed. A sign that Jesper the Raven made it this far.
Countries working together. That was the original idea. This is too hard. It's also one of those situations where, like, it's a thing that we might have learned this in school, but by the nature of the fact that we had classes in English and French, a lot of the social studies where we learned about the concept of, like, states and nations and history was all taught in French. And the downside of it being taught in French is, well, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Federal Republic of Germany, they have it in the name. Wait, what? Is it?
The South Tower Stair.
Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Should get you close to the lair of the
that's
old
cool.
Crones mentioned in yesterday's journal.
Articles of Confederation? No. Oh, nice. Congrats, dude. That's sick. The other trick to doing a run as Vika is you just cheat and duo with somebody else who is not playing as a one of those characters. But you did it. What was the strategy? What was the secret sauce you needed to win? Are those in Portuguese? Yeah. And the other thing too is also like learning the names of stuff in one language. What the heck? This guy's too dodgy. I just need more hit chance. Oh my god. I don't think I have an accuracy item on right now, so I think I can get an extra plus 20 accuracy, which I should probably get somewhere. And insightful accuracy. I should get a crocodile tooth necklace. I don't know how I'm going to get some of that. Factory reset for your prototypes? Yeah, that's usually the trick. That does the trick. Just pick up every prototype and then bank on the factory reset. The best is when you find the factory reset outside of the prototype zone. So no matter what prototype you take, you can then take the factory reset right away. Need to get up soonish. Yeah, you should probably go to bed. I don't know how you deal with staying up so late.
You recalled the password from Jesper's journal.
I'd like not function if I got less sleep. Okay. Well, as long as we're in the same pace.
Many sets of green
Yep.
from the darkness.
Yeah, Future Shrimp Tom is the greatest. He takes care of everything. Future Shrimp Tom pays the taxes. Future Shrimp Tom takes out the garbage, which I have to remember to do today. Future Shrimp Tom takes care of everything for me. Future Shrimp Tom, you know, goes and buys groceries. Oh, I love you, Future Shrimp Tom.
The taller of the two gestures for you to speak with her. The old witches cackle, then one of them sneers at you. We know about your little birdies.
We know about your little birdies.
So we
Please die.
Just like that, in he flew. Face twisting into a gap-toothed grin, the witch continues. Your little bird flatters now in the dungeons without elders.
Got the move speed. I wish I could hit more often, but unfortunately my hit chance is bad.
Her gaze lingers on you, and she licks her lips.
Yeah, the thing that gives you triple, what do you call it? Triple, what's my armor class right now?
A hag sputters a command word.
I'm not wearing the best armor yet. I'm at 163? Dude. I can get this character over 200 armor class in a first life. That's awesome. That means with past lives, I could probably get this character. Is that with a 15%er? No, I don't even have the 15%er. Oh, so much armor class. You could probably get this character to 250 armor class on a straight up melee. That's awesome. What's up, Split Six? How you doing? We're, you know... Get up at 10 a.m. so I have a bit of time left. Well, yeah, but still, you don't want to like destroy your day. You know what I mean?
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room. At the center of the destruction,
it is annoying, yeah.
is the smashed remains of a moldering cake. Its sickly sweet smell.
Can you imagine that's a no bueno? Is it though? Because then you just have to buy hell.
Suddenly moves through the air,
You just fix it by buying hell.
like it was paper. It is circling you.
Yeah, I should probably play that game more often. But I've been doing the opposite of not playing that game more often. It's really been the secret sauce there. Chose to level as pure monk for my shuriken build instead of monk dark hunter. That's good. That's good. Well, maybe not good, but that is good that you made a decision and have stuck to it. Take care, Kentos. Sleep well. I didn't get the potions. I'll be right back. Whoops. I forgot. It didn't seem important at the time. Oh, and am I still playing Remnant 2? Yeah, I'm still playing Remnant 2. I'm doing it piecewise. Just gonna visit Arkansas, literally nicknamed the natural state. I don't know about that. Arkansas. Who wants to go to Arkansas? Arkansas. But I can spell a melee monk, yeah. Well, that's actually what a lot of people do, is they literally level as melee monk, and then they swap into ranged afterwards, because it's brutal level with throw. PoE instead, yeah. You get PoE.
You quaff the witch's brew, and you watch as your body evaporates into a fine mist.
This Friday is the Misery Gauntlet, and my goal is to spend 3 days straight playing it, so yeah.
On the inside. The tower seems to be bigger on the inside somehow.
Piecewise defined Let's Play. Well, it's more so that, like, I'm a DDO streamer. I'm not a variety streamer, and so I want to keep focused on, like, the task at hand. Oh, somebody got it. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, whatever. Trees and trees? Hey, man. Do love me some trees. We got lots of trees around here. They're everywhere. And then you gotta eat the trees. A couple years ago, William Osmond put out a video about, are you able to tell, like, can you tell if there's sawdust in Rice Krispies? And they made Rice Krispies with, like, Rice Krispie squares with increasing quantities of sawdust to see if people could tell. And then, like, a week ago, some other guy made a video, but it was not with Rice Krispies, it was with bread, where he made bread with increasing quantities of sawdust instead of flour. Classic videos. You gotta eat the trees, man. Take damage, also stop taking Delta's stupid risks. Also a good thing, yeah. What? What's wrong with that? Well, that's the legend. That's basically the brainchild of both of those videos, is that the legend has it that people used to, you know, put sawdust in food to stretch out the meat or whatever, to stretch out the meals. 7 right now and has been endurable. Falconry skills one-shot most things, just like AoE can be painful. Yeah, not having AoE can be painful. However, Saints Games is making some of their attacks range. Not their attacks, but making attacks in general range, which is kind of cool. If you haven't seen it, several range attacks are being made, or we're testing out whether they can be made like AoE as range attacks. So you hit a target that does AoE around the target, which is really, really cool. Hopefully they continue with that into the future. Incredibly insoluble fiber. It's very insoluble. Yeah. On sawdust, I'll eat McDonald's. I don't know. Sawdust is probably a little too expensive for them.
This book's pages are brittle with age, and much of it is illegible.
Also, if you want to get rid of that fog, by the way, so you know how there's like the cloud kills? If you don't want to deal with the cloud kill, you can use Gust of Wind to get rid of it, or Break Enchantment. Break Enchantment and Gust of Wind both get rid of Cloud Kill. So if you happen to have those, it's really good. Insoluble or not soluble? Which is it? Which is it? Is it insoluble or is it not soluble? I don't know.
Quest received.
If not because they didn't want to make area checks, but they literally couldn't. Yeah, it's new tech. Pay any price to build their locations. I mean, yeah, you got to take control of the market. They are a real estate company, first and foremost. Doesn't increase my attack speed on the character sheet, but Quick Draw did. The wiki said they both work. Is the wiki wrong? No. To my knowledge, Rapid Shot is supposed to increase your attack speed by 20%, but it's an additive 20%. So it might just not be as noticeable as something else. But yes, Rapid Shot is supposed to increase your ranged attack speed with all ranged weapons by about 20%. But again, it's additive. So if you have like 80% increased attack speed already and you go to 90%, it might be harder to see the difference.
Can you afford to side with the lesser evil?
Your character bank, yes. Your shared bank, no. Your reincarnation cache, sometimes. It really depends on what it is you are moving. And also, you gotta get lucky. Didn't play. Oh yeah, it might not visually display. I'm so bad at this video game. Beautiful. Let's reset this. I am bad at video game. Brain can't do hard mode. I'm so bad at this. I'm supposed to just enter on hard, but I can't. Carl, Nikolai, help me out.
Lady Boktor and Baron Valakovich are plotting each other's demise. Can you afford to side with the lesser evil?
All right, let's go. Go on the adventure and side with the lesser evil. The answer is siding with the lesser evil is killing everybody. I don't think that actually solves anybody's problems in this town, but it is going to be my solution to this problem.
This secret passage leads straight to the Baron's manor across the way.
My solution to this problem is going to be just straight up killing everybody. It's going to leave a big, like, void in power, and that could be negative for the residents of the town. But realistically, I don't care about the consequences because I'm leaving, so... you know. Oh, get stunned, jerks! True. But yeah, some of that stuff doesn't actually display in-game in terms of, like, the attack speed changes. So you gotta be, like, a little mindful about that because it depends on where it goes. Oh, there's so many fewer monsters here on hard mode than on elite. Oh my god, I forgot how this quest works on hard. I'm not used to it because there's normally supposed to be like a blue Abishai over there. Not today. Whoopsie. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Quick Draw doesn't actually speed up weapon to a cast time.
This must be the dungeon.
Oh, so I think that might be true because if I recall correctly, they changed it so Quick Draw did do that. They made it so that there's less of a cooldown time between using an action boost and using a weapon. So if you used an action boost, it would have a bit of a delay before you would actually like be able to attack again. And with Quick Draw, it eliminated some of that. And then they built that into part of Legendary Dreadnought as well, since it was the action boost tree. And then at some point, I'm pretty sure they built it out, so that's just the baseline mechanic as to how that works. And they just shortened the time and eliminated that element of Quick Draw. But that is me trying to remember that information and maybe not representative of how the patches shook out. But I'm pretty sure that's how that happened. It's sort of like the same thing where you can drink potions while moving, and the reason you can drink potions while moving is because of Alchemist got an ability called Alchemy on the Run. So when it released in 2021, Alchemy on the Run allowed, or 2020, I guess. Yeah, 2020. Alchemy on the Run allows you to drink potions while moving. However, you're not supposed to be able to drink potions while moving normally. So to do so, you need the special
Lady
feat.
Fiona Voctor
Well, at some
smiles
point,
confidently.
someone at Sandstone Games was like, yeah, you should be able to drink potions while moving regardless. So they made a new drink potions while moving effect. And I would not be surprised if behind the scenes, those two effects were actually completely separate and worked in different ways. But now everybody can drink potions while moving. Do alchemists still get alchemy on the run? Yes. Yes, they do. They do still unlock alchemy on the run. I don't know if it does anything different now. I'd have to look into that. But yeah, so there's a bunch of wacky stuff. Like old holdovers from a bygone era. Happens every once in a while. And by bygone era, I mean 2020. But yeah, I should look into that. Mostly because I'm curious now. Like, I'm pretty sure I know how it works, but do I? When stuck in a pot? Yeah, it's really hard to unlearn that muscle memory.
Its extrasny falls, the flesh of his deformed arm melting away. What a stir this will cause once the news is known.
Hey, we made it. Nice. Woo! 37 years ago. It was a pretty long time. Let me look it up. DDO alchemy on the run. Yeah, you still get an Alchemist 3. You can now move while drinking potions. Which must be so confusing for people that play Alchemist for the first time. No. That'd be so confusing for people that are playing Alchemist for the first time, being like, wait, I thought you could always do that. Yeah. There's a little DDO history. Like I said, there's a lot of weird stuff all over the game. It's the same reason why every knockdown effect, or knockdown immunity effect in the game says it gives you immunity to most knockdowns. It says that very specifically, and the wording is important. You're immune to most knockdowns. Why most knockdowns? Because a lot of knockdowns are programmed differently. Oh yeah, good. A lot of knockdowns are programmed differently. So as a result of which, knockdown immunity only gives you immunities to knockdowns that are programmed in the same way as other knockdowns. And apparently there's like 6 or 7 different knockdowns behind the scenes. Or even more than that. And there's knockdowns all over the game where they were programmed a different way. And so then you get the classic spaghetti code. Yeah, but that costs time and money, dude. What if we got a new class instead? And also you have to find it. That's the other hard part too. You have to like know where it is.
Lady Voctor does a double. Oh, you made it this far.
And hopefully everything will not be able to make it past me so that my teammates don't have to be all worried about their lives here. And this guy having like 100% concealment is very annoying. Should have just ignored him. And I should get true seeing scrolls. These are both good ideas. Yeah, when it comes to some of the smaller stuff, I guess it's, it's where they talk about the technical debt of just, you spend years and years and years piling stuff on top of one another, and then eventually you do have to go back and fix some of the things that have been piled. But like, when? When is the right time? End of the day, I don't really care. The most important thing to me is that the game is fun. So as long as I'm having fun, that's really what matters. That's why when it comes to like some of the issues with the bugs, it's like as long as the bug is not destroying the video game, it's fine. Again, it's one of the reasons why I get like sometimes stressed out by like lag and stuff, because I find the lag is really disruptive to the game experience. But like, I don't know. Like I don't care about end of quest lag, but just like mid quest lag, that's the problem. DDO 2 is the right time? Honestly, yeah, probably. I don't expect Sandstone Games to ever release a new video game, if I'm being totally honest. I definitely don't think that they will ever be releasing a new video game. I could be wrong about that, but I really don't expect them to do that. And then we're on Amber Temple. All right, Amber Temple. Which one's call 3? No, I don't think so. If they have some great ideas. But I don't think parent company MMO would want to invest in new stuff. Oh, 100%. Well, MMOs are also really expensive. So, like, the main issue is that to make a new MMO from scratch, you need so much money because you need so much content. You need the ideas, you need the design, you need all this other stuff. But then on top of that, you also just need enough content to get people to stick onto the game. And they probably don't have the content designers for such a scale like that. But then you go, okay, well, they don't have to make an MMO. Well, the problem is, Standstill Games has 2 MMOs under its belt and a bunch of people who make MMOs. Like, it's an MMO studio. So, yeah. Thanks for coming. Take care. At the end of the day, it's an MMO studio. So that's what they make. They make the MMORPGs.
By the warmth of a crackling fire.
Oh, wizard. Oh, it's in the library. Nice. I didn't talk to Casimir. I'm stupid. And how to upgrade and resolve the other? I don't know enough about it in terms of like the specifics of what needs to be solved. I just don't know enough about it. Yeah, I'm not much of a computer knowing sort of feller. I make estimations based on what I hear from other people in like the games industry about how things work sometimes. As far as like graphical upgrades, I will say this. What SSG has been doing is more incremental graphics upgrades, which is newer graphics look better than older graphics. The easiest example being like this armor set that I'm wearing looks way better than anything else in the game before it. And so I assume that if they keep doing gradual upgrades, they'll eventually catch up to the modern game, but they could stand to do a better job or like go a little bit faster in terms of trying to get the graphical upgrades here sooner rather than later. I know that they mentioned that they have wanted to do a character refresh of some of the avatars. So like the base ones, you know, human, halfling, dwarf, that just look a little outdated now. And by a little outdated, I mean they look like PS2 characters. You know, they'll ever offer past expansion collector's edition rewards? I'd love to get the animated scarecrow. They've said that that's something that they want to do and that there's some technical challenge, and I don't really care. But yeah, basically. Makes me so sad. Well, yeah, but to be fair, though, like, Bungie is a many $million-dollar company that's owned by Activision and has, like, money from spawning some of the most popular franchises in video game history. And Sandstorm Games makes an MMO that 16,000 people log into every day. Which is not nothing. Actually, 16,000? Probably. So that sounds about right. Did he go outside? I didn't even know we could do that. I've never seen that happen. Like unique viewers, probably, or unique players, probably. That's about right. Darling, would love to have a bridge 7 to 15 gap. So, are you aware that the hireling, the scarecrow, is far and away the worst hireling in the entire game?
An enraged scream mingled with the howling of
like,
wolves,
I cannot
from near the
overstate how horrible of a hireling that creature is. Oh, down. Oh, down. I'm down. Sasha. All right, whatever. Go up. I don't care. Yeah, it is the worst hireling in the entire video game. Full stop. It's slow. It basically can't hit anything. It does like 0 damage. It's atrocious. There is no worse hireling than that hireling. Yeah, it is atrocious. I cannot, in good conscience, recommend any living humans to use it. Under any circumstances, it's bad. It like can't even kill like level 10 creatures. The level 31. It loses to everything. It's brutal. Going to make things actually happening. Well, the problem is like, again, I'm not a designer. I have no idea, or like somebody works in that, how hard it would be to move a system on a proprietary engine to something entirely new. Well, doing all passwords now. The 2-1 fighter Shardy champion is worse. Okay, where's Mavris? This is Etherna. This is going to Etherna. Where the fuck is Mavris? I'm trying to remember where the Mavris passwords are. Could be here. It is. We're good. Got it. Whew. 2-1 fighter Shardy champion is worse. Maybe. Yeah, I can show you the Scarecrow later if you want. It's awful. Well, I guess the way I think of it, and again, this is from my understanding as to how these sorts of things work, I think of it like a building. Right? Like imagine like a school that's like kind of crumbling. So on the one hand, it's like, yeah, they, you know, instead of patching up the school and fixing up these little holes where there's obviously issues with it, they could like, why don't they just like build a new school? And it's like, because the cost to maintain the school, while expensive, is significantly lower than the cost to build a new one. And so, should they? Probably. Will they? I don't know. Please stop healing the vampires. Oh god, they're like invincible. And we're good. Woo. That being said, it's not that I don't think they could try. It's just, whenever it comes down to how come company hasn't done X, almost always the answer is like money. And when it comes to like, would it be better if DDO was on like an easier service to manage? Yeah, probably. But also, I don't know, money. But also, I don't know computers, so I don't know. Hires fight in tavern PvP areas, and you could bet on them, they'd be amazing. Reincarnation bug a few years ago? I have no idea what you're talking about. So yeah. There's like a million TR bugs. Was lost left and right. Again, I've never experienced any of these TR bugs. So like, you know, when it comes to, I've had my tomes disappear on me one time. It was like in 2017. And all I had to do was log out and log in and they came back. So I've never experienced these. I hear from people that they've had issues, and I'm not saying that they aren't real. They're obviously real problems. And it happening one time is unacceptable. But like, I don't recall a reincarnation bug being widespread where everybody was losing TR caches. Because again, I reincarnate all the time. And I talk to people that reincarnate all the time. Not that it doesn't happen, but yeah. But yes, that's obviously the big reason with like why people go like, oh, how come they don't do a server merge? And like to that point, you know, how often is it like you transfer a character and like data is missing? And now imagine you're trying to transfer everybody's data. Like how many items are you willing to part with? Do that just get randomly deleted in a transfer? Or characters that never make it the other way through. And it's like, none? Well, that's the wrong answer, because it's gonna happen. Yes, that would have been a look. That would have been like 2016, 2017 era. Okay. Wizard of the Wines next. I think I just need to update this. Oh, I didn't have a thing open. Oh, that's why people aren't able to join me. Oh, there we go. Yep. Well, people transfer 10 items. Well, I've been a big proponent that people should just delete stuff. They should just open up a new mega server and everyone should just delete all their old characters and make new ones.
You immediately spot a lone figure crouched near the entrance to the loading dock.
People hold too many items anyway, so just delete them. People come at me all this time. Hey, Strim, what am I supposed to do? My bank is full, and my character bank is full, and my shared bank is full, and I have 100 items in my TR cache, and my mailbox is full, and I can't TR. What do I do? Just start deleting things at random. You can only equip like 13 items. Just start deleting stuff. Remember, got stuck not being able to start their past life doing the TR because their name didn't pass any requirements. That's so funny. That's awesome.
Poisoning the wine inside.
Take care. No, DDO won't be a commercial success regardless. DDO has to pass the biggest hurdle of being a complicated game in the year of our Lord 2024. Being a complex game is a surefire way to reduce sales. My deck's bad and my tummy hurts. I'm deleting everything. Yeah, basically. Spent money on shards. Yeah, it sounds like an issue, not an issue me, my friend. I don't know. Like, DDO's biggest problem is that it's complicated out the get-go and has bad tutorialization. Like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but there's a surprising number of people that play the game because they have access to, like, character builds and stuff that I've written. Because if I wasn't writing character builds designed for new players, not that nobody would, but imagine somebody didn't take up the mantle and start, you know, belting out new player character guides. How many people would not have a build to follow and would just, like, quit or not be interested because they're like, well, I don't even know what to do. And so it's a problem in, you know, in a similar capacity. It's also not as, like, widespread or as well known. The one thing that DDO has going for it over a lot of other video game companies is the video game title is Dungeons and Dragons Online. Man, that title does a lot of heavy lifting. It does a ton of heavy lifting, dude. Like, the fact that the title of the video game is what you Google when you want to try to play Dungeons and Dragons with your friends online. Like, imagine you hear about Dungeons and Dragons, right? You just watched, you know, some interview with a celebrity that you love, and they're like, you know, I actually started playing Dungeons and Dragons over the pandemic. And then you're like, oh, well, if they do it, that sounds cool. Man, but I don't know anybody to play with. Oh, I wonder if you could play, like, online, maybe. That'd be cool. Let me try typing that into Google, that whole sentence and idea. Dungeons and Dragons Online. And now you're there. I don't want to shoot these. I don't want to stab them. So yeah. Yeah, I have to blame you to blame for me enjoying DDO. Honestly, that's probably true.
You found all the ingredients needed to purify the wine. Now to add the antidote to the large wine vats on the main floor of the wine.
Neverwinter, it's not so much that. Neverwinter is a MMORPG that's on Xbox. So it's always going to have a baseline player base because of that. Yeah. Thing is, though, if you want Dungeons & Dragons mobile, you can just go pick up, like, Raid Shadow Legends or something that has the same aesthetic. My dragon toys in your dungeon? Yes, of course. That is exactly how everyone got here. You need a license for a new game and engine? They would probably have to renegotiate a license with Wizards as well. Which would probably also end up with Wizards having more input. Which would be interesting. Because it'd basically be a new game. Does it sound interesting? Sent them the website and showed them how to download it, and they were in a Discord call with them for 90 minutes, and motherfucker downloaded Neverwinter. Oh yeah, 100%. So much more fluid. Yeah, you can move while doing basically everything in DDO. Going from playing a spellcaster in DDO to a spellcaster in any other MMORPG, oh man. What a shock that one is. They go to World of Warcraft and they have to stand still to cast all your spells. Why can't I jump cast? What's happening? That's a nice thing also about Elder Scrolls Online. You can also move a lot while casting abilities in that game too. Not all of them, but a lot of abilities. Actually, pretty much all of them. Yester Hill. Non-MMO Neverwinter? You mean Neverwinter Nights? Very fun. So yeah, it's another good game.
A chill wind blows down from the slope as you approach.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't really spend that much time playing Neverwinter, so I don't want to say things about the game that I don't know. I played it a little bit many years ago, and I really enjoyed that the cleric had that slide move, which was very fun.
Jump from stone to stone, blocking your path. Lightning dances amongst the hailstones, bringing the wind from eerie height.
Yeah, here we have DDO is based on 3.5, so DDO Remastered sponsored by the company would make more sense if it was Paizo, Pathfinder Online. The problem is Pathfinder has like probably at best like 4 to 5% of the market share. Like, think about how amazing of a game Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was, and just imagine the difference in sales figures between that and Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Like, it's not that the game isn't good and the product isn't good, but you need that, like, customer knowledge. Actually increase mobility for casters in the next update. Ooh, very cool. Upgrade the games to have negotiation with the Wizards. Seems like it would definitely be within their contract. Oh, I'm sure it's probably within their contract, but like I said, cost the monies. I have no idea how much money DDO makes and how much it costs to produce. I have no clue. I'm not even gonna pretend. I don't know how much it costs to make a video game. I know like approximate costs in terms of like depending on the different types of design that you're working on and what you obviously can or cannot accomplish, but like especially for a large thing like that, it's going to be expensive. And anything like DDO, you know, it's like a big ship. So who knows? Maybe they've already been working on some large upgrade or something. We wouldn't know until like years out. This is something you can't just like start working on now. And announcing it would be even sillier because you announce something that you're working on, but then you're not sure if you can accomplish it, and then you can't accomplish it, and now you got to go back and be like, hey, remember that thing we said we were doing? Yeah, we're not doing it anymore. Paladin, Healer, and Neverwinter. Your favorite playstyle in any MMO. I do want to try playing Neverwinter at some point. I think it would be just interesting to look at the other product that's actually actively advertised by Wizards. Like when the Menzo Berenzin expansion came out last year, Wizards had their Wizards of the Coast Direct, their WotC Direct, or whatever it's... it's not called that, but it's basically the Nintendo Direct, but for Wizards of the Coast. And they advertised Menzo Berenzin, but you had not a peep about Dungeons & Dragons Online. So it makes me wonder what the relationship is between WotC and Sandstone Games. And then also, I don't know, they're talking about it, so why not?
Ahead is a huge, looming statue. A statue you recognize.
Look at Pillars of Eternity. Yep.
The Archdruid shouts.
It's not Wizards, it's Hasbro, and they don't really care about anything but money. Well, yeah. But I'm just going to say this. Wizards also doesn't care about anything but money. They're a for-profit corporation. They care about money and nothing else. Anything else is unimportant. Secondary to the goal. The people that work at these companies, the human beings that design some of your favorite products, they care very deeply about how well they make the product. The designers, the artists, the developers, they care very deeply. Just the people that make all the big decisions don't really care too much. An announcellation where you announce that you're canceling the product. I don't know about that. Back on Lotro Remastered, which makes me sad. Yeah, exactly. Because I think what happened was You had EG7 was like, they probably wanted to have a console MMORPG on their belt. So they announced that they were going to have Lotro moving to console, and they were also going to have Lotro with a graphical upgrade, which makes sense because to get it moving on console, you'd want to get people's attention, and to get people's attention, you got to, do something snazzy and make it so it's kind of competitive in the space. And then I guess they just made some investment, didn't get the growth that they wanted, pulled all the money back and said, we're not actually doing this anymore. And then there you go. Is $80 in the cosmetic bundle? I'm sure those conversations come up. Origins from Tom the Streamer? Thank you. Yeah. My boss is an asshole, but I'm cool. Just remember that. Full keyboard? Yeah. But you can play MMORPGs. You can play full keyboard MMORPGs on controller. Final Fantasy XIV has more buttons than Lotro does.
Swamp the ward fades, and some of the unearthly
Rings of Power wasn't great. Rings of Power was not great. They're still making a season 2 though, right? How long ago was that? I don't even know. Rings of Power season 2. Are they making that? Doesn't have a release date, but filming has wrapped. Well, it's already been filmed. Nice. It was pretty mid. I can't necessarily call it a bad show for a couple of reasons. One, I was entertained, and two, I've never seen a television program that had that level of just graphical detail. It was so pretty. Holy guacamole, that was a pretty TV show. I've literally never seen anything like that. But it was 8 episodes or something, and the first 7 episodes were very boring. It's just boring. Just not a lot of stuff happens. There's a bunch of people standing around. Sometimes they talk about stuff. For the most part, it's kind of boring. There's a couple cool action scenes mixed in. They also don't linger long enough on any. They have 4 stories going at the same time, and they don't linger long enough on any of those stories for you to get really invested in the character before shifting to the next story. And so they need to spend more time on each angle. They also surprisingly don't even really connect most of them by the time the show is over, which is kind of weird. And then the last episode was actually kind of interesting, which doesn't make up for it. That's bad, yeah. You've already played since launch? Damn. Yeah, I don't play DDO on controller. Good, though.
From the ruined building to the northwest.
Prettier than Bridgerton? I didn't watch Bridgerton.
The raven caws and thanks as it flies away. With the ward disabled, the mists
and not all story elements were bad. And again, not even all the acting was bad. I think a lot of it is just... It was just kind of boring. It's kind of the main issue. Shoot fire at hellhounds? Yeah, it's just a reflex. I'm just making sure I don't lose my rune arm firing reflex. Never watched it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm not recommending the Rings of Power. When season 2 comes out, we will be watching it here on stream because it's an Amazon product, so I can stream it. So we will be watching it on stream, just like we watched Rings of Power on stream, like the first season. And like I said, it was a fun, it wasn't all terrible, but it was really boring. There's a lot of parts where I'm just watching and I'm like, just bored. Not that it needs to be a constant action thriller show. You can have characters or scenes where not a lot is happening and have that still be very interesting. The prime example of a show where they'll have long stretches with nothing really happening that's incredibly interesting is Better Call Saul. Obviously, it's not fair to compare any TV show to Better Call Saul. I know that. But there's so many scenes in that TV show where you watch a character for almost 7 uninterrupted minutes do a meticulous task very slowly, and it's incredibly interesting because of the camera angles, the pacing of the scene, the amount of detail they put into it. It's very interesting. And you just didn't get that same level of attention to detail. Basically, the CGI looked really good. The costume design looked really good. And just, again, some of the visuals were so grand. but they just didn't follow it up with the cinematography to go along with it to make more interesting shots and have more interesting shot composition, but especially when it came to conversations with characters, mostly turning into shot reverse shot almost the entire TV show. So you're just kind of seeing the same thing of character talking to one character, now it's character talking to another character, now their reply, and blah blah blah. I'm not like some type of TV snob over here either. I'll watch whatever. I'm an idiot. I like everything. But it was just slow and boring. So slow, so boring.
The ensorcelled mists lift, allowing you to enter the area.
I'm also not someone who cares too much for like the lore of what's going on, because the way I think about it in something like that is the lore of the TV show is basically just, you know, it's their interpretation or the writer's interpretation of the story, and I have no issues with that. I actually think that's perfectly fine. Is she immune to fire too? Whee! It pretty much never bothers me when it comes to like media and different interpretations, especially if it's done by a different company or a different author's perspective. I have no issues with it also being like included as like, oh, it's like, you know, it's this interpretation, like this story, that sort of thing. Like if you have a video game that you like and then there's a book that comes out about the video game series, the book doesn't have to be canon to the game. They can both happen and have comparable elements, but they don't necessarily have to be the same thing. Like all of the Resident Evil games, the classic Resident Evils, there's an author, S.D. Perry, who wrote a book that basically chronicles the events of each game into an easily compactable and easy to understand story. But the books don't match what happens in the games, because in the games you make decisions and you do different things, but in the book it kind of has to cover everything. And so it, you know, the characters have like way more personality and are much more interesting, but again, it doesn't have the same feel of like what the video game does. And so some of the stories end up diverging a little bit, especially considering like Resident Evil 2 has two different stories depending on which character you play as first, whether you play as Leon and then Claire or Claire and then Leon. And you can't do that in a book. So it's a interesting, you know, so it's obviously going to be slightly different, but you have to accept that like it's a different medium, they're telling a different story, so both can be canon to themselves, but maybe like they're not both true interpretations of the events. And I think a lot of people get lost in the sauce when they think about their stories, and they don't kind of think like that. Sometimes shows start really slow and it's fine, it comes together in a few episodes in and picks up the pace. I agree, yeah.
A blessing lies hidden.
And like I said, they had some like good scenes and some good reveals. Pretty much like every scene with Rune or whatever was like super good. Rune and his wife, they're both like very well cast. They're very interesting. I just found what's his name? Erandil or whatever his name was so boring. This character's so boring. Some stupid boring knight guy. I'm the captain of the ship Legion, and I ride a boat. And my son kinda sucks. Ooh.
Two strange creatures guard the entrance to the main hall of the Abbey. They watch you curiously as you approach.
Fire resist immune. It's very frustrating. It is frustrating.
The door with the key.
Yeah, this doesn't mean that the shows are bad. Just, you know, not for everybody. I assume they're probably going to make a bunch of changes with the second series, because the last episode is pretty good. I actually will say it's if you watch the whole thing, the last episode is quite enjoyable. It has a lot of twists and turns. They intertwine some of the stories. There's some good action scenes. It builds up to like kind of some of the conclusions as to what you're expecting. So I was like, damn. It was pretty good, especially the big reveal at the end. If you haven't watched it yet, I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, they did some good stuff. Two episodes of ramp and then bang off to the races. That's right. Yeah, I still haven't watched Blue-Eyed Samurai, but I've been told by many, many, many people that I have to watch it. Including my girlfriend. She's like, you have to watch the show. And I'm like,
Strange whoops and unnerving
What if I
screams
don't?
echo from the floor below.
How does that sound?
Tall, silent forms shuffle down the corridor, while strange cries come from behind closed doors.
Oh, I missed with my caustic strike? Annoying.
Strange creatures burst from behind the doors, shrieking.
It's probably really good. I just don't watch, like, every TV show. I mean, I realistically don't really watch a lot of TV. I could watch more TV, but recently I haven't really been watching any TV. I've had a higher social battery, so I've just been being social instead of watching television. So, like, I've been just, like, chatting people and hanging out in, like, various Discords and being social, or like spending time with friends and stuff as opposed to watching a lot of TV. I just haven't been on the TV watching mood. Some days it goes up and some days it goes down, you know. By days I mean seasons. The other problem too is also I'm just waiting for TV shows to come out as well. So like, you know, still waiting for the rest of season 2 of Invincible to come out. 4 episodes and then a break. No, it's not you. I'm sure there's probably a phenomenon. Like, there's probably a name for that type of phenomenon where when people recommend you something, it makes you, like, less likely to be interested in it because you feel like this pressure. Like, I feel like that's what happens to a lot of people where you have many friends saying you should watch it, and you're worried subconsciously, maybe not consciously, but subconsciously, that you get the feeling like you have to like it. Like, oh yeah, they're recommending you this thing, and they're like, because they're excited for you to like it. Like, what if you don't like it? Or what if it's not for you? Or what if you don't think it's for you? And now you're, like, stuck in this situation where it's kind of like a lose-lose? Yeah. Here, I got it. Hey, Quintoxic. You know what's really good? Or gonna be really good? Path of Exile 2. You should play that when it comes out. There we go. Now you won't play that. What else is good? Have you ever played the Doom franchise of video games? Some of the best one of the best shooters I've ever played. Yeah, you should definitely try that one. It's good.
But I'm sure I've never been here before.
You don't want to follow trend just because people recommend it to you? I don't know if that's exactly what it's called, but yeah, probably. Like, for me, when it comes to Dungeons & Dragons Online, I like it unexplored territory. So when I say unexplored territory, I mean stuff that people aren't doing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see any Archmages anywhere. So I've played Archmage, and I've had a ton of fun with Archmage. But I've been, like, playing Archmage all the time, and it's been an absolute blast. And I'm hoping more people get into it. But I'm doing it because I don't see a lot of people playing Archmage. I'm like, well, that's kind of a neat thing. You see battle engineers, but the more battle engineers you see are people who are like ranged characters, or more often than not, inquisitives. So I'm like, why don't I give it a shot, see how it goes?
The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy. Tatiana.
Yeah, it's like upsetting social norms.
So long. Come, my love. Let us be
Here's a hey Strim, you Game of Thrones to try this Poe build. I mean, I'll try. Contrarian? I don't think I'm a contrarian. I think being a contrarian would be like going out of my way to say these other things are bad. It's more so like I don't need to play like the 18-1-1 fighter Razorclaw build because I already know it's really good. There's nothing to really learn there other than about how that build works, or nothing to discover. It was discovered.
Then a peal of thunder shakes the land, and a deep dark.
Don't see any ninja spies, so when? No, they're there, you just can't see them. They're ninjas. Yeah. No, the ninjas are there, you just can't see them right now.
She's escaped. Escaped to where I cannot follow.
Cries Strahd.
Yeah, that's where the biggest parts about the ninja spy tree is that you can't see them because they're ninjas.
As he enters the pool, part of this place's holy power must still linger.
Alright. Ready to try it again? Archmage was pretty bad. Not gonna lie. Ugh. Ugh. It went from one of the worst trees in the game to being pretty flexible and versatile and having the highest burst of any spellcaster.
Then, without warning,
This paladin. He's a TR. Whoa!
bright light.
Lightcaster.
Pick up the sun sword.
Cool.
The instant you touch the hilt of
Also,
the
someone on my party is
dazzling
like not even
weapon,
here.
You
I didn't
realize
even
that
notice.
this is the weapon that could slay Strahd. That this is the
Ooh.
key to ending his dominion. Something starts to grow within
Hmm.
you. Something you had
Yoink.
almost forgotten. Hope.
Maybe that usually happens in the weekends and early morning hours. Yeah, exactly. Why would be better than anything useful in ED skill with Assassinate? True. Hey, Shadow Dancer does. Shadow Dancer scales off of Assassinate, okay? With the Epic Strike. Then you should have Akonvo with Akor. Next time you see him, he thinks Archmage is bad now. Yeah, man. You got it. I'll do that. Suppose if CC didn't scale, chance to roll 0 damage, just awful. Big purple explosions look cool, though. Yeah, they do. And now they're good. They're actually useful.
You dare to condemn me?
Says the abbot.
Do you have any idea how hard I've struggled? How long I've tried to help? Do you have any idea who I am?
You didn't find it to be the highest? Well, Archmage, when built properly for doing high burst, can have nearly 100% crit chance in pretty much every element that can crit, as well as getting over 150% critical multiplier scaling, and you can just let loose with all of the best spells in the game over the course of 12 seconds.
As his mortal form vanishes from this world.
It's a very, very narrow window, but you can do a lot of stuff with it. Remove mob's armor class. Shadow Dancer tier 5 is still kind of bad. Yeah. It does. Removing a monster's armor class is great, but yeah. So yeah. Go too cold druid at that. I mean, it literally does more damage. Like there's no argument about it. The numbers are just literally higher. But again, it's only during that window. On average, your cold druid is going to outperform the caster. The wizard. Like that's just true. Because for the majority of the time, you don't have Arcane Supremacy active. Also, if you're not actually paying attention to your Arcane Supremacy timer, there's gonna be a lot of times where Arcane Supremacy is actually on cooldown and not able to proc when you want it, or you're gonna proc it at the wrong time. And both the fact that either of those circumstances can exist is a pretty big L for wizard, which is where it takes like a little bit more practice, and it's also not the easiest thing to do. It's not free. But yeah. Okay, I think I have all I need to know about leveling this character. So what I'm going to do is something special. You're going to go somewhere magic. Even though they did no damage? Yeah. Now they do some damage. Something epic to happen? Fantasy treat. That's not the epic moment. Incorrect. Ludicrous, you are very wrong. So, this is Shadow Expulsion. 1 minute cooldown. Destroy an enemy's armor class. The epic moment is Shadow Mastery, which is still not good. But I wanted to be clear that it's not the thing you're talking about. Do they use the same icon? Yes. Are they different? Yes. Are they both bad? Yes. But it's not a moment. So I'm just saying.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stormreach. The mysterious Isle of Dread. Speak to Wolf, the
I just want to be clear.
Stormreach Harbor, to learn
Very
more
clear.
about this land of dinosaurs and danger.
I get distracted by the water. Sometimes the reflections in the water look really pretty. Exactly. It's a senior moment. Yeah. It's a good way to describe it. Okay, so I need to get to up here, right? Do I have jump? Oh, maybe? Okay. No. No, climb. I'm so bad at this. I'm trying to go somewhere very particular in here. And I might need feather falling for this. I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe I don't need feather falling. Oh, I don't. Perfect. Beautiful. So you might be wondering why specifically I went here. This is where you spawn in when you play as a Blade Forged. And so it just feels like it's a nice place to stand. Although I'm going to stop the charging for now. Here we go. So I can actually stand still. And why would I be standing here? There's a reason. Is it higher? No, it's not. Oh, no. Oh, is it that box up there? Wait, hold on. Is it? Oh, no. That's the one. No. It's this.
Classic end of the live stream.
It's not the end of the live stream moment. It's not. You're getting bamboozled. It's not. Your left. Oh, it is up there. How do I get up there? You're right. It is up there.
Classic filming a YouTube video moment.
That's the one, yeah. Can't I've tried? I don't believe you. I'll believe me, but not you. Hold on. Not saying that you could aren't possibly knowing the answer, but I'm stubborn. I'm gonna figure this out. Okay. So I got angelic charge here. I need jump. Fuck. Okay, I need to get jump. This is stupid, but I'm solving this problem. Favorite guy and jump there. It's not high enough. I need jump. Elevate to the rep vendor. Nah, it's not high enough. I just need jump. Once I have jump, I'll be able to do it. Did I put points into jump? I hope I did. Oh, the heart of wood. I could reincarnate, true. I would go against what I'm doing. But yeah, it's going to be classic filming a YouTube video moment, but I want to climb up to the top. Sometimes when you have a stupid idea, you have to execute, okay? You have to execute. There's always a way to get somewhere else, especially with Tumble. Tumble lets you go anywhere. I really should have, like, a teleport item, though. That'd be a smart idea here. Also, can't I just take the teleporter here to House Kenneth? Yeah, whatever. Alright, so now let's load up here. Yeah, there's one here. Get a dev to TPU. That's the idea. Okay. So we just have to get up here. And you get up here by going somewhere. Do I have to go up there? I might have to use that. Yeah, I might have to use the rep guy. Which I believe is this teleporter? I think so. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I also found another glitch in here where you can get out of bounds, but I don't want to show you guys. It's because it's not relevant to what I'm doing here. And by I found, I mean I didn't find anything. It was shown to me. But that's not the point. I don't want to take credit for something I didn't actually find. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is getting up here. Oh, wow, that is high, isn't it? That is in the air, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I can get to this. My worry is I'm not currently high enough. Unless I can jump on top of here. Mm-hmm. Okay, you can. Can you climb onto this wall, though? Okay, you can. So that's good. Oh, easy. Easiest thing I've ever done in my whole life. Holy moly. There we go. I could also just stand like this way and overlook the entirety of House Cannith. Which is also not a bad shot. Hmm. Whoa, look at that. It lights up. Cool. But the pipe is in the way. Why does there have to be a pipe on this one? There's no pipe on any of the other buildings. I don't know if you can get higher in here. I don't know. Probably. Oh, dude, there's nothing over there. I don't usually climb up this, so I don't know. I wonder if you can get out of bounds here. You probably can, honestly. Just grab the ledge. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, shut up. Okay. It's a flagpole. That actually sounds about right, yeah. All right, so we need to go here, grab a couple of these nuts, grab this, grab this, grab this. Yep, come on, go. And then I have some points left over, and this is going to be the majority of the points I'm spending here, so that's good enough. Is it a pipe? It's called a little bit of column A, it's column B. It's a pipe with a flag on it. So it is both. It is in fact both. Okay, so now we're all ready. For a surprisingly smooth and easy leveling process, look no further than the Maverick Hunter build. That's right, this character is pretty good. With the redesign of the Battle Engineer tree and the inclusion of Macro Tech, you can actually play a much more potent rune arm wielding character than you could before. So this character is going to be going over the leveling experience with it and what you need to know, as opposed to looking at some of the end game that will be coming in a follow-up. So this is mostly looking at the leveling experience here. But so far, main focus, intelligence, that's your hit, that's your damage, that's how you get all your melee going. Constitution with the secondary, because you don't want to die, so you need that. And then you need a couple stats here and there to make sure your character has enough just wiggle room to take all the feats that you need. So you need strength for the ability to take Bastard Sword proficiency, you need dexterity to be able to take precision, and you don't need wisdom or charisma. It's one of the reasons why this character is very good when you have tomes, because with tomes you can start with like a 12 strength and a 12 dexterity. You can probably even start like 12 strength, 10 dexterity, actually, or like 10-10 or something like that, and then start with a higher constitution, higher intelligence, and get a little bit further. But if you don't have those points, don't worry about it. There'll be a link below for you to be able to follow. Now, this character's main focus is the reflex saves, so you do get intelligence to your reflex saves, and you get a lot of bonuses to it from the tree and other places, but the fortitude saves also come in clutch. Your worst save is will save. No real way around that, but fortunately for you, you're a Warforged, you're immune to most effects that are will-driven, and you can find other ways around that. As far as the skills go when you're playing this character, you're playing an Artificer, so you take all the important Artificer trappy stuff, Disable Device, Open Lock, Search, and probably Spot. I didn't take Spot for this experiment, but you're probably going to want that if you don't know where things are, as well as Spellcraft and Use Magic Device. Use Magic Device is fantastic for all those different like items you want to use, like Teleport Scrolls, Greater Heroism Scrolls, or Specialized Wands and what have you. And then Spellcraft increases your damage with all of your rune arms and your different spells that you might be casting while leveling up. But as I said, Spot is also a good one if you don't know where traps are, so I'll include Spot in the level up list. I just personally use it because I already know where they are, but for the purposes of this, you'll be able to find that in there as a feat you should, or a skill you should actually take. Now, as far as the feats go, this character is a single weapon fighter. It allows you to fight with both a rune arm in one hand and then have a weapon in the other, and you're only using one weapon, so you get the bonuses of single weapon fighting. But you will notice perfect two-handed fighting, and that's kind of the basis behind the character. This character is proficient with the exotic weapon Bastard Sword, which is under proficiency. Yeah, here we go. So I have exotic weapon Bastard Sword. Now the reason for this is that Bastard Swords count as hand and a half weapons. So even though I'm using it with a one hand, I can still get strike through and I get the bonuses from using two-handed weapons. So realistically, you want all the feats for both single weapon fighting and two-handed fighting. And the way you solve that problem is, during the leveling process, taking single weapon fighting, so that way you get access to the increased attack speed and can hit monsters very fast, and get a lot of your combat abilities out quickly, specifically being stuff like Mighty Slam to get a stun going on targets, or Thundershock Weapon to be able to knock targets down. And then, once your character gets into epics, you can take Perfect Two-Handed Weapon to gain strike through chance and combat style bonus to melee power, and then on top of that, you can also get Two-Handed Specialty at level 31, which then gives you all of the two-handed fighting feats because you have the single weapon fighting feats and you get them all at the same time, allowing your character to have full single weapon fighting and full two-handed fighting, which is very cool. Outside of that, this character also takes a lot of the meta magic feats, so you're taking like Spell Focus Evocation to increase your evocation DCs, because that's how rune arms scale. They scale their chance to be resisted based off of your evocation. They all count as evocation spells. I grab Quicken, Maximize, and Power because Macro Tech allows you to add those onto your rune arm blasts, and so it's a huge amount of free damage once you get into the epics. Improve critical slashing and precision, so you can have higher hit chance and also just deal more damage to targets. And that's pretty much all you need to know for the leveling purpose, or at least 1 to 20. The epic part, your character is going to want to be taking Intensify, which is good, and a feat you might not have ever taken before, Epic Mage Armor. Now, Epic Mage Armor is not generally a good feat. In fact, it's usually very bad. Even robes at endgame give you 15 armor class, so this is only 5 armor class better than the robe, which is usually not that important anyway. However, in this case, it actually becomes incredibly powerful, as Epic Mage Armor synergizes with an ability in the new Macro Tech tree called Armor Legends. And what this does is it makes it so that the armor from Epic Mage Armor actually stacks. So just instead of it being like the same as regular armor, that plus 20 now actually stacks with you, except it's 1 per character level. So this is 32 armor right now. And it gives you bonuses based on the drives that you have, which is a type of enhancement. There's like these 3 drive enhancements, and depending on which enhancements you take, you get bonuses. So it ends up actually being a huge increase to your stats. Now, a lot of people don't really think too much about armor class. They don't think it's that important of a stat. I mean, if you look at my armor class, character's only got 94. However, if I decide to put on my buffs, I throw out Shield of Faith, we go up to 99. I throw out Toughened Construct, I go up to 104. And then I throw on Epic Mage Armor, I'm up to 134. I've already gained a huge amount of armor class right there, and that number is only going to keep going up. When I actually put on endgame gear on the build, I actually get the 15% increased armor class bonus from Armored Augmentation here. My character should be easily into the 200s, even higher, and once you're at that point, monsters are missing you very, very regularly, which is really nice as a melee character, and definitely something that's good to have. Now, as far as the spells go, you're not an offensive spellcaster, so for the most part, you're taking all the repairs because they're just good, grabbing any defensive buffs you can pick up. Stuff like Resist Energy is nice. Weapon buffs are also pretty good. Any defensive buffs you can put on other people. The only real offensive damage spell I use is Tactical Detonation during the leveling process, because what it does is it drops a bomb on the ground that explodes and knocks everybody down. Really, really great. Very powerful. Monsters will use it against you, so it's really nice to have as a tool. Additionally, you also have to take Reconstruct, which allows you to heal yourself and everybody else for huge amounts if you just decide to repair. So you get this gigantic full health heal. This is what makes it good for like Reaper mode at endgame and just very safe while leveling and very cozy. Now, one thing I do want to point out is you have 2 types of weapon enchantments on an Artificer. You have regular weapon enchantments, like Enchant Weapons, which increases the bonus of your weapon by 1. So it goes from like a +5 to a +6, let's say. And then you have personal augmentations. Now, the personal augmentations can go along with a regular enchantment. It's like a special second enchantment. It even says so in the text. And what you do is you use personal augmentation, where is it here? Insightful Strikes, the level 2 spell, which gives you intelligence to hit. And then, once your character reaches level 6, then instead you take Intelligence to Hit out of Harper Agent here, which gives you Strategic Combat, so you get Intelligence to Hit, and you instead cast Personal Augmentation Insightful Damage. That way, you have Intelligence to Hit and damage, and the total investment is only 3 points in your tree, which is pretty nice. And by the time you hit level 6, again, rune arms are going to be doing a lot of the big damage in the early levels, so you don't have to worry about it too much. For the most part, the rest of the stuff is pretty straightforward. The last thing I will say is about deadly weapons. So deadly weapons is quite powerful and is good for the character. However, it's not as good as something like greater elemental weapons during the leveling process. You're going to want to swap to deadly weapons once you're level 29 and you're using endgame scaled weapons, something where it's got like extra damage on it, like this is like a D10 plus 2 damage. That's when you'd want to be swapping into deadly weapons as a option. Before then, just greater elemental is going to give you more damage during the leveling process because it adds onto your imbue. Now, speaking of imbue, let's talk about the enhancements. So they made a few changes to the battle engineer tree since the last time this character was out. First, there's now a Thundershock imbue, which gives you electric damage on hit, which is pretty nice to have. And you can get imbue dice here and here, giving you a total of 5d6s of lightning damage that scales off of electric spell power, which is pretty good. So as you slash people and deal damage, you're going to be getting extra electric damage that scales with your spell power, which is pretty convenient. You also get spell power from just having your rune arms charged, which is also pretty nice. So the more you charge your rune arm, the more spell power you get. So it kind of like all builds in together. And the next big thing they did is infused weapons now gives you +1 competence bonus or critical multiplier with your weapons. That used to be here in the capstone, and they have since moved it down, which is nice. You get a huge power spike at level 12. It's absolutely massive. This is the way I would set up the tree here, if I'm being honest. I know you might look at this and see like, oh, you didn't take the disable device open lock. I found I never really needed it. This is a first life character. I'm playing on hardcore, and I never ran into a situation where I was running into issues with traps. If you do find you're running into issues, make sure you have an intelligence item, buy a potion of Fox's Cunning, buy potions of heroism, upgrade your thieves tools, see if you can buy an upgrade to your skills on the auction house, or try to find a very convenient item like the key lock ring, which gives you all the trapping skills, which is really nice. Look for stuff like that when you get the opportunity. And then the Renegade Mastermaker tree just fills up most of your defense, as well as giving you Mighty Slam, which is very, very, very good. It's a direct stun. During the level process, I also use Battle Fist. It's basically the follow-up where you have to Mighty Slam into Battle Fist. And I found, counterintuitively, my character actually did so much damage. Most of the time, if I Mighty Slammed something, it also died. So I couldn't follow up with Battle Fist, and in a party, it was basically impossible. So I don't think Battle Fist is quite good just because of how long it takes to activate. It's not always bad, and especially if you're playing on like higher Reaper mode where the time to kill is a little bit longer, this gains a lot of value. But at the level I was playing, honestly not that great, and I would probably swap out Battle Fist in for Converter. Now, how do you spend your points in this tree? Where should your points go? Well, in my opinion, once you get to level 3, your character can get Insightful Damage. So that's when you're going to be casting, or Insightful Strike, so Intelligence to hit. So you don't have to really worry about that. I would go for Kinetic Discharge, 3 points, and Mighty Slam right away. Kinetic Discharge just deals extra damage and is a frontal cleave. It's super duper useful, and I cannot recommend it enough. So get Kinetic Discharge right away, put 1 point into Mighty Slam. In fact, Renegade Mastermaker, grabbing also Battle Fist is what I was using a lot in the early game. It works pretty well, going like 11 points-ish somewhere in here. And then after that, putting points into the Battle Engineer tree as well. Grabbing stuff like the cooldown on Rune Arms is also quite nice. The extra damage on Bastard Swords, as well as getting 1 point in Caustic Strike, moving into 1 point in Shatter Defenses. One of the last points I took was extra action boost. I took this way later because you generally don't need it for the leveling process. Usually the quests are pretty slow. So I would take this stuff first, grab the Imbue, which is pretty nice. And remember, by the time you're level 6, you want to be able to take strategic combat. So you want to remember that, like, oh, if I am level 6, I want to have strategic combat so I can get intelligence hit and damage at the same time. Usually it would be a bigger problem, but since your character starts with an 18 intelligence and a 14 strength, it's -2 to hit and damage, but you're still doing some damage. So even if you like maybe make a mistake or you forget to get the enhancement, you'll still be okay. Just don't forget to get it for the future. And then effectively, once I had the points in Mighty Slam here, so I had Kinetic Discharge, Mighty Slam, I had my intelligence to hit, I just filled out the rest of the Battle Engineer tree as you see here. And then I went backwards. I picked up Know the Angles out of Harper Agent, which is really nice. Then I filled out Renegade Mastermaker, as you see here. And then I filled out Warforged last. If you want to save a little bit of points, you can put 1 point into Mechanist here, because it gives you 20 repair healing amplification, which is just nice. Getting a little bit of repair amplification to get a little bit more health is quite good during the leveling process. Now, when it comes to the Epic Destiny points, I'm talking about Macrotech here. I think Macrotech is quite good. While the last character I made a video about was a wizard using the Macrotech Epic Destiny Force Field Generator, I don't actually think that this is that great for this character because it gives you a ton of defense. And on the wizard, you really need that defense. But on this character, you kind of need more offense. That's where you got to go. That's where you need to get. So instead of going Force Field Generator, I went with the Primal Avatar Mantle of the Sky because it adds a huge amount of damage on each attack. And since you scale so much spell power for all of your rune arms, it's great. It just does a ton of damage on each hit, and it's very, very valuable. And then in exchange, I use the Macrotech Strike Galvanic Blast. I know you'll see Carrion Storm here. This does not use Carrion Storm. I actually just took this so I could have Shard Storm, which you can use all the time. It's a fantastic ability, but you really want to be using Galvanic Blast for 2 reasons. One, it does a bunch of damage in an AoE around you, so it's very powerful and easy to use. And 2, you get the upgrade Blast Drive, which also causes it to stun, so you can stun everything in the game. Everything in the whole game. Literally all the monsters. You just stun everything. Are they undead? Are they ghosts? Are they constructs? Are they oozes? It doesn't matter. They get stunned. Is it supposed to do that? I don't know. But essentially, the main tree here is Macrotech, and it's great. You want to grab the mantle as soon as you can. You want this Mantle of Nature's Sky. So I would definitely recommend starting out with Now Grow Sky. Just start out with that, put some points in and get the mantle, and then once you're at 23, then you would want to swap into this is your Nature Thorn and Now Grow Sky, and then reset up to this tree you see right here. Macrotech, everything here is taken as seen. It's all really good. There's no bad points in here. Everything is absolutely delightful. The only change I'm going to be making is that when my character is 32, instead of having 2 points in here, I'd only have 1, and I would be taking Armored Augmentation here instead, but that's neither here nor there. And then Shadow Dancer. You actually don't want to use Shadow Dancer for the most part because it gives you some damage. It's not necessarily bad, but there's actually some better stuff you can get out of Divine Crusader at the end game, which I'm going to make a video about later. But for leveling purposes, you need this. +6 search spot, disable device, open lock is a really good investment. Very small amount of points that you have to spend, and you won't be able to do epic traps and stuff without this. Unless you get some really, really nice upgrades, and I unfortunately don't have them. So when I actually get a plus like 22 bonus to all my stats, or if I get a legendary green steel item for a plus 33 bonus to all of my trapping skills, I won't need this, and I can swap into Divine Crusader. But for now, I still need this, and it's quite good. Now, as far as the equipment goes, for the most part, the equipment's straightforward. Rune arms are going to be the hardest thing. I'll have a guide on which rune arms you want to be taking in the actual written guide. But basically, any of the multiple shot rune arms are very, very powerful for a single target. And anything that has a big AoE is obviously good for area of effect. You want to have a couple different ones. My favorite so far has been Breaking the Bank. This has just been the best rune arm I've used since the rune arm change. It's very, very powerful, and I'm a huge fan of this rune arm. Outside of that, Bastard Swords, get a good one. I'm using a free Ravenloft one. There's a couple named ones, but for the most part, I just use the free swords I found or just randomly generated swords. So just find a Bastard Sword that you want and slap it on there. As far as, wow, I'm wearing the Admiral's gumshoes. Oh my God. My gear just like level 30. Anyway, so yeah, sometimes you might forget to upgrade some gear once in a while. That's okay. But for the most part, you're looking for like intelligence items, combat mastery items, things that get bonuses to Sunder is pretty good. You know, anything that's going to be helping out with that extra intelligence. Trapping skills, you want to make sure you have something like that. Something like this, which has even more search and disable, is also nice. Braces of Twisting Shade. Armor, that's pretty good. I have the Crystalline Cacophony, which is both good because it's powerful and it looks like this. So, like, it's pretty fantastic to throw on there. And then, yeah. I have so many intelligence items on. Oh, my goodness gracious. Anyway, yeah, just look for stuff. Also, things that give you, like, Constitution, Health, physical magical resistance rating, armor class. All of these things are bonuses, and all of them are pretty good. So you can't really go wrong there. It's pretty much straightforward. As far as like spell power goes, you might be wondering, how do you get the spell power for your rune arm? And the answer is most rune arms actually give you the spell power. So Breaking the Bank here does fire damage, and it gives you fire spell power, which is pretty convenient. And in a lot of cases, general spell power will be nice. So you can get something with potency that also helps out for when you're swapping between your rune arms if they don't happen to have spell power on them. But with that being said, that's basically all I have to say about the leveling character right now. Super smooth, incredibly easy, generally way better than I thought, and honestly, the saving grace is the rune arm. Rune arms really save the day. They heavily amplify your character. I cannot stress enough how good they are to use. Remember that rune arms do not interrupt your attack animation at all. So you notice my character is still attacking, but I'm actually just firing with a rune arm automatically. Get used to that. Get used to having a keybind up so you can just blast your rune arm while you're doing stuff. It's very, very good. And also, to give you that little bit of help, rune arm use. A lot of people don't realize this. This is probably the most important thing. I should have started with this one. instead of having to press the button to charge Rune Arm and press the button to fire, you can click Rune Arm use, and then this is in the feats, so it's under Artificer feats. If I go here, Artificer feats, Artificer class feats, Rune Arm use. So Rune Arm use means your Rune Arm will just always charge on its own, and you just press the button to fire, which saves you like an entire button press, and you don't have to think about doing it. It's just automatically going to charge. And then second, let's say you don't like the noises, you can go type in Rune Arm and disable the sounds, which I do, because if you don't disable the sounds, instead you're going to hear this like charging, which some people find satisfying, but after hundreds of hours, I don't want to listen to it, so I turn that off. So yeah, make sure you do that. Anyways, that's all I have for today, so thank you for watching. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow that button and hit that subscribe. We'll be back with a follow-up video about Tychon, about how this character performs in the end game, what you can do with it, what you can be expecting in terms of comparing to other stuff with Artificer. And cut. There you go. Look at that.
I didn't understand a word of that, but I appreciate the vigor with which you said it.
Oh, thank God nobody did text-to-speech during that whole thing.
Halvan clap.
Because I didn't mute it, which I should have. So yeah, hey, Comfy, welcome back to the room. Appreciate the support. You're doing well.
Great show. Nice cock, bro.
Yo, thanks. Thank you, Horse. Open the ocean. Appreciate that, everybody. All that button? Yeah. Did you know saying please like and subscribe has a noticeable, massive impact on the number of people that like and subscribe to your videos? It's so depressing. There's like a bunch of data about it that YouTube is passing around. Yeah. It's like, because people don't do it until they get the call to action. They go, oh yeah, good idea. And then they do. I mean, it makes sense, but it's just one of those, like, it's one of those things. Oh, shit. Can I go back here? I can't get back here. I want to get out of bounds, but I don't know how. Mine cruiser to drink water. It's not a bad idea. They also have a new feature on YouTube now. You might have seen it. Where you say... or like where you say like and subscribe, and then YouTube will make the buttons, the like and subscribe buttons, glow when you say it. It's kind of fun. Ask Tom. He knows. He does. Yep. Remember to gripe and subside. Yeah. It's honestly, it did not take me that long to get back up here. I thought it was gonna be more challenging. Yeah, because it glows all rainbow, and you're like, whoa, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? It's what? So, yeah. Yeah, overall, I had a blast with this character, honestly. I'm not done with it. I'm going to be taking it in endgame. I just need to go gear it, and I am probably not going to do that on hardcore. Like, I'm going to finish leveling it on hardcore, but I'm probably not going to gear it on hardcore for two reasons. One, hardcore is... What's the best way to describe it? It's just, like, busier, I guess. Like, there's more risk involved, and there's fewer people to play with, and it's more time-consuming, and it's like, throwing it at something in endgame is probably not the best idea. I do have to actually make a build for it. Yeah, it's over. Hardcore's over. Exactly. Hardcore's over, guys. There's no more hardcore. It's Jover. All right. I can't get out of this. I do know one area to get out of bounds, but I don't want to show that on the stream. I was trying to find something new, and this is not the way. Bring it off. I mean, there are groups. It's also not. If it's only 2 points, it's not that hard. It's like a saga you haven't done yet, unless you've done every saga somehow, and you like, I don't know, had re-entries.
Friendship with hardcore ended. Baby core is my best friend now.
Is that, what does that say? Korenberg Chronicle? Who's Korenberg? Yeah, it's the Korenberg Chronicle. The Korenberg Chronicle. And yeah, Baby Core is my best friend, basically. If I step on this, is this gonna go? Whoa! It activates after a time delay. I didn't know that. Cronenberg? No, Korenberg. Anyway, now that I have that video recorded, now it's time for the end of the live stream. This is Largo and is home to the vaunted Library of Korenberg. One of the library, perhaps the greatest collection of knowledge in the world of Eberron and among the best universities. Well, there you go. Yeah, now it's the time for the end of the live stream. There you go. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. Hope you learned something. We'll be back with some new content very soon. As a reminder, on Friday, I will be streaming Path of Exile for the new Gauntlet League, which will be a lot of fun for me and hopefully a lot of fun for you. If you don't know anything about that, it's basically this extreme challenge league that's hardcore only. So if you're at least interested in that, please tune in. If you're not, please tune in anyway. You might be. And is there new DDO PvP? No, there isn't.
Ending during a hype train, what a mad lad.
There's no PvP. There is, you can technically do PvP, but there is no one engaging in the content because it's extremely unbalanced and it's never been a mainline feature. They added it as like a thing that people could do a bunch of years ago, and they have never evolved upon it. So it's just like a 12-year-old dead system. Yeah, DDO is not a PvP MMORPG. You would think that it would work really well for PvP, that because of like the whole fluid movement system and everything. But it's just not balanced for that. Mainly because like Dungeons and Dragons is also not balanced at all for PvP. Player skills are designed to interact with monsters and enemies and not interact with other players. And so it's never really been designed for that from the ground up, from like the source material. And then they've also just literally never supported it. So yeah. And nowadays, everybody can kill everybody else instantly, so that's a bit of a problem because of damage scaling. But you can do it. There's several PvP arenas you go to. In several taverns, they have what they call tavern brawling, where there's just a room you go into, and then there's like a little PvP pit, and you can just PvP other people. You just run around and fight people. And that are also in there. And sometimes there are other people that are around your level that are bored, and you can just fight them. And sometimes there's like a maximum level character standing there who just fireballs you. And then yeah. 60 would be the PvP edition, maybe. Anyways, speaking of PvP, let's PV get out of here and take a bit of a break from the old stream. Again, we'll be back soon. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Well, I won't see you. You'll see me, because that's how cameras work. You can't, like, I can't see you by looking into my camera. If I could, that would be amazing. So yeah, so we'll get you again soon. PvPR pants. I don't particularly want to do that. These pants are new and expensive and very cozy. I could do that. It is an excuse, yeah. Oh yeah, Raid. Who else is streaming DDO right now? I was spacing. I'm looking. Cozy Bean is streaming. I could raid Cozy Bean. You know what? Why not? Do the old raid. Do the old raid. Let's get it going. Yeah, no John Remnant tonight. I don't have a good way to describe it, but yeah. No John Remnant. No, you can't do it. Goodbye!